Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
But this... Oh!
Uy, uy, uy.
¡Ajas!
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Did anybody suspect a Kit Kat?
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rip the pain, wash it away, and send again away.
I got myself some popcorn because it is week 2 of the LEC right here from the brand new Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany. As you can see, our fans are already waiting for some snacks as well as the games begin. But I'm super happy to welcome you all back. And why did I get some popcorn? Well, to watch X today and everything that will be going down for the matches and our awesome fans as I try not to trip. But also because I thought it would be cool if we had a little watch party with Goldborg. Because
I feel so privileged right now.
I brought some popcorn. Do you like sweet or salty?
Salty. What version did you
Oh,
get?
I think it's sweet.
It's okay, you go still.
It's okay.
It's
But
okay,
hey,
popcorn
I
is
thought
popcorn.
we could watch together, kind of like in the cinema at what happened last week. Yeah?
Oh wow,
All
these
right,
are
let's
good.
dim the lights.
No
Okay.
matter which generation of junglers we're talking about, he's always there, he's always at the top, and he's always difficult to take down.
Wait, this is us! Oh my god, it's Croatian flag and us. Oh my god, it's us again, guys.
Oh my god, it's the MSI trophy! No way!
Oh my god,
it's
another
Jankos
trophy.
with more hair.
Oh, true.
Play together and have a good time. Let's go, boys.
Let's go, boys!
Let's go, team!
Let's go,
Doing it well. Niski gets the pull back. Larson locked up, and Niski will take the kill.
Look at no flash. Oh, he has a flash, Okay, nice. Okay, GG, nice.
We got a big wave happening right now.
Hey, let's go. Hey, it feels like home. Hey. Flash away. Adam does the same. Flash forward, though, by Caps as he manages to lock down Adam. And the shutdown goes into the kill over to Super. Also big deals. Capshot, meanwhile, gets flashed on. Ignited down. Execution. Merwin is cooking again. Placed at the right time to try and get one back for KC. Super buying it off. He's got Zephyrin. Bow flashes under turret. How dangerous is it? The answer is not at all. He survives. Back shortly, but instead is going in. That is insane confidence from a rookie. Knew exactly what he could get done there. Dashes in with a heartbreaker and has broken the hearts of the KC faithful. Members, Niski jumps back in. How are SK members still alive? This team is crazy. The damage comes through from an upset. First blood over to a Caitlyn bot.
Jungle. Turn them. Go ahead. Play five.
Oh, baby!
Careful Flalos.
Larson, an Emperor, hunted. Trying to dash away, broken away. There's nowhere to go. Yes, there is!
Azir first, Azir.
Back this time, they'll find their man. Razork now in trouble, instantly going to try to leap over the wall and get a little bit more done. Doesn't quite have the damage. Have an ability to push. They flash in. Flash Shattering Strike, as you said. He might get the reset onto Yangos, but Perks comes in and makes it messier. And boy, oh boy, are we doing the switcheroo. Fnatic is pretty positive overall. Bo now going in, managed to the stun! Oh! But in the meantime, Oscar just making sure Bo cannot come to play. It's the Oscar-rated show on the top side. Cassante, baby, coming in clutch.
Go flash. I'm gonna reach, okay?
Fresquito!
Fresquito on the Brian.
Flashes forward. Bo starts attack Mickey with the root though. Bo will fall 1-for-1.
He's looking for the flank. This could be the game deciding play. It's the double TP. Which one's real? Jackies! 3 in the midst of everything!
Nice, guys. Nice, good game, good game. Yeah, GG. Nice, we're not pushed. We're not pushed.
Cease and desist, and he batters Ice down.
Desperately needs to keep the kill, deny the money. The shutdown comes through! In the rivalry that everyone's been talking about when it's Spain versus France. Super Roars with a penta!
Well, what a lovely look back to last week where Goldberg, I think it was kind of one of the craziest season starts we have ever seen.
That's certainly how I feel. It's never been crazier while I've been here. And, you know, it didn't really go how I expected either. From a fan perspective, the atmosphere has been absolutely insane. From a bet perspective with Finn and Broxer, we only got 2 right maximum if you followed back then. So even from the results-wise, the teams has just been showing off and been delivering in a way that we did not expect them to.
Exactly, both on and off the Rift. And so have you, but we cannot leave you by yourself. We have a couple of new talent members joining us this year. So do you want to introduce our next challenger?
Oh, absolutely. Good friend of mine. A new challenger approaches. Having tried his hand at support with the first ever Sona Taric in competitive league, he then switched to jungle after realizing he wasn't being flamed enough by his team in solo queue. He included beating Goldberg in golf as a brag, which I'm sure he'd sing from the rooftops if he wasn't worried we'd all run away from his voice. Sometimes you just need something sweet. It is treats!
Yeah, let's go.
Thank you, guys.
Here's some popcorn.
Oh, lovely.
And they are sweet.
There you go.
They are sweet. Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you.
What's going to be your X factor? What are you going to bring to the LEC?
I'm going to bring some hype analysis,
Okay.
Wow.
some
Just
fun
hype
gameplay
analysis.
perspective,
Okay.
some good bets with Goldberg maybe,
Okay.
good banter, yeah.
Cool. All right, well,
Bring
I
it
know
all.
that you gave us your tier list as well for the teams, but let's start by taking a look at the standings after week 1 of the LEC. Specifically, I want to look at kind of the teams that ran away with it. SK Gaming, 3-0, the only team to do that, Goldberg.
Yeah, I think that's a big outlier in terms of expectations that we all had. We thought SK was going to be a middle of the pack, if not a bottom tier team, but what they have delivered already on is just not in the individual level, but the fact that the new players are already gelling well together in with the team that was already there in place beforehand. So the team play has just really been stellar for them.
It has.
And then you have Isma coming in.
Yep.
Obviously, Niski is the jungle whisperer. Isma comes in blazing. He's really good early game, really good mid game, really good late game. He doesn't really have any weak point right now, and if he keeps it up, then I think they will keep going strong.
Yeah, we're going to talk about it later, but you already did. Because first we wanted to talk about your tier list to see how much it actually came true. I mean, you had G2 at the top, which I think is kind of standard for analysts and then preseason rankings, but SK only in the B tier, even though they turned out to be head and shoulders the best one.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of had them as a dark horse as well. I think some of the teams obviously can mix it up. I think the only one I have kind of correct so far is Giant X, kind of towards the bottom there. But obviously everyone put G2 high up on the standings, makes sense. But week 1, they didn't quite deliver as hard as SK.
GB, I want to see yours as well and see how much you had correct.
Yeah, it'll probably be less, I'll be honest. My tier list did not really go to expectation. So in S tier, I got G2 because I thought they were going to be heads and shoulder above everyone else, having already kept the same members, pre-built synergy, all of that. And then in A tier, I was like, Max Verstappen.
Why?
It makes sense, all right?
No, it doesn't. Explain.
Okay, well, Max Verstappen in the year of 2023 was just 32nd, 42nd ahead of everyone else in Formula 1. I thought G2 was kind of going to be the same in our league. I was already proven wrong in the first week.
But he's an A tier, even though
it was not really meant to be. It was just to create space, okay? For the sake of the tier list, we can move all of them up if we want to. But yeah, then the second tier would then be Fnatic and Heretics. And yeah, I had SK down as D tier. I thought all the team in C was just going to compete for getting up to the bottom or the top 4. I will say, I had Vitality correct.
That's
at least one dot.
1 point.
And that's the same as Treats. So
That's
we
good,
won one for that.
I mean, for SK, I feel like everyone who had something to do or knew about scrims knew that they were going to be high, at least in week 1, and everyone else, us, the plebs, because Exakik was on PGL and he was like, this makes me so angry. Why did people put us so low? I'm so glad. It really gave me energy. I'm like, because we don't know what goes on.
You're welcome, Exakik. We
you're
fueled your
welcome.
rage for week 1.
Yeah,
No
I mean, he even
problem.
wrote in
Motivation.
solo queue to me yesterday, why did you rate me so low?
Really?
Yeah, he did. And I said I would rate you higher if we win, and we lost. So unfortunately, you're still down there, buddy.
Yeah, but it's SK. It was 3-0. You said it already. Isma, is he going to be your Rookie of the Year?
I mean, I think he has the potential, right?
Oh,
A very solid
mess up
start.
the mic if I eat the popcorn. Sorry.
That's lovely. No, but I think he for sure has the potential, and obviously week 1, if you only take week 1, he's definitely rookie of the split. Extremely solid start, and like I said earlier, his early game very clean, and he has the confidence kind of to make the mid game work as well. Sometimes rookie junglers have good starts to games, but then feel a bit lost, but I think he's kind of checked all the boxes there.
Yeah, and it's not just that he's bringing one style to SK, which is a rookie when you start out. Maybe you're really good at one thing and you have to pick up on a few other aspects of the game, but he already showed that he can be the facilitator on the rail, but he can also be the guy you skirmish through when he was playing the Sensao instead and was on a bit more damage dealing champion. So I think he's already shown really 2 positive sides of different aspects of gameplay.
And of course, we talked about it, how Niski often has a good influence on their junglers as well. So the duo is also functioning as you want it to.
For sure, yeah. I mean, Isma and Niski so far worked really well together, and I think they also have picked champs so far that work very well together, and I think they will keep doing that because that's Niski's strength, kind of working with his jungler, impacting the map. That's the Niski classic.
Yeah, definitely the jungler and the team to watch for this week, SK. But we want to build up the synergy here a little bit between our analysts and our newer members of the desk. So we've gotten an idea from SNL, we're just going to say it, to swap jokes between the 2 of my analysts. So basically, Goldberg prepared some material for Treats, and Treats has some material prepared for Goldberg to deliver to the camera, to the audience. And Treats, I believe I think we need to...
Yeah, I think I'll go this way.
Okay,
joke swap, position swap.
Go.
I'm not going to spoil myself
I'm just going
yet.
to eat the popcorn. So where is he supposed to look? To his single camera?
I'm looking here.
Okay, perfect. Take it away, Treats.
Okay, I'll start us off then. Nya nya, hello everybody, it's me, Tweetsnya. I'm super duper excited to see Casey play today. Hee wink. My favorite player is Kaboo Shard. He's just the cutest, nya nya. We all know Casey stands for Cuddle Club. So those ready for some cuddles today? Haha, nya nya.
I think that's really cool that you already have a team you support that much, and I think coming a bit closer with your cuter side was quite sight saw.
I think we're supposed to have a lower third to show that this isn't really what you wrote yourself, just in case people get mad at you. But
well, I don't know what I'm reading yet. In order to do accurate analysis on a show day, I must first return to my Danish roots when attempting to concentrate. We at home must perform what we call the focus ritual, as we like to say in Danish, nogen hjælp mig. First I stand up.
It says demonstrate as you go.
Okay, first I stand up, then I raise both of my arms to a 90-degree angle, then I begin flapping like a bird, slowly at first, then progressively building up speed. Now all I do need is for someone to throw me a banana, which I will catch perfectly in my mouth.
It's popcorn?
Oh! And now I'm ready to analyze.
No way!
Oh, but Treats, what are your thoughts on Casey?
Everyone stop flaming Casey. Casey are fantastic. They just need to work on communication, map awareness, laning, vision control, CSing, poking, line skill shots, objective control, early game, mid game, late game, ganking, and getting kills. Are you trying to get me cancelled? What do you think of Casey, GB?
What have you written here? Well, I can't believe that the KC fans would rather rush the LEC back wall over their own team's gameplay.
Well, that's good, yeah. I guess
Is it getting a little bit spicy and dangerous? We still don't actually, since it's shown nowhere, this is just your opinion now.
Thank you for clarifying.
You have to stand for that, GB, now.
Treats.
All right, enough of this nonsense. This is a professional broadcast here to present you guys the highest quality League of Legends analysis that Europe has to offer. Let's finally get serious. Everyone's favorite G2 started off their return from Worlds with a 2-1 weekend with a surprise loss to Rogue on Monday. It would have been great, however, if someone reminded them that they're no longer at Worlds and they are allowed to win more than 2 games in a row.
It's actually true.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah,
it's
a bit sad.
I can stand for that one.
Yeah, you stand for that one. GB, you have one more.
I do. Okay, I'll bring us back to some real analysis. Which one is more likely to happen? KC ending over Matt Coy in the standings, or Vitality winning a single game? What do you think?
You can answer it. I think we're walking over, but...
Wow.
What do you think?
I mean, I hope that Vitality win a game. I mean, I think that they have everything it takes, right? But kind of rocky start for them, I would say.
I don't think it was too egregious. None of you were actually too embarrassed with what you had to read.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think we could have done a lot worse.
My first one was a bit tricky to read. I had to kind of live up to the character.
No, I think you didn't try.
He should have tried way more.
Oh, developing, but you did not.
It was too surprising. It just came at me. I had to prepare mentally for that one. Yeah.
Yeah, sad. But a good start to everything. And if anyone wants popcorn, I of course still have it. But as we get into the content of the day, I did want to talk about one lane in specific, being the top laners. I think there were a lot of standout top laners in week 1, but in the same vein, rather, there were also some that I think we were left wanting. So I asked you to rank some of the top laners according to happy bees or sad bees. I don't know why it's bees. I think it has to do with the emote and not necessarily with the vitality.
It is exactly the emotes.
Okay, cool. Goldberg, you want to kick us off?
Yo, absolutely. So we had 3 obviously in the top side here in the beginning, and we start with Irrelevant. I think for a long time, people like to say he is an underrated top laner, but I think that the conversation just needs to land on this guy is a great top laner. He is one of the best in Europe right now, and his week 1 performance displayed it almost to perfection as well.
What made him so good in week 1, you think?
I think that it's exactly knowing what to do with his lane when a team needs it as well. I think in an individual setting, his understanding of matchup is just phenomenal. He will pretty much win every single matchup he plays against in his teammates, but it's also knowing that my jungler is on bot side, I will make sure that the wave has been crashed beforehand, I have a slow push in, and now when the tempo switch to a top side play, where we go for grubs, invade on blue buff, whatever it could be on top side, he then manages to have a lane stain where it's perfect, so he has first move on the top lane. I think Irrelevant has just been phenomenal, a driver for his team without really getting too many resources as well.
And this was something that we started seeing already last year as well, right, Treats?
Yeah, I would like to say that I think last year as well, his laning was like stellar. It was almost perfect, I would say. I think he knows a lot of his matchups extremely well. But I think now what he's added on is kind of this team fight and mid-game element where he just seems to find kills or setups for his team where they don't really seem to exist. As you can see in this team fight, he lands the stun, which then sets up Niski to get a huge sneak ult. And I think that's the difference from Irrelevant last year to this year. It's both the laning, but also the mid and late game.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people say that was a Jax clip, but he's also done it in Gwen in his first game that they had, where he bought so much space for his team doing the Baron. He literally just 1v4'd them and went forward to buy, well, as much as he could of time for the team. But you can see it on the stats as well. He's first in pretty much everything. And while the stats doesn't paint the entire picture of a pro player, we've just shown you the gameplay.
Yeah.
You've seen him play for yourself as well. The guy is just that good right now.
He is. He's been phenomenal. It's going to be really interesting to see what he can do with SK because he's willing to take initiative as well. And I think maybe that goes for all of the top laners in the good category. Next up, I think, was Fnatic's Oscar Rinnen. And I think this is an interesting topic to follow overall, Treats, because last year I feel like we never got to see his true power because of kind of everything that happened. He came in late, he had his injury, of course, but now he's starting fresh.
Yeah, I think we saw glimpses last year, but this time he's coming in hot, and I think especially on his Cassante, I just love when top laners play with so much emphasis on what they have to do in the team fight. I think sometimes top laners kind of run around and do a bit of everything, but it's very clear to Oscar his objective in team fights and what he wants to accomplish, and that's what I think makes him such a great player.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a great example of it as well, just taking Bo out for Razak to steal the Baron at the same time. And I think this was a game that was kind of close until these team fights started happening, until Oscar started showing why he is as good and highly praised as he is on a champion like Cassante.
Do you think that the meta right now is in a position where we might get there eventually with all the changes? Maybe we'll cascade back into only tanks in the top lane. But in general, do we feel like right now is also kind of a golden age and that there is more possible and that you can approach the top lane in different ways?
I think you certainly can. You take a look at like what pro players see as a tier list for top lane right now. To the people I speak, it's Rumble and Jax, obviously S tier. But then people are still happy to throw in a tank whenever they need it. We've started seeing some Udyr top in the LCK. We've started seeing a normal Cassante, which still happens. But it's the fact that there's still a lot of champions. You never feel pinned down in champion select as a top laner, at least not until you've gone all the way to the second phase.
Yeah, and especially now with the new patch, I think no one really knows, right? So you can kind of pick up whatever you think is good, and if you make it work, you make it work. And I think that's very true for Oscar Rinnen as well.
We also had Mirvan in the top lane for Mad Lions Koi, who got a lot of praise in week 1 and who we know Treats. He sometimes does want to play something different, but also just a stellar performance. But what set him apart from the others on this list?
I mean, he also, like the other top laners on the Gladge list, kind of plays with a lot of emphasis on both lane and team fights. And what I mean with that is he plays to win. He doesn't play to just kind of be just a Gnar that farms in top lane. He wants to be the Akali that punishes you in lane, and obviously against Kabashard he did that super well. He got a lane lead, and even in team fights he kind of one-shot upset like he did here and had a lot of pressure. So that's what I like to see from the top laners in the league, when they play with this emphasis to win and not just kind of exist.
Yeah, when there's Glad, there must be, is it Sag or is it, what is it?
Yeah, I mean, it can be sad, it can be disappointed, it can be at the bottom of it all.
And I see Cabo there, he was in the replay we just showed as well. And I heard a lot when you talked about those former top laners about willing to approach both the laning phase and the team fights and the initiative and the macro movements. Is this list then the people who don't do that, or how do I have to see this?
So I think it's not necessarily that they don't want to do it. In the Jax clip you just saw where he got solo killed by the Akali, it's just a mechanical lane mistake that he's making. He's literally walking up, Eing when the cloud is up for Akali as well, and he just has to jump out immediately as soon as he knows he's made a mistake. It's the fact that maybe in that situation he wants to be forward in the lane, he wants to be the one dictating it, but he can't do it in this matchup. So that's a big mistake of that game, and it pretty much solo lost him that game because Akali didn't have too much lockdown CC on enemy team. She got fed, and suddenly there was a big problem for Karma Corp having to deal with that Akali.
Yeah, and then also, like you said, it comes from the lane, but also sometimes in mid game, I feel like when there is windows, there's different types of top laners. Some people want to look for the initiative, some people want to be told what to do in mid game. Like for example, I want you to TP here, I have a ward here, perfect for you. But I think what separates the Glad from the Sag kind of thing is that the Glad top laners, they kind of look for it themselves and kind of put the initiative on them. And that's what I would like to see from the Sag top laners this week. Kind of look for it themselves, and even though lane maybe doesn't go perfect, look for the opportunity.
Yeah, there's sometimes I guess people at home will also say, yeah, but their team decides to play a certain way as well. True, right? But still, you ideally don't want to get solo killed, or you ideally don't want to give up all the advantages.
Yeah, I mean, is a great top laner supposed to only know one way of playing the game as well? That's also a different question.
Wow, you sent for Odo and Shigenda.
I mean, they can do both, but obviously
Why
their
are they
strengths.
here?
Well, I think for Sugenda specifically, he hasn't really felt like he's there for what he was brought in to do. I think when you think of Sugenda, the best games he had as well, it was on champions like Jace, is where isolated as well, he can find leads, facilitated, he can find leads, but being on the Aatrox as we've seen, even if he had a small lead or even if he had charge of the laning phase, he manages to find a way to throw it away a little bit. I remember the game against SK where random kill against Irrelevant came through. When Bard Portal came in there, he was overstepped in lane. I remember some of the team fights where he didn't participate enough. His position wasn't good for the flank coming into the team fight. So it's really just, once again, going back to the entire thing we've discussed, laning phase perspective and how you position yourself in a team fight to buy space for your team or facilitate your team.
Okay, and Odo?
Yeah, I mean, Odo was kind of in the same bucket, I would say. I think he didn't have super terrible performances, but it was more like he didn't really find impact in the games. And that also comes slightly from lane, just kind of not having a big advantage and not being sure what to do, but also then from mid game, just trying to find angles that exist. Because I think he's also someone who's theoretically thought of as a top laner that soaks pressure. But I think top lane right now is in a very good spot to carry a lot of games as well.
Yeah, cool. We have an eye on you, top laners. My analysts are watching you closely. Well, Murin had a fantastic week one, so let's hear what he had to say about his entry into the league.
Erwin? No, not of the game, was Alex Villarejo Pastor. I'm 20 years old. I love League of Legends. I've been playing it for such a long time, like Season 2. Until Season 9 or 10, I didn't play competitive at all, or even Scrim or anything. And at some point, my brain just decided to go pro. So I started in an amateur team in 3rd Division Spain, named OKGG. Then I moved on to some different teams in Spain, like the same division, and I ended up in what was 2nd Division at that point, which was Stonebringers, with Orien, and the next year it was Astralis. And that same year is when I joined LVP with Bisons, and I've been 2 years there.
And then you played
Iberian Cup with Heretics, and I'm here.
And who are your favorite champions?
I would say Gwen and Sari. People don't know maybe, but I love like scaling champs like Vladimir, Kale, like these two. I also like Nico a lot.
Is there any player or team in the LEC that you're especially excited to play against?
I would say a Fnatic because of Oscar, but there's many. I want to play into Heretics, I want to play into KC, G2 because I consider them to be the best.
Well, he's in luck because they are playing G2 later today. Mirin, he said it himself, so now we know exactly how to say it. And there were, of course, rumors of him even last week going for Little Blanc, but it didn't end up happening. And maybe it's too late now because we're on 14 0.1B, meaning there are a couple of changes, including that LeBlanc where the AD ratios are down. Does mean that the AP ratios are up.
That's the big thing, though, because they did buffer AP with 5%, I believe, on the E and the W, but it's really just Riot at this point screaming, for the love of God, stop building AP and please play her as a mage instead. I've tried her a bit, and she does do a lot of damage that people might not be surprised to for some of the bursts coming into it, so we could still see it, just not maybe with the AD version, but the AP instead.
Yeah, I would love to see Wei. I think this champion is extremely good, especially in bot lane. I think it's very underrated and very underplayed in general, but as we all know, AD carries take a bit of time to adapt to the meta, but I would love to see some Wei.
Treat sense for ADCs.
I just think AD carries are kind of, they're used to their comfort picks and they don't want to kind of stray away from it, as we remember from the mage meta, but I do think Wei is very, very potent right now.
And one of the interesting ones, it was actually Finn that was speaking to me about this, is that Riot wanted to compensate for jungle stack being down a bit with Radiant Virtue no longer being an item, but a lot of the changes that came for his cooldowns is very beneficial for his top lane, where you now suddenly can start playing this in the top lane with Radiant Hollow instead. You just one-shot the minions, you do a ton of damage. So sleeper pick could be a sack top. We did see auto played last year, so maybe there's more incentive to go for it now.
It's possible indeed. Also, we heard rumors, well, we saw Udyr also around the world hoping to finally being able to keep down K'Sante.
I mean, Udyr is a very solid pick into K'Sante. I think in general it just has more push, more fighting, and just kind of absorbs pressure very well. So into K'Sante, who wants to kind of fist fight you, you almost can't because of your shield and your lifesteal. As we can see here, Proxy on level 3, that's kind of unheard of in the meta, but Zeus can just kind of walk past him and do whatever he wants.
Yeah, and you start Demolish, you take proc of the Demolish, you just go back into the minion wave. Your economy of a build is so cheap just because you play Frozen Heart, which is super valuable right now, even into only 180 carry comps, and you just get so much mana of the statue value, you get some of the extra hate, the armor of course, and you just take over this proxy strategy. It allows you to move first for your jungler, it allows you to move first on a mid lane play, it allows you to not use TP and just straight up walk down to a dragon fight. It just brings so many avenues from the pressure the pick brings.
It's so cool when it's behind us. New studio. Yay. Anyways, something else that we saw, I think with Gumyushi, but also just in general, very strong is the double support item. So you're gonna run us through what you should be doing.
Yes, and I think the double support item is something we're almost guaranteed to see today. I think it's such a strong strategy that it will almost be kind of a loss for the LEC if we don't play it. I'm sure the teams have kind of tinkered with it in the scrims and so on, and I think I want to start off saying why double support item is good. So basically, you get a lot more gold, right? The AD carry goes to support item on first base, and obviously the support starts with the support item. And then when you upgrade it, you can get Bloodsong, which is basically like Sheen and PTA in one. And obviously it's after 1,000 gold. So then you might ask, what's the strategy? How do you get to 1,000 gold? Well, it starts with the AD carry taking the range creeps with the stacks that you get from the support item. And why do you want to do that, GB?
Well, it's really interesting because normally the range creep in the beginning would only give you 14 gold as the AD carry if you farmed it. But if you have the support item now, you automatically get 20 instead. You also don't take away from your tax when you farm the minions, which of course is why you would have the other support, clear the melee minions or the cannon whenever they come around. Maybe sometimes as well, the quest becomes too finicky, so you have to share the XP just or the minions just a little bit as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to have the farming penalty as the AD carry. That's why you want to take the range creeps and let your support take the cannons. And sometimes if you have to push away, for example, or like you said, if you have to trade, you can sometimes get it, but it's not the end of the world. And once you upgrade Bloodsong, you just have more gold than enemy, right? You will have 1,000 gold, and also your support has way more gold, so it's just kind of a win-win, and there's not really any downside to it.
Yeah, we are seeing a top lane replay right now, but of course down the bot side we did see Gumyushi and Kyria play it as well when they're playing up against Genji. And what was so curious about that they just farmed the gold so quickly that even though they're down in CS, they get ahead of the enemy laner. But it does have some downside as well, because as far as I'm concerned, you're not really allowed to roam anymore. You have to sit back in lane, you have to farm. How does that work out on the map then?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of want to stay in lane because you want the support quest to proc on the range creep as AD carry. And if your support roams, you can't really upgrade this quest. So I think the major benefit is also that you play this strat with champions that want to stay in lane, right? Like, for example, T1 played the Lucian Milio. You can play stuff like the Senna Seraphine, etc. Basically, you want champs that scale well with the support item and that also scales well with the gold. So as you can see in this game, they were down 15 CS, right? 180 golden plates, and they were both still up in gold. How does that work? Well, it works because double sport item's very strong.
Yeah, but as a disclaimer as well, it is looking to get nerfed. So if you're looking to do this, you gotta do it now.
2 weeks.
You gotta abuse it while you can, and you can do it on different champions. Like we've seen the Lucian Melio come out from T1. We've also seen some in solo queue at least, Senna and Seraphine as well.
I think Nila is also very good with it.
Nila, one of them as well. T1 did play that as well, but didn't actually play it with the Blood Song in the second game, even though a lot of people expected it. Is there any other sleeper picks we could see with it?
I think those that we mentioned are probably the biggest ones. I think Senna is the main actor for this entire thing, because she sets up the second carry to get it very well as well. So I would love to see that and kind of make it work, because I think if people do it, it will catch on and almost every team will do it. And I think it will kind of become the meta for the remaining 2 weeks of this patch in LEC.
All right, so there you have it. A little bit on the 2x support items you might have seen, might not have seen. Go check it out. We might see it ourselves here, but the next thing we will see now is Law sitting down with Markoon before their match ahead of today's games.
Markoon, thank you so much for joining me ahead of today's game. I want to talk about last week and what happened, the results, because I feel like it's not easy getting back to work, getting back to school, especially when you have a new team, new environment, new stage as well. How did you reflect on what happened and the difficulties that you faced getting back to it?
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, I definitely needed like a warm-up game or two.
Yeah.
I don't think I played that well, especially the first 2 games. I don't think I really found my rhythm. But I mean, starting like G2 game, I was starting to feel more like normal, like the season had been on for a while, and I think next week is going to be better as well, or this week then.
Yeah, I feel like the one versus G2 was a good one to pick up actually, but I want to talk about the team and everything, because you have a very distinct style, each member of Rogue. How do you think the team is supposed to work together? What should be your style?
I mean, inside the game, I don't think we're really going to choose a side. I mean, of course, we have Larsen, right, who really likes to play controlled, so we're obviously going to play a bit more controlled around mid. But I don't think we've really picked out a specific like style or way to play yet. I think we have pretty flexible players, so we can still go either way. Like, we don't have to play only bot or only mid, so...
Something that defined Rogue games last week, and I'm sorry for mentioning it, was the slow pace of the game and lack of action, if I may say. Is it something that you want to work on, or do you feel like keeping this controlled pace and style with the game is what you guys should do?
I mean, we realized it after the second game as well, and we had like a lot of talks about it already before the G2 game, that I don't think it's like controlled gameplay. We were just really bad, and we were not synergized in the early game at all together. So I was doing like kind of my own thing, and I was thinking what my teammates were going to do was like the same as what I was going to do, and my bot lane was thinking the same. But we're actually not on the same page at all, so then what happens is no one does anything.
Hopefully.
And yeah, that's what you saw in the game. It wasn't really controlled gameplay, it was really bad gameplay in my mind.
I think all the teams were struggling a bit last week, and Vitality is one of them. You're facing off against them today. How hard is it to prep against an opponent when they didn't show much last week, and you actually don't know what they're supposed to be about?
It's not that hard. I mean, I don't think the prep for Vitality was that hard. Like, I don't think they played that unusual. They just made a lot of mistakes, right, just as us. So it's not that we have to prep for anything special. It's just have to make sure that we don't make the same mistakes that we did last week, and we'll probably win then.
And adding up the new patch on top of this, few words on Douglas, newcomer in the jungle. You were in his position a few years ago.
I actually think, from watching in gameplay, I think he seems pretty smart. I think like he completely outsmarted both like 2 games. I think from like level 1 to 3, he like outsmarted and outpuffed. But I think he's making like some mistakes in mid game. But I mean, as expected as a rookie, right? But I think for playing against him, I think he will do well once he has some experience.
All right, Markoon, thank you so much for the interview. Good luck today.
Thank you.
And casters, back to you for game 1.
Hello and welcome to the caster desk as we see the players take to the stage for our first game between Vitality and Rogue. You heard it from Markoon. Some chaos in the previous week. Both sides hoping to clean up their performances. I think it's safe to say I'm Draco's. Joining me is Jamada. Jamada, a rough week, despite the cheers of the fans. It was not a strong end to the week for Rogue, most certainly, but Vitality struggling the whole week.
Yeah, not the best weekend for Vitality at all, but I think, like Markoon said, they had a couple of positive moments, right? Specifically Douglas in the early game, around level 3, 4, 5. So if they can look for aggression in the early game, like they did throughout a lot of the weekend in the early game, I don't think there'll be much an issue for them, just because Rogue, they are such a slow-paced team. To me, as long as they, you know, actually have a target to focus on, for me, Vitality will, at the very least, show something promising in the early game.
I think it's a safe expectation to set. Of course, we are moments away now from picks and bans, keeping our eyes, especially for me at least, on the bot lanes. We saw from Karzi and Hillisang. It was a bit all over the place.
You know, I think it's safe to say. A bit of a mixed week as a whole for Vitality, of course, unable to find a win. But Carzzy and Hill was saying, while they had some explosive plays in the bot lane, they were almost immediately and always balanced out by some highly questionable ones. So need to see if that's going to work out for them this time around, or if Comp is going to be able to match up for that. So Elise as well, a player who I was very impressed with, especially in the G2 game, played fearlessly as a rookie on stage against one of our most veteran teams. Definitely an impressive feat. But for now, despite the small micro patch coming through here to put us on 14.1b, bans seem pretty much the same.
Yeah, I don't expect bans to change too much. The only thing really that's gonna, I feel like, disappear a little bit is the LeBlanc Corki showing up here. I'm kind of curious about the Udyr priority as well, right? That was mentioned as we was coming into the game here by Gorborg, by Treats, and it's been very, very popular over in the LCK, and for good reason. Very, very strong laner, very hard to shake out of the lane as well, with all of the AoE wave clear, plus of course all the lifesteal from the empowered W, so very, very powerful laner. I'm very curious about, you know, how many teams are willing to pick it up super early on.
Yeah, it's always curious because it felt like a lot of what we saw last week was teams being a little bit slow to adapt to some of the announcements that were coming out. In this case, the micro patch is here. Some of these champions have been hit. So what are the adaptations going to look like now that we've seen the LCK play, now that we've seen what other regions are bringing to the table and how they interpret this meta? Well, the answer so far is the exact same stuff, Jamada. Larson picking up an Azir in a move that surprises just about no one, but of course it is, I think, one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful mid laner on the patch.
The more things change, because it feels like, will this be Marcoon's pick? It will. It's going to be the Vi, so solid engage, wave clear from the mid lane, out of the Azir. So far as rogue openings are concerned, this is about as rogue as it gets.
Well, it's stable, it's safe, you've got reliable engage, you've got an early game playmaker. I'm just glad that Marcoon's on something that can gank and can be aggressive early on. Surprised not to see more priority on a pick like the Xin come through at this stage, but an instant Akali Cassante now getting locked in here. So VTO must be pretty happy with the matchup overall, but there's the Udyr that you mentioned, Jamada.
Yeah, not surprised about that at all. I mean, with a lot of the changes that Cassante has had over, you know, the many patches right now, the Q mana cost is so high early on that Udyr is basically one of the premier picks into the Cassante. He can't really force out Udyr pretty much ever. He doesn't have the damage for it. Even once he hits level 6, there's not really much all-in threat. He can just run away with the bear stance. So honestly, as far as the opening 3 picks here for Rogue, I think you've got to be happy.
Yeah, it's interesting because obviously it doesn't look like the traditional wet noodle fight top lane matchup,
No.
but it absolutely will be. Unless, and this would be great, we do get to see the AP Udyr build come through, but I'm highly skeptical that that will actually happen. Of course, Zen going to be banned away, Kalista going to follow as well. You've already got the Varus on the side of Vitality. We'll see if it's going to be the Lethality poke Varus or if it's going to be the on-hit with the Akali already locked in. I wouldn't be surprised to just see Lethality as the option.
Yeah, it should be. Of course, the powerful thing about Varus, and has been for a very long time, is that you basically get to play 2 champions going into the draft, depending on what you see. So we will wait for Carzzy's choice there. There's the Rakan, so more engage stacked in on top of that Vi. So mid-game skirmishing, as soon as the level 6s are available, really, Rogue will have the option to go in. Whether they actually decide to make things happen is, of course, the separate question.
I mean, you heard in the Marcoon interview, they just need to be on the same page, they need to go. And it's hard not to be on the same page with Vi, because she announces what she's going to do. She's going to do it. Literally no one in the game except for Morgana can stop her. Morgana's not going to get picked here. It is a Rel. So it feels kind of like an inevitability. I'm hopeful that this will give Rogue, or allow Rogue to continue the momentum that they started previously by taking down G2 at the end of week 1. But Vitality really taking their time here on this final pick. What is it going to be? Looks like committing Renata into the bot lane with the Varus. Pretty tough bot lane to match up against, and bringing in the Rel to the jungle.
Yeah, so really, really powerful 2v2 in the bottom side, drafted 14 Vitality. I was actually kind of curious about whether or not they were going to send the Rel bot, maybe lock in something like the Sejuani, and then have a really powerful mid-game setup with effectively 3 other melees with Sejuani. Seemed like a very powerful choice, but it will be that Renata in the bottom lane. And now Rogue cycling through a good couple of options. It's going to be the Sivir.
Man!
Okay.
Azir Sivir. Carry duo. All I'm saying is that is high value ticket money you have spent, audience, because you are going to get the full LEC experience. You're going to be here till midnight. 500 CS win condition and option, of course, just memeing a little bit. But Rogue, if they go late, they do win the game. Unless, of course, Renata perfectly ults and they kill each other. That said, Team Vitality, I do not think are going to be very interested in allowing Rogue to scale into the late game.
It just feels like a default. We're waiting till 2.5, 3 items basically for Rogue and Team Vitality. I mean, they do have engage options, right? Rel, Chains of Corruption from the Varus as well. But it does feel like with sort of the limited range of some of the engage tools, with the exception of the Chains of Corruption, Vitality are really going to have to rely quite heavily on basically first move, side lanes, kind of attacking numbers advantage, or attacking side lanes with numbers advantage. Yeah. Because Rogue kind of have the scaling, the far harder scaling team composition and a much easier to execute engage.
Is Varus ever really getting away from a Ghost Udyr with a Sivir ulting?
No.
I don't think there's enough CC in the game to stop that champion. But we're going to have to find out, see how Vitality can approach this early game, because we know who has the late game. Certainly is Rogue. First game of week 2. Teams are loaded up. The audience is ready. Hope you're ready at home. Because Vitality, they're going to have to go fast here, Shimada. You heard in the interview Marcoon praising a lot of Douglas's early pathing, feeling like he got the better of many of his opponents in the previous week. Let's see if he can get the better of Marcoon.
Oh.
Woo! That's right. That's right. We'll keep you updated as soon as we know more about the pause, but for now, have a break, have a Kit Kat, have a contemplation as to why people are allowed to go to 500 CS on Sivir at all. How did we get here, League of Legends?
I don't know, Dracos. I don't know, but I feel like a pause is pretty reasonable for what we were expecting here.
Well, it could be over briefly, but again, we'll let you know as soon as we know more. I will say, there's one thing about Rogue is that while sometimes I am frustrated with how, let's say, composed they can be in some of the games.
Composed is a generous way to put it.
Composed is a generous way to put it. I will give you that. I'll say if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And if it's working for them and it's functioning and you're getting wins, that's more than you can say for a couple of the teams in the league, Vitality among them. But there it is. Quick pause. Players' game settings were set incorrectly, so sorry for that one. Had to give it a quick old pause so they could adjust their keybinds. Had to get that Braum W emote really just quickly bound to mouse 4 so you can spam that one in lane. Here we are.
All right, so Marcoon did mention Douglas's very strong looking early aggression. I feel like there's not really a whole bunch of setup for him necessarily to work around in the early game this time out. So I do wonder if it's going to kind of be somewhat akin to basically a full clear from either side of the map. I imagine he's going to path down towards the bottom side just because that should be the lane where Vitality get pretty guaranteed priority, whereas the top side of the map, Chigenda should be able to kind of manhandle Photon for a majority of this lane, however he sees fit. We'll see whether or not we get some of that proxying action as well. We can build up a whole bunch of tempo in the early game with this pick, so very curious to see. It's our first Udyr of the LEC.
I feel like the last time we got to see him, he was kind of this power farming, obnoxious ganking jungler, and I wonder if I'm going to like this version more. He does start Dorans. He is going to hit like a truck. If you've laned against this particular version of Udyr already, whether it be the AP build or the more conventional tank build, you know that this is a nightmare. All of your damage is ineffective. It's kind of like a pro-viable Alawi without the potential to just win a team fight if people walk into you.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good way to put it. So, again, Chigenda, how this matchup kind of works, especially with some of the changes K'Sante got, as mentioned earlier, having such high Q costs on the mana side of things just kind of makes it a little bit impossible to contest the wave. So Chigenda will have complete freedom to do as he pleases. Douglas actually clearing out 3 camps on the bottom side. Does have the opportunity, I suppose, to hover the bottom side of the map, but it seems like he's just going to opt for a full clear bot to top. Marcoon is on the bottom side as well. Has done his 3 quadrant, his blue quadrant rather. He's waiting around,
lurking in the shadows, anticipating a path for Mr. Douglas that is not happening.
It is a little bit of a strange path, in all fairness, from Douglas, right? Because he is pathing towards his lane, the top lane rather, which is just not going to have priority. So Marcoon was very clearly anticipating a bot side invade, with Kazi and Hylissang having so much priority. That doesn't work out, and both these junglers will be on the top side. I imagine the Scuttle will likely go over to Marcoon, but we'll wait and see, as Larsen's been chunked out quite heavily, but I feel like that first move from Shigenda is probably going to be the deciding factor on that front.
And I'm waiting to, you mentioned it already, level 6, kind of the big break point for playmaking here. Want to see if there's going to be any strong early plays, but for now, I like the Douglas, you know, got the better of Marcoon early on. Marcoon, it's kind of next level thinking in the jungle. You want to be one step ahead. You're going to outthink yourself at a certain point.
Maybe that's what it is. It's all like reverse psychology. He knows that Marcoon was going to expect this invade and just says, yeah, he's probably going to wait around in the bottom lane. And now he's actually won out and got that topside skull despite having no priority up here. Marcoon's going to see that that one's gone, take the reset, and Douglas can even cross back through to the bottom side, pick up his Raptors, or get the Skull Crab. It's really up to him. So small victory for Douglas so far in this jungle matchup.
And the little things matter here. Will continue to add up. But again, kind of as expected early on, is quiet. Certainly Douglas and Marcoon are both going to feel more confident making plays. Once level 6 comes around, they'll also have a lot more assistance from their respective bot lanes. The Rakan engaged, Renata as well. And Shigenda doing Udyr things here on the top side. Has not used a single pot yet. Has used a Biscuit, however, for mana. So just kind of infinite push, infinite sustain. Turns into a Birdman. Nothing Cassante could do. No counterplay.
Nope. Very, very difficult lane to pilot out. Of course, Photon will still have a fair amount of presence later on in the game in those team fights and skirmishes, but the laning phase is going to be very, very rough. He's already down 15 CS. Or a little bit closer to 10 once he clears out this wave, but not having the best of times so far. As again, we'll stop the base, but Shigenda kind of has free move to do whatever he wants, basically all of the time.
All in from Cassante, looking to turn it around, but the shield is still there. Shigenda's just zooming away. He's a bird again. Nothing Photon can do. Douglas on the way up. Shigenda overstaying his welcome on the top side. Knocked out. Taken down. Quick first blood there for Vitality. Respectable patience there from Photon.
It was all a bait, and Photon just has enough patience to have Douglas come up, and now this should turn into a couple of grubs. Marcoon is here, alongside Zoilus, support and jungle of both teams. Seems like Marcoon should get one.
Handshake back, a little bit of extra CC. I don't know if they have enough to lock down Zoelis here, but BTO now moving up. Again, full health. BTO really wanting to find this pick, wanting to find this kill. Shigenda just going to zoom on out of there. Just turns into a ram, but the pullback is clean from Photon. BTO can now follow up. Shigenda should just be dead. Kill donated to the Akali. Vitality already looking a lot cleaner here in week 2.
Yeah, I mean, this was a lot of the same aggression that we saw in the early stages of a lot of Vitality's games. It was the mid game where it really started to fall apart. So let's see how disciplined they can kind of be when it comes to carrying out this lead now. They've got 2 out of 3 of those grubs, I believe. The Dragon is up, and they've had pretty consistent priority from Kazi and Hylissang, so I anticipate that they will look to try and take this one down unless Marcoon's able to get on top of this right now. Start that one up, but I feel like he's going to just go and return to his jungle.
Yep.
Try and hit that level 6 mark ASAP.
Yeah, good call out. I think really just wants to get to that level 6 so they can force a bit more on the map. Did have bot prio, could have probably started the Drake. Vitality are just now able to clear out bot lane and reset, but not feeling comfortable enough that they could really force that one down. And gold leads across the board for Vitality. Not massive on the bottom side of the map or in the top lane, but really starting to add up. 11.4 to 10.1k.
Just little things, right? And I suppose by design for Rose composition, kind of does make sense. It's only really Shigenda who unfortunately dying those 2 times.
Carzzy just keeps walking forward, so at least not able to find the knockup as Carzzy just casually walks past it and continues to throw down a bit more damage. And now it'll be Douglas who gets to start this one for free. Easy Vitality bot prio. BTO's got first roam down as well. Comp and Zolis, they want to stay here. They're not really going to be able to do much other than catch the wave.
It seems that will be the case. Douglas, like we've been alluding to, on top of this Dragon with all the priority from the bottom lane, and BTO also having his ultimate come back off cooldown. Just makes this 2 free of a takedown for Vitality. So first Dragon, second one will be a Cloud. We'll see whether or not they can keep this stacking going.
Right now, everything Vitality favored. Level 6s are here. Plays can be made. But is it going to happen? Vitality, again, under theoretical time pressure, if you think that their comp scale is harder, which I think it's pretty safe to say that it does, given the Sivir and Azir presence. But otherwise, can just kind of chill in this early game.
Yeah, I mean...
It is on hit Varus as well. We did talk about Poke. I like Poke when paired with Akali a lot of the times, but given the sheer amount of team fighting, the front line of an Udyr on the opposite side, I guess the on-hit does make sense.
Yeah, the Vi as well, right? It's a little bit... You do run into the risk. It seems as you're not the team of the Azir of lacking a little bit of damage if you end up going towards the lethality build. So I do like that Kazi stunner. It's all out on the top side from Photon.
Ghost trade. Speed up coming through. Q3, where's it going to go? Marcoon, can he find the angle back onto Photon? Photon cancels the ult. He's going to get very tanky, but he walks right into the bush. Will they just be able to burn him down? The pull back there. Dago's trying to keep his top laner alive, but it is not enough. He needs to get the hell out. You're going to try to body block as much as possible. Quick crash down to get out to safety. Nice punish from Rogue.
Yeah, very nice. And it's an overstep, really, from Photon, really. Unfortunately, as Douglas and Marcoon battling it out for the Skullcrab. Douglas will win this war as...
The tower is still up, by the way. They're just walking past. Flash forward, double flash away. Good value. Getting the ultimate as well from Carzzy.
I suppose not bad, but...
So I thought... Remember when we talked about Vitality and like getting too aggressive?
Yeah.
I still feel like they might be getting too aggressive. I just don't think Rogue can punish them for it. So I guess it's the right amount of aggressive? I don't know. I feel it's a little psycho to just wander past the tier 1 tower at 9 minutes in the game, but they knew where enemy jungle was. They know they're stronger in the 2v2.
I feel like that's what we kind of come to expect from Illy and Carzzy, either way.
I mean, it is a 20 CS lead in bot right now. Yeah. Just quietly building a pretty significant lead. Hitting an early Blade of the Rune King spike is massive for Varus as well. And Douglas on spawn here. Can he get to 5 on the buff? As the battle of K'Sante and Udyr continues. Man versus bird. Turtle.
Like we said, it is kind of a wet noodle fight up here, to say the least. And Marcoon, like you said, can Douglas get to 5? Marcoon's on the bottom side of the map, so this should just be all 3 grubs on the second rotation for Douglas. And there's not really a cross map on the cards either for Rogue at all. Marcoon went back to base after clearing out his bottom side jungle, so it's a pretty free takedown.
Yeah, the timings are nice here because when Cloud is up, there won't really be another objective on the map to focus on. We'll have another minute until Herald comes through, so unless they want to try to make a cross map on a dive for Dragon, which would be diving topside would be tough. Vitality really getting the timings nice here in the early game.
Absolutely. And if they can get that second Dragon stack in, then it does really begin to put pressure on Rogue, of course, to try and make something happen. Have a little bit of pressure somewhere with the Azir, with the Sivir. We know that eventually they will come online and they will be monsters in the front to back department, but if you're already staring down a soul point by the time we hit, 16, 17 minutes, then it does kind of run the risk of basically feeling a little bit lost just by the soul being on the cards for Vitality.
A little bit tough. You'll notice some of the items not quite appearing correctly at the bottom of your screen. Don't worry, we'll get those back up, and I'll keep you guys informed when some major item completions do come through. New patch, new pictures. Stuff breaks a little bit here and there. VTO's purchased an item, in case you missed it.
Storm Surge, probably.
Any moment now. Here we go. Play on the bot side. Never mind. They're so easily dissuaded, man. They saw Douglas, though, so it's the right call. It's the right call.
Okay,
Billy wants some Abraham handshake, and now they're going to try to turn this one. Big damage goes on to Carzzy, now trying to turn it back. Carzzy lives for a little bit of time. They're buying a bit more. They cannot find the kill. He will drop. Bailout, not enough. So Lee's getting taken in by VTO. VTO now looking to follow up. Comp is dead as well. 2 quick kills for the Akali. Oh, the Xerath last week was rough, but back onto Comfort, and VTO is popping off. Triple on the bottom side.
4 kills in total for VTO. He's going to be a monster once he goes back to base. Dragon's up as well in 5 seconds, so this will be the second Dragon for Vitality. And again, whilst we're very happy to see Rogue actually be a little bit proactive, it was Vitality that eventually had the numbers in tow to make the turnaround play work. And Rogue couldn't really get onto the key members, it felt like, with the exception of Carzzy.
Yeah, they got a lot of time. But, Hylissang buys a bit more time with the bailout. Carzzy's able to lay down a lot of damage. And then, sadly, Zolis and Comp, having burned all their abilities, just so vulnerable to this Akali.
Exactly. I mean, Kazi, not much you can do without Flash here, right? Bio plus the Rakan. Can't really go anywhere, but like you say, so much time bought. Renar, Orma, bailout. It just provides all the space in the world for VTO to tear through the bottom lane and then eventually get on top of Marcoon here. Larson has to bail out himself. Can't stick around. Good play from Vitality. Vitality, beg your pardon. They just had the numbers around.
Coach is excited. Last week, that would have been a 4-for-4 trade. Would have just been an absolute bloodbath. So significantly cleaner here from Vitality in week 2, gotta say. Still not the biggest gold lead. You can see at the top of your screen, only about 1,000 separating them, but it is 2 Drakes as well as the Void buff. We'll see if Herald is on the cards as well.
Should be.
Vitality, I mean, very disciplined. But to be fair, they drafted themselves a winning bot lane. They used that pressure super well. Top lane, while it was and has been kind of getting pushed in, Rogue haven't really leveraged that pressure of the strong Udyr top side in terms of prio overall. Was punished early as well with the gank, maybe slowing down some of the potential scaling or threat. Yeah, here we go.
Smooth sailing for Vitality. And again, so much of it is kind of basically just Rogue. I mean, they've tried to make one play.
I don't think anything speaks more to the pace of this game, Jamada, than the fact that you immediately after seeing that Herald get started just took a seat.
Yeah.
We're chilling. We're vibing. We're waiting to see where the next play is going to be. Vitality looking for an angle. Marcoon has spotted them. Zolis over the wall, but man advantage to Vitality means there's not really a lot of avenues to punish. Maybe just a 50-50 on the smite. Nope, they're walking away. Don't even want to attempt the 50-50 on the smite. Zolis now going to try to retreat. That's a chunky wall, though. He's going to have to be careful. Carzzy now in trouble. Can't flash out to safety. Ulti only going to hit the Vi. Marcoon now behind him. Easy pickings here in the mid lane. Solid opportunity. Big punish for Rogue. 0-2-3 for Carzzy this game.
Still, good job on the part of Rogue to try and find a play, because they know this Herald is going to happen on the top side. Now this should give them the opportunity to answer in the mid lane or have Comp come up to the top side. With some wave clear, it looks like it will just stay in the mid lane for now. Or maybe even make his way down towards Shigenda. Either or, plenty of options. As
okay, here we go. Play the song, people. Oh, you're doing that one? I was doing the
what one do you
Tokyo
have?
Drift theme.
Ah.
I mean, or initial D. I mean, you can take your choice.
Plenty of options, really.
All right. Herald dropped off in mid lane like a child at daycare. Before his parent, in this case Douglas, just took a quick recall. This time Carzzy's not alone in the mid lane. That's the good news. Oh my god, merciless. Bit awkward that he wasn't caught out there in the mid lane. Carzzy, gotta say. Could have been a lot more off that initial Herald play if he had been up and alive,
But still, when you really look at it, Rogue didn't get much.
I mean, I don't know if you've played against Akali on this patch. That's for the audience. I know you have. But
yeah.
A 1.7k individual gold lead for the enemy Akali mid is problematic.
To say the least.
Just look at Vedius' solo queue history and you'll understand that the champion might not be balanced, because that man is putting up record numbers. Which, since the Nocturne changes, you know, he just hasn't been the same. So,
no.
Understand the champions.
He hasn't. But, yeah, Akali snowballing and VTO so proficient on the champion. Once he hits that second iron mark, he is going to be pretty uncontestable. Pretty much anywhere he goes, even into Shigenda. I feel like he's going to be able to put down a lot of pressure into him, even with Udyr having a fair amount of magic resist at this point in the game.
It's just so tough to be Larson in this game. You're kind of just going to have to be collecting farm for a pretty large chunk of time. Don't win side lane against Akali. Can't really get through a Kaenic Rookern. So, a little bit tough. Might just be a trade aways here on the top side, though. Photon waits to see if he has the opportunity to step forward. Hylissang and Carzzy getting mid priority. And a dragon in 30 seconds. It is Chemtech. It'll be Chemtech Soul. Vitality likely to move on to Soul Point here as Rogue don't have any resources on the bottom side. It appears their call is to cross-map top side. Photon, is he going to be able to get out of this one? Quick dash backwards. Ghosting now as well. He's going to be a tough guy to catch. He's still going to get hit by the Vault Breaker here. Knockup is there. Unstoppable for a brief moment, but he blocks the vial!
That's rough.
Marcoon sloppy on the timing, went way too early. I think he thought he was timing it flawlessly, but Photon just blocks all that CC and gets absolutely everything he wants. Shigenda just gonna wander through. Very odd sequence of play here.
That feels really bad because you want that cross map to work so you can at the very least get a tower. I mean, they are still hanging around up here.
Are they gonna commit? Ultimate's still available. Photon can still go all out, but I think he just backs away here. Ulti coming in for Rakan. Smite going through, pulling the Rakan back now. Q1, unstoppable still. Gonna try to dash into safety. Q3 for the pullback. Hylissang waiting over the wall. Photon will drop. They have spotted Hylissang. Rogue. Need to get the tower here, but maybe hoping for a little bit more. Hylissang will not make the mistake of stepping up. And Dragon is going down. You can see on the minimap at the bottom of your screen.
Okay, so they will at the very least cross map with the tower, but with so much invested, it does feel, again, a bit bad. It's tough. And now they're on soul point, so...
Now you have to fight.
Now you have to fight.
The bell, I mean, bell's been rung. Fight's been scheduled.
5 minutes. Set your alarms.
Yep. They will have to fight. They cannot just concede Chemtech Soul. VTO going bird hunting. Won't see anyone. But they have traded, you know, Dragon stats for gold. Really want to hit those 2-item breakpoints on their carries. 2.5 before the next fight comes through. Death Cap for Larson seems to be next. Navori Quick Blades, presumably for comp. But that's a lot of gold away. I don't know how much he's got in the inventory right now.
Does feel like they're a ways away from their power spikes. I mean, Larson's going towards the Death Cap second, which really says to me he just wants the flat numbers ready as soon as possible.
VTO's got Lichbane Storm Surge, and an extra needlessly large rod, and 8 stacks on his Dark Seal.
Yeah. If VTO's even a screen away from comp like he is right now, you just have to be worried.
The engage interrupt now coming into VTO. VTO can't just try to dash through. Will retreat to the safety of his team. Shigenda gonna go for the stun here, but the tower is already down. Team now looking to follow. Daglas stepping forward. Q3 from Photon, not gonna connect. Scryer's Bloom showing that Larson is on the way, and Vitality will just back off, but they get what they came for. Mid lane tier 1 as they hold on to about a 3K gold lead.
Not too bad for Vitality. They're able to walk away with comp's life, so Vitality, oh, I mean, Baron? No, shouldn't be. Definitely want Varus on 2 items before they do. That always feels like the golden rule, really. 2 item ADC, then you can really start Baron. Of course, a lot tankier.
Yeah, it depends on the ADC, but with an on-hit build, absolutely. And again, you see here in the fight, Marcoon doing everything he can to stop VTO, but even without VTO really contributing much there, it's still too much for Rogue.
Yeah, exactly. Overbearing the flank from Vitality. Not really able to answer out up against the wall Rogue. Now 3 minutes away from that soul spawning. Death Cap's online for Larson, so that feels good. But I don't think comp's gonna make it to that second item. I just don't. Yeah.
And to be clear, this next fight is going to be very difficult because if you take a look specifically at Daglas's itemization, he has the Abyssal Mask, which when he jumps in is going to make VTO that much more threatening. On top of that, he has the Locket to mitigate any potential upfront burst damage that someone like Larson could do in this situation. And a lot of your sustained damage is going to be you know, really difficult to get down, both because Sivir's behind in terms of itemization overall, and because it's very likely that if they kill Larson, there's nothing left in the tank.
Yeah, exactly. Comp, I just don't think is going to be ready. So if they do find their way onto Larson, okay,
but there we are.
Maybe we're wrong. All right.
I got, you know, had money in the back pocket, ready to go. Pulls it out right when he needs it. Still, 2 item Sivir, definitely strong. Definitely strong. No armor pen, but not a whole lot of armor on the opposite side outside of Wardens and the plated steel caps.
But now, Dracos, my worry, Comp and Larson need to be in a position to actually right-click the enemy. It's all well and good having the items, but the problem is Daglas, VTO, even Photon, right? Photon, sure, maybe having a bit of a rough game, more or less because of the matchup that he was elected into. But these members will be able to dive the backline with very little problem at all, so...
And the counterpunch is scary.
Yeah.
I mean, the Varus ultimate, when you're grouped up, so easy to lock down multiple members. And Hylissang, the hostile takeover, as well as the bailout. If you miscalculate on an engage here, it can really, really cost you.
Very, very scary as we approach that soul spawn up. And I feel like, if at the very least, if Rogue can maybe set down some vision, kind of along.
Can you trade 2 item Sivir with Navori, Azir 2 items,
Baron?
You kill Baron, I mean, it's pretty early in the game, so you don't kill Baron super fast. You love a 3rd item, but maybe there's a world where you can trade here? Or do they fight? Those are essentially your options. 3rd option is do nothing, but I don't think that's should be a realistic option.
Is that too far away from what we would maybe expect from Rogue? I mean, again, I feel like Vitality are so strong at this point in the game. And it's strange because the gold difference isn't really that big. It's only 2,500 gold at this stage in the game. But it's more about the game state, right?
It's about the game state, and it's about where the 2,500
exactly.
Because if that money's split across everyone, it's like everyone has an extra couple long swords or whatever. It's not a big deal. All of that money is on Akali. So if Rogue kill Akali, if they 1-for-1 any of their champs with Akali, they could probably win a fight. But they're just going to burn down the Baron. It's 13 seconds. They want every objective on the map. They're not happy with Soul. They want to pull Rogue up here. I think maybe hoping to bait out the TP. 8 seconds on Larsen's and counting.
This is a bit strange, though, because now Rogue have access to the bottom side river if they really want it. Vitality, are they just trying to
Are they getting
force
over
a Baron?
Yeah. I mean, Rogue's patience, while it can sometimes be frustrating, they are a disciplined team for the most part. They will not take unnecessary risks. Vitality get overeager here. They will be punished. Not stepping up. Douglas on the side. Ulti for the disengage. Douglas' ulti going to completely whiff. Is there enough left for Rogue to try to force the re-engage here? Quickness there from Zolis.
It's just Douglas' ult. Rogue, they still have the Rakan, they still have the Bio elements, so
squaring up, man.
Finding a target should still be easy. They are squaring up.
It's the press conference before the MMA fight, you know? They're just talking smack. No one's actually hitting each other yet. They're just weighing in. TP into the mid lane. Rogue ready for the 5v5. BTO off to the side. Shigenda has spotted him. Rogue have spotted him. Hostile takeover hitting a few. They're just focusing on the objective. They just want to burn this one down. Marcoon pulled out of the pit, and it should just be Chemtech Soul for the side of Vitality. Rogue came, but just to spectate. Just to watch it taken away from them. Photon denying any potential of the 50-50, and now Rogue have nothing. They have not traded anything for Soul. Incredibly frustrating for them.
Okay, I've got it. Rogue had the foresight to understand that it'll be a Chemtech Soul.
Yes.
Decided, okay, let's give over Soul. And then Elder will spawn, and then our composition will be online. I think that's where their head's at.
The best part is, in hindsight, you'll always be able to say I was joking and/or I knew all along. That's the best part of those kind of statements. If we do make it another 5 minutes in this game, it has been slow, it has been steady. We did talk about the inevitability of Rogue scaling, and it is strong. Does it outscale all the damage reduction you're going to get from Chemtech? I don't know. But certainly the least flashy of the Rift buffs.
Yeah, that's the thing. If this was, you know, Hextech, I guess Infernal as well, even Ocean,
Mountain.
right? Just basically any soul.
Yeah, any soul.
Yeah.
Chemtech's just awkward because it requires you hit a threshold at a certain point, and its power is certainly there. It just feels very intangible.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If it was just if you got less damage reduction and damage all the time, it'd probably feel better. But because it's kind of gated in a weird way, that's just isn't generally how pro fights play out. We'll see though. Perhaps Rogue can overcome this particular obstacle. Douglas continues to step in, just laying down a bit of damage. Just a little fist fight there in the pit. Both sides wearing the kitty gloves though. 0 damage going down.
Exactly. Now, one thing that is a little bit favorable for Rogue and a bit awkward for Vitality is the only DPS that Vitality really have is through Ghazi. So, ooh, hello.
Stepping in, going forward here. Shigenda could be in trouble. The Ghost now coming through. The fall of CC is there. Zoelise off to the side. Udyr still so incredibly tanky, however. Photon, not enough damage in isolation. You can see Shigenda heal up so much in that exchange. Partially due to the red buff, but little turtle stance coming through.
Empowered turtle stance this late into the game, really, really powerful. But as I was saying, Baron, it's not the quickest in the world. If they actually found that pick onto Shigenda, it wouldn't have been too bad to look for an attempt. But Rogue can just sit here happily.
Flash forward, stun, looking to lock down Shigenda. VTO spotting on the side, trying to keep eyes on Comp. Dash backwards, Charm is there, but VTO already in the shroud. Comp's gonna be in trouble here. Marcoon trying to body block, but in he goes! Golden in the back line is VTO, eyes on that Akali. The devastation she can wreak is legendary, but Photon, the one to find the kill. Vitality now following up. Rogue looking a bit scattered here. I think you just concede the tier 2. With flash over the wall, Hylissang now coming in. No one gonna get hit by the hostile takeover, but the handshake is there. Larson now gonna get pulled back and cut down in an instant.
Is this the game?
Pump now running. VTO found another. Marcoon will get dropped as well. It's a double for the Akali. They've got the buff. They've got the Void Mites. Vitality might just end it here.
At the drop of a hat, it felt like Vitality find their engage in the mid lane. They've got a wave, and it's as simple as that. Rogue,
there you go.
It felt like.
Tying it up, 1-3. One of the League of Legends games of all time. There can be no doubt.
If this isn't just a case study of what we expect from Rogue in the sense of aggression.
Yeah, I think there were signs of hope against G2. That was a little frustrating, I think, to watch. You can understand how some action might have been difficult based on the situation they found themselves in early on. The top gank going so well for Vitality, Vitality's bottom lane having pushed for the vast majority. Carzzy building massive leads early on. And VTO with an all-star performance.
Really, really strong looking Akali. Wouldn't be surprised if he lands as your player of the game.
Neither would I. Of course, your options are Douglas, VTO, or Hylissang. Give it up in-house for Vitality. Their first win on the new stage with these 5 players. Feels like they tempered some of that aggression. Still able to find those big plays, shut Rogue out of the game, not give them the time to scale. But Jamada, that's enough from us. Let's send it to a quick break before we return for an interview with Douglas.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And welcome back to the LEC, where we can finally make a proper welcome to Douglas. Thank you so much for joining me.
Hello, thank you.
And for joining the LEC. Congrats on your very first win in the LEC. We're just talking about this right now. You got to play last year. It was not very successful, but you were also brought to the team in a very difficult time. How does it feel to finally win?
Well, it feels great after 6-game lose streak in the LEC.
Oh my God.
The pressure of winning is finally off.
Tell me about the off-season, because as I said, last year Vitality brought you in the team in a difficult situation, subbing out Bo and bringing you into the stage. When did you find out that you were going to play in the LEC next year, and how did your off-season go?
So after last year being in LEC, I went back to LFL, and after I finished my playoffs in the LFL, I've been already told that Vitality wants to work with me next year. So I think it was around September. So I knew it from September. So my off-season was really long, and I was just waiting all this time.
Long off-season, but you knew that you were going to be in the LEC, of course, making things easier for you. What do you want to prove here? What should people get to know about you? What is Douglas going to be about? Because we have a lot of flavors in the jungle. What is going to make you stand out?
Well, first of all, every jungle wants to gap every other jungle. So that's what I'm looking forward to. But I think this team is, my teammates are amazing, and I want to play around them in this team.
I want to know more about the team, because when you look at the bot lane, they're rather explosive, to say the least. They're going to be a bit aggressive, more than they need to. Usually, Vitio, we know that he can do amazing things if he's set up the right way. Tell me about Vitality, this mix of players that you're playing with, and how far do you guys think you can go together? Because you bounced back really well after last week in this first game against Rogue.
Well, I can tell that my teammates, I got to play with Hilisang. He's veteran of LEC, so I'm sucking off his knowledge. And Photon, Karzi, and Vitio, they're just great individually, but when we all play together, it just makes our team better.
Yeah, and we saw this today, honestly, night and day compared to last week. And before the game, I was talking to Markoon, and I was asking him what he thinks of you as a rookie jungler in the LEC. He had a lot of praise, a lot of good things to say about you. How do you think you've been matching against other jungle in the LEC so far? And how does it make you feel to hear other junglers speaking highly of you?
I think I found myself really confident in every game, but maybe last week I didn't deliver that much, and it was a little bit of choking, but after 0-3 week, we just rebound for this one, and we want to look stronger for upcoming matches.
First win for the French teams. We'll see if we can follow up with another one later today. Douglas, thank you so much for the interview, and congrats on winning your very first game in the LEC. Too many more, of course. And Shucks, back to you.
Thank you so much. Great to hear from Douglas. Finally, Vitality has a win on the board. Phew!
Ooh, it was well needed. I mean, I said walking to the desk before, right, that they were gonna get a win, surely from the.
Of course you did that. I totally heard that.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. But they played well, and they played really with a lot of kind of pressure in the game. It's nice to see that a team that goes 0-3 doesn't lose confidence and kind of plays slower and slower. They actually picked up the pace and played very fast.
Yeah, I think there obviously was some mistakes from Rogue in that early game, especially given Vitio 4 kills. That kind of sealed the deal. But even just from the jungle perspective, Douglas absolutely out-jungled Markoon in that game. And I think that is great for a rookie coming in, that you can start jungling against the likes of Markoon, who's been here for so long now as well.
Yeah, someone had Douglas on Rising Star, I think, last week in the game we played. I can't remember who it was, but you were right. Seemingly. So let's get into our next game, which is the undefeated SK Gaming taking on Heretics. Now, when we talked about how we wanted to approach this segment, I heard we got to build up Irrelevant. Irrelevant's insane. Irrelevant is sick. Is he the best top laner in the LEC? Is that what we're going to do?
I think from the first week he absolutely was, and I think there was no question about that. I think from every single play that he had, to the way he is facilitated to draft, to the small resources that he gets, to the way he plays the map, I just want to go through every single thing. Absolutely everything about Irrelevant.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not very often that you see a top laner come in and kind of be highly praised on a lot of different factors at the same time. I think he just checks so many boxes that it's impossible to not talk about him, right? I think a lot of times a top laner can have a good lane but then falter in mid-game, or have a pretty good team fight but not have a very good lane. But so far, at least in these 3 games and also the last year, he's shown that he's improving consistently. He's improving his champion pool. He's kind of just ticking off more and more boxes, and right now I would say he is the best top laner in LEC.
He absolutely is, but he's not a top laner that takes resources from the team. He obviously gets attention for them every now and then, but he's not even the highest of jungle proximity up there as well. It's also just the fact that this is a top laner that can do both for you. He can be the facilitator, but he can also be the star carry for you as a top laner if that's what you needed for him. We saw them try and build that with SK, where they started with a bot lane oriented team last year in Winter, and then start Spring when they had that 3-0 going for them as well back then. That was actually because they started playing for his Renekton up towards the top side. But I think it's not just the stats where he obviously looks good, it's also the fact that his team is actually setting him up for it. In the first 2 games that they had where he had counter pick available to him, they decided to say, well, you know what, we're gonna give that counter pick to Irrelevant every single time. And the only time they had the outlier in draft is when they were on blue side, Jax was open and he just said, pick me Jax, and then he ran away with it, even solo killing Oscar in that game. So yeah, absolutely stellar from that game.
Yeah, here are the drafts if you wanted to see them, of course, from week 1 where they set him up for success. But on the other hand, though, I think, I guess they're looking for a total where they can. Do they want to play towards top? They can. Do they want to play towards that bot lane, as we said, that had a phenomenal winter last year? They can. I think they're trying to build up everything, right?
Yeah, ideally. I mean, if you're a good team, you don't want to have only one style, right? Yeah. I think that they've shown that they could play towards bot last year as well, and now having Irrelevant as the strong carry, it makes SK more of a dynamic threat, so to say. I think having multiple facets that you can play and not just be, oh, we're just gonna path bot and bot and bot, it's very easy for the enemies to predict, right? So now that they have Irrelevant as kind of the star of the team and the guy leading the charge with a lot of pressure, it's very nice to have for a team.
We don't know if he is. We're just calling him that because he was so stellar last week as well. Before SK, is this something that came out of nowhere? Because I remember hearing these things about Irrelevant also already last year. Maybe it wasn't as consistent then entirely through the year because of the ups and downs of SK, but this is not a surprise.
No, I think this is something that they've just got more ingrained in, and I was surprised that the new members were so good at adapting to having a guy like Avelon on the team. In this scenario where he obviously trades 1-for-1 out of tower in a bit, it's still a scenario where as soon as Isma and Doss and the rest of the team is moving up towards the top side, Irrelevant's already had the crash on top side where he can then have the first move and facilitate a skirmish. He's able to get solo kills. He's able to use that solo kill to bring different pressure. In this scenario, he's just going to take some plates, another proxy on the wave, so he has tempo. What's he going to do with this? He's not going to go recall with it. Drake is up. He's going to move down and now facilitate the team instead. So even coming off of a solo kill like this, he's able to completely gain tempo in his own right without the help of his team. And that's what gives him that X factor where he's so deadly to play against.
Because he can do it without his team, or he generally does in the lane. But then actually he's extremely equipped at helping out his team as well. Compared to other top laners, he spends a lot of time with the rest of his team. His kill participation is also through the roof. And I think obviously that's the ideal scenario. And the caveat, it was going really well for SK as well in general, right? So everything looked great, but this isn't coming out of nowhere for Irrelevant, I don't think so. They're up versus Team Heretics in this one. Team Heretics that actually went 2-1 last week, and when I talked to some of the players, including on PGL after, they were surprised. They were like, oh, we actually expected Heretics to be much worse and not get the 2-1. Actually, maybe not even a win. So my question is, what were your general impressions then of Team Heretics this week 1?
I mean, when they started with a loss, I think everyone was very quick on X, kind of being like, oh, of course they're gonna lose. Like, they're all washed. We expected this, right? Like, clearly they can't play well. And then they kind of had 2 good games after that. And it was like, oh, they're actually pretty good. So I think they surprised, I guess, not themselves, but they surprised at least me. They played better than I thought, and especially Kaiser on the Bard, I think he looked pretty clean.
I agree with the Bard point, but analyzing Team Heretics throughout the 3 games as a whole, it had me puzzled. Because you didn't see a lot of the same consistency coming through them. Like the first game against MDK, absolutely stumped. There's not a lot to take away from that. The second game against Rogue, super slow paced, not a lot happening on the map. It just kind of slowly but surely bleeding Rogue out. And then the third game, just a bit more fast paced, getting kills, actually looking like a strong team. Like it was 3 different stylistics we saw come out from the team, and it was really hard to just identify them as what exactly this team does yet. So I'm not sure where to put Team Heretics yet, because they haven't consistently shown the same set plays.
Yeah, maybe they're figuring it out as well. But as we were talking about Irrelevant so much in the top lane, let's talk about this matchup specifically then versus Wonder as well, and where we see it.
Well, I think Wunder is a good benchmark for a top laner to go up against after his veterancy he's had in the league. Arguably also one of the GOAT top laners, of course. Bueboku or Soas comes to mind for most. But I think Wunder's had a time where he's always been regarded as a top laner you can rely on. You remember the Gragas, you saw his Renekton's coming in from last year. But in terms of the week 1 performance, still we go back to it, Irrelevant was better.
Yeah, and speaking of Irrelevant, we can hear from him because we asked him a few questions ahead of us heading to Pick Some Ends.
I mean, the team in general, my first impression was actually like, for example, Irrelevant in the beginning didn't talk much, but then we went out once and now he's just normal. I feel like he's just opening up, and I never really talked to him before, but the rest of the team I kinda knew already. But for me, he was the only question mark, and I'm pretty impressed actually. I think he's really good, and I think I will make him also a way better player than he already is.
I think I just need to work harder in general, not on anything specific. I think this year, I think I was already doing a lot, but I think I can do a lot more to help the team in many ways. Power rankings. Us first, obviously.
He's a great guy. He's actually super funny as well. As I heard from some of the SK members, they all get along well. And why wouldn't you? It's Honeymoon Phase 3-0. It's all working out, but now they're up against Team Heretics as they are taking to the stage. And we will cover picks and bans. I cut you off before we went, Treats. What did you want to say about Irrelevant Wonder?
No, I just think that the matchup will be super interesting from the fact that obviously now we've hyped up Irrelevant a lot, right? But Wunder is kind of the guy to beat. He is the benchmark, and I think if you can have another solid performance against someone like Wunder, I think it just adds on to the Irrelevant hype train, so to say. So I'm interested to see also what happens in the draft because, as you said as well, GB, with the Jax kind of first pick against Oscaridin and then solo killing him, maybe Wunder is scared of the Jax. What are you going to do into it? I think there's no counter pick that Wunder plays where Irrelevant goes, okay, I will have a hard time against this.
No,
so it'll be very interesting to see.
I completely agree. Like, I still think we'll see the bans like a Rumble, but I don't suspect the Jax pick actually going through or not. Well, what I want to see, I don't expect it to be banned in the first 3 rotations. Like, it's still one of those champions that when they get banned, they usually get banned towards the second phase. And while he has shown he's willing to first pick it, it's not like the other games he's gone for it immediately. So it has to fit a specific role, and he can get counter pick on red side.
Now with the B patch as well, though, stuff like the LeBlanc maybe doesn't have to get banned, so there could be room for something like a Jax ban. But like you said, GB, I think the Rumble, I think bot laners like Kalista as well, obviously a very high priority. We got baited
what
there.
A tease. It's
back again.
It's back.
And there we have it.
Team Heretics' first ban is the Jax.
Absolutely. Yep. Okay, but
that Kali as well.
goes to show some good respect towards Irrelevant as well. The Akali going off the table is interesting. Niski piloted that quite well himself, but even Perks had an even better game on it last week as well. And it's just one of those. Yeah, we saw some nerfs to the Storm Surge, but we just saw V2 play on it. It's still very relevant as a champion.
I think in general, when you're blue side as well, you have a bit more freedom with your bans. So someone like Wunder might be like, yeah, I can play into the Jax, but if we ban it, I'll have a way easier time of blind picking my own champion. So I think it just puts less pressure on Team Heretics in the draft, so to say. Kalista being banned now as well. I'm looking at, obviously, Lucian hasn't had very good success so far in the LEC. Don't want to see that one coming out for Heretics. But now with the B patch, I think we'll also have to adapt and kind of see the new champions coming. We already saw the Udyr, of course. And maybe there's some other new champions that are coming in the B patch.
Oh.
What are we thinking here?
I'm thinking that something crashed. Because it's gone.
Well,
we'll see.
They're still going at it. I think the Virus Brand is... actually coming in with a Cassante. That's interesting on red side because even if you first pick it on blue side, the response often is that you want to pick the Udyr into the Cassante and have a decent matchup. Even Zigenda having just lost on it was still a lot CS ahead until he made some mistakes. And now for first pick, still so much available. Team Heretics has shown to prioritize champions like Sin as well. Sia is available for perks. Poppy, like there's just still so many power picks that you could just go for.
Yeah, that's why Trees was saying, I guess, you have some room to play with them.
Yeah, I think blue side is very open right now. You can do a lot of different things. I think Xin Zhao makes sense. Poppy is still open, which I think is a fairly good answer into it. It's something that I think Isma can play as well. I would expect Irrelevant to hold 5P now, and
but
not
Rumble
really.
is available, and
that is true.
That's the one that has gone through, which is curious because that is Team Heretics saying we'd rather play against your Rumble than your Jax. We're not so sure how much you play it, and honestly, I haven't seen Irrelevant too much on Rumble in officials either.
Yeah,
but obviously that goes to show he gets banned a lot.
Yeah, I haven't seen Irrelevant play a lot of Rumble myself. Not that anyone has kind of played Rumble because it's been banned every game, but it's still open and available. I think. If I'm Wunder, I'm pretty scared of picking it here though. You're playing into a Nocturne that will dive you and then have a counter pick on Irrelevant, so maybe SK is kind of daring him to do it and then pick it themselves on 3. I think that would set up a very strong draft with the Nocturne and the Rumble.
Ooh, Senna coming
here we
through,
go.
and that's just going to be the Seraphine. Now Flacket, of course, very experienced on a champion like Seraphine. He used to play lane with Tarkamas, and Tarkamas back then used to be the Senna, so double support item,
here we go.
Almost guaranteed to come through here.
Ah, is it exciting or not?
Oh, it's, I mean,
I think it's exciting. I like it. It looks a bit broken, I'm not gonna lie, but very exciting.
Right now, we don't mind it as much.
Nocturne Orianna combo though, that's pretty good way to deal with Seraphine and Senna, making sure they can't play. They lock in the Rumble instead, as we said before, so Nocturne Rumble, very solid combo as well at dealing with the backline. Although Seraphine shields against Rumble actually scale insanely well into the game, so I think SK needs to add on some more dive here to kind of make the threat real.
Think it was a trap?
I mean, if they can get something like the Nautilus and maybe something like the TF that they have before that can go into the backline, I would say it's a good draft from SK. But so far, I would say Heretics is winning. They have kind of a simple front-to-back draft, and I think if I'm Heretics, I'm banning away stuff like the Nautilus. They need some more direct CC on the side of SK to kind of deal with this backline pressure.
Really to complement a Rumble as well with the CC, because right now, yeah, you can go in the Nocturne, you can find a fear on one target and try and get the equalizer on top, but it's not enough, and especially not through the utility that you get on Seraphine. Like, she will just go hyper on the shields, you'll have the utility and healing through the center, and if you go on Sensao, he's just gonna press ult and you will never damage him. So you certainly need something that does a bit more oomph here, and I don't know what they're looking for right now in SK in terms of Niski picking up a champion, because they still have the likes of an SC open. They're still banning out some of the mid laners here where you can look to ban away mid laners that you're scared of yourself, where you want to forfeit your mid laner and you just give a counter pick to the support instead. Actually, you already have the counter pick, so there's
I mean,
really
SK
just
should
support
definitely look for support on 4,
yeah.
I would expect Nautilus to be banned here, and then you're kind of left with not that many good engaged supports anymore. There's not that many options that are playable here for DOS. There's a world where SK go for the better front-to-back draft, so to say, but I think with the Seraphine and the Senna, it's very tricky. In my head here, I would just personally go for the Nautilus and kind of secure the CC on the backline. But maybe SK has something else up their sleeve.
They have started playing the map a lot more with the Bard, but Bard is kind of counterintuitive with the kind of picks that you have right now with the Nocturne and the Rumble. But let's see what they have in the tank. They still have a lot of options.
Rakan is very, very hard in lane. This is a pick that obviously has a lot of good engage, as we all know, in the mid and late game, but the lane is very tricky. That's why something like Nautilus actually put some pressure on the lane, but now they're kind of forfeited the lane, and the Senna and Seraphine should scale freely into the mid game. So I think Heretics is still very happy with this. I think now you just pick some disengage and some tankiness, maybe like an Udyr or something top, and maybe an Orianna on mid lane, and kind of just farm it out, because you know that SK wants to dive onto you, so just build disengage and you're happy.
What other options do you have right now? There's Orianna available in the mid lane, Syndra not too good into getting locked down by
Great
them.
stinks. Of course, the
Long
Corki.
range.
Did you see that thread already today? Or like yesterday?
Which one was it?
There's just flaming Corki.
Oh yeah, the thing with Corki is I always like the idea of playing him, but watching him is so snoozer. Like, it's...
I'll defend you, Corki. I don't know.
I mean, Vex is not that bad here, to be honest. I mean, you need some dive. Either you do the Orianna Nocturne combo and kind of one-shot the backline, or you go for something, I mean, like the Niski Gragas. That's a classic, yeah. That's a true and tried. I mean, they have a lot of backline damage if they land everything, but in a world where Heretics actually blocks their initial engage like half decently, I think SK lacks a lot of damage, to be honest. They're very close range as well.
I actually think the lockdown is kind of difficult as well. I understand they have the Gragas, I understand they have the Rakan, but into a Sensao, into the tank of an Udyr that can become untargetable, into hopefully Flacket and Kaiser respecting the enemy team with their engage and having to sit back and let the front line, and the long range you get from a Corki. This could be very good for Team Heretics, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm playing Heretics draft, I think it's very straightforward. You hit closest target, you peel back, don't let them engage onto you, just play the range game, and you'll be a happy camper. So, personally, I would rather play Heretics draft. I think it's very straightforward and easy to execute. So I think SK, if they snowball and if they kind of get ahead, they have a lot of tools to shut down the enemy comp, but we'll have to see what happens in game.
Let's see, indeed, a lot of onus on SK. They have to make it happen. Let's head into the game with our casters.
Thank you very much, Shocks, and here we are, folks, for the first game of double support item abuse, probably of many to come through, and that might be part of the reason why Treats is excited about what Team Heretics are bringing to the table. On top of that, Flacket and Kaiser, both known on different teams for their love of creative Senna lanes. Back in the day with Senna Wukong, Kaiser, Flacket, of course, alongside Targamas, busting out the Seraphine Senna. Truly hyped stuff here as we get into our second game of the day. But Jamada, the first thing I want to talk about before they start murdering each other, Isma Nocturne. If you have ever watched EU Masters, you know this man, absolute terror on the champion, absolute terror on the pick. Something I think we have to keep our eyes on.
Bit of a monster, to say the least, and I think that the composition of SK in general is very suited and kind of built around, really, this Nocturne pick. Lights go off, Rumbelow on top of your head, you've got a Rakan coming from one side or another, and then of course you have Gragas, the scary, scary Gragas out of the Fog of War. Yeah. Very, very strong composition built around Isma here.
Certainly is. We'll see. Some comments about, concerns about damage we get later in the game. We'll track exactly how much damage they're putting out. Corky, a pick that was buffed on the hotfix, part of the reason we might be seeing it here. But a lot of additional poke for this champion. And nice to have a hyper carry here for Team Heretics. It's going to take a lot of time for the Senna to scale up. Seraphine, obviously known for her utility, not necessarily her damage output. But one team trying to blow you up, the other team trying to survive and counterpunch here. So in some ways, similar story to our previous game, but I imagine this early game a bit more explosive.
Yeah, should be, compared to game number one. What I really want to see is Team Heretics actually use this Udyr pick into the Rumble, try and actually put down a little bit of pressure on the top side. And Jankos is dying on the bottom side of the map, so we'll keep our eyes on him and whether or not he's able to pressure Irrelevant, who has certainly been a very big standout performer on this SK lineup, but of course amongst top laners as a whole in the league.
Yeah, had a fantastic time. The only guy to be successful on Jax thus far, which is of course the signature pick, and it's part of the reason why we've seen it banned away. But level 1, definitely not winning out against the Udyr, sort of as expected. Kaiser and Flacket going for some more aggressive trades. Flacket keeping the empowered double cast ready to go. And I'll be honest, I don't think there's a single support in the game DOS could have picked here to save this lane, but Rakan is definitely one of the ones who's going to struggle more in the early game.
I was kind of hoping that we would get to see his Bard again, especially with the Nocturne in the game. And we saw what was already on the table as a very immobile bottom lane, so it would have been nice to have seen the Bard come through, but of course the Rakan pairs up really well with the dive of the Nocturne and of course the Gragas, so we'll see how DOS gets on throughout the lane, but of course it's really going to be the mid game. Once he has level 6, track how strong his ability to find that backline will be.
Yep. And if you've missed it entirely somehow, new itemization experimental hexplate, of course, one of the big reasons that Nocturne has come back into popularity. It is quite literally the perfect item for him. It gives him a little bit of everything that he would want. Ultimate haste, attack speed, extra move speed, and attack speed when he casts his ult. So one of the few users in the game who literally gets something out of every single stat. Dawsnax get clearly feeling confident around this level 3 point. Not the best guns on Aphelios for more upfront damage, but big struggle of Senna Seraphine is if somehow you can get through all the stuff that they're throwing at you, which is a lot of stuff. You CC them and lock them down, they will burn down pretty quickly, at least here in the early game.
Definitely should. I feel like for Exokick, as long as he's staying relevant to CS with Flacket, well, I guess once they get the support item, that's going to change, right? So
it's so true. This is the thing. If you've missed all of the breakdowns, you can buy a second support item. It's a great way to get money. It is a great way to get wards. You will end up with more gold in the enemy bottom lane, but we're going to hold that thought. Isma here on the top side. Irrelevant overheating. Isma unconcerned, just continuing to walk up. Has red buff over Jankos at this stage. Irrelevant would really love to crash this wave, get this pushed in, but has to be a little bit careful.
It's good cover from Isma. That's what we wanted to see. Jankos come up here, try and put a bit of pressure onto Irrelevant in what feels like one of Rumble's few difficult matchups. But Isma's there to cover, so there won't be any issues. It's only the Ghost that is used by Wonder.
Wonder getting burned down now.
Oh.
Overheating Rumble, obviously can do a lot of additional damage. Rumble still has a Biscuit left to his name, also has already gone and gotten an early Null Magic Mantle. Both sides still have TP up and available. No real kill pressure here. Again, just looking at that massive, massive shield. It is so hard to trade back against this champion in a way that is actually meaningful without jungle support.
So hard to crack. Of course, we saw it into the Xante last game, and that champion just doesn't have the damage available to crack it. Of course, Rumble definitely
It does for now, but there's an item in the game. You may have seen it. It's called Kanik Rooker. Makes everybody Galio. And yeah, pretty impossible to get through that shield, at least in shorter trades.
Oh, that was close.
Grab some buffs here. Isma's spending a lot of time really just covering the top side of the map right now, but obviously it is just the race to level 6 for Isma. Will be spotted recalling here, so brief window of opportunity. Doss, solid roam here into the mid lane. Level 6 for Perks. Doss taking his time here. Perks, again, knowing that he's not really threatened until Niski. Calling him Miski would be a little BM here. Steps past the Minuet, but that is level 6 for Niski. Getting the cover, able to push the wave in now with the help of Doss.
Nice move from Doss just to ensure that Niski can try to get this wave in and not cost him too much, as Exakick and Doss were coming out from a reset, so Doss just helping out his mid lane.
Knock up there, knock back, knocks him away from the tower, burning, ticking, first blood!
Just a bit disrespectful from Perks, wasn't expecting the dive in, and pays for it with his life. A whole bunch of CC, great cast from Niski. And a knock up as well.
No flashes burned.
Yeah.
By anyone.
And that's how you know.
He had all the information he needed to know that that kill was coming, but yeah, just did not respect the execution here. And I feel like there's not a vendetta against Perks and Niski yet. I'm not trying to build fake rivalries, but Niski did, unironically, I'm not just trying to start stuff here, call Perks washed on the podcast this week. And so everything Niski does to get a one-up on Perks, I feel like it's going to hurt a little bit more this time around. Yeah. He is down 13 CS, though, so it kind of balances out for the most part.
Yeah. And of course, Corki is eventually going to be a very, very powerful threat.
A non-interactive, very powerful threat.
Yeah.
He will sit a mile away and just shoot rockets at you for 1 million damage.
But the thing with Niski on this Gragas is, as long as you kind of stay 10, 15 CS within Perks' purview, it's more about the move to side lanes, making plays alongside Isma. I think that was really what kind of set SK apart from their opponents last week.
Yeah, Niski and Isma spending a ton of time together. Just abnormally high jungle proximity around the mid lane. So linking up pretty well. And Isma now taking over to level 6 seconds now on Niski's cask and counting. You get closer and closer. Let's see what the avenue is here to try to make some plays. Irrelevant using his top priority to lay down a little bit of vision. We'll have some decent info as Niski wanders in. Spots Perks, but doesn't see Jankos. He's got no one else with him. Bit of an oopsie there. Cast not quite going the way that he wants it to. Is going to be forced to flash out to safety. Over eager from Niski, safe to say. Flash follow-up is there, but Team Heretics don't want to overcommit.
Bit of a happy moment from Niski, but you know, no harm, no foul. Loses flash. We'll see if they can actually punish it. I feel like Niski's going to be able to just clear away the wave for the most part.
Goes down. Wonder going to sidestep. Now here comes the Nocturne, and this time Udyr is out of health. Well played. SK, every single play SK have made has happened so slowly, but they're still making it work.
Yeah, and again, it's their ability to attack these side lanes, and in this case, they've got the Nocturne, they've got Rumble. Very easy, as Jankos
could be in trouble. Isma's got no mana.
Yeah.
There is no reason for him to be here. He's just offering up a double kill if he sticks around. Shennis ulti is going to connect, shield there, extra assist going in for the bottom side of the map, and Team Heretics managed to punish on the top side, giving the kill over to Wonder as well.
Feels nice for Wonder just to get that kill back, claw some of the gold he just lost. Maybe he's able to return that plate as well. See if he can, or just going to step away. Grub spawn within a minute, so could just take a reset, spend what little gold he's got, and then look to contest that with Jankos.
Makes a lot of sense. Irrelevant still up in gold, despite the death there. But a Spectre's Cowl getting closer and closer to a more defensive item coming through. Dawson X Kick could look to make a play in the mid lane. No package for Perks. Isma hovering around, will be spotted by the control ward as the vision is now cleared. And Niski's already taken up home in the bottom lane. So dead even in gold. One Drake advantage to the side of SK. Team Heretics, of course, ahead in the Void buff, I do believe.
Do have teleport now unleashed, so I wonder if Niski is actually going to try and pull the trigger. Isma's here, but no ultimate on Irrelevant, no ultimate on Isma. They can maybe push them back, have the grubs reset.
They got one.
And Corki, Perks actually teleported bot, so this should just be the additional 2 going over to SK, so feels good for them. Dragon's up in 1 minute time, so I expect we'll see Irrelevant kind of move down, try and force a little bit of priority, move down, like we saw last weekend. Whenever he can find the space to roam, he will.
An important check-in here, while it is so much more about the top side of the map, just checking in on the bot laners specifically, you can see Seraphine is 100 gold behind Aphelios, but she's down in CS. 600 gold lead for the Senna as well. You expect that if they're farming evenly, if they're able to farm evenly, the Flacket will start to pull ahead here, and the support items in general are just so incredibly powerful that the gold is going to be a little bit misleading. X pick terrible guns if they want to try to collapse on him now. As we go later and later into this game, Flacket and Kaiser are going to feel more and more obnoxious. Essentially, 2 carries worth of gold, more or less, maybe 90% of what a carry would get. This is why this duo is so powerful, and anyone really who can take an extra support item is so powerful.
Exactly, but you have to remember SK do have the burst damage to blow those 2 up, as Seraphine, Senna, they are definitely some of the squishiest champions in the game.
Yeah. A lot of shields, a lot of heals, very annoying. Laning against them, miserable. Late game, when you've got a Gragas, when you've got a Nocturne, maybe not as frustrating.
And I will say, Flacket and Kaiser are really going to have to play out their positioning pretty much perfectly, because the dive is really easy to execute. Speaking of
Relevant
easy to
may
execute,
have overstayed. That's the package on top side of Relevant. We'll just drop here. Kill going to be given over to Perks. Takes his sweet time there. Gatling gun and an extra rocket to finish it off. Kill's now tied. Gold now dead even.
Okay, well, we expected SK would be the ones that would try and contest this dragon, and Team Heretics seem to agree, go for the cross map on the top side. They get their Corki kill. Feels good for Perks, and he's going to be able to pick up a good couple of plays here. No one from SK is here to answer this one out, and they know where everyone on SK is, so this could be very easily 3 plates, maybe even 4 over the course of the next wave or so, because Irrelevant doesn't have teleport. He's got to walk all the way back up here to cover this.
Niski wanted to respond with another plate there on the bottom side to even things up, but Wonder in the area means he will not get the opportunity. Drake won't even really be contested. Isma able to take that one down. So 2 Drakes to the side of SK. Don't think we'll see the same Drake scaling situation that we saw previously, but Heretics clearly not looking to fight the full 5v5 at this stage of the game. Again, I think give more time to the Senna Seraphine. Let them scale up. Already got a Blood Song done on Kaiser. See what option Flacket wants to go for. He's at least 500 gold on his way to the 1,000 he needs to upgrade the support item.
On the way to that upgrade. I mean, whilst I do like the fact that we are seeing this double support.
You like it?
I don't know if I like it.
Well, okay.
I like that there's
clear.
a little bit more variety.
You like it because it's really strong, and it would be sad to see EU not play what's good? Okay,
yeah.
Okay, that's important to know.
But, oh, wow. A lot of burst damage.
I like it because it's broken, and I can abuse it in my games.
Of course.
Because, you know, not even ranked. That's how sad of a sweaty tryhard I am. I'm in normal games busting out double support items. Which is pretty toxic. And here we are.
I play some of those normal games of you recently.
And I still feed early, and it doesn't matter. Double support item, baby. Comes in clutch. What if it's Celestial Opposition for the Seraphine? Because that item is, again, if you don't know what it is, it's the mini Crown of the Shattered Queen, gives you the upfront damage reduction. That item ruins Nocturne's life a little bit. As it does, that might be the key to not getting one-shot here, is just that item.
Yeah, that could definitely help out. And that's kind of what I wanted to allude to next, is Team Heretics don't really have a lot of appeal. You know, like, it's shields, yes, but I think with the amount of dive rather that SK have, it's effectively a shotgun comp, right? So they always run the risk of getting one shot.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where I'm worried for.
I mean, you got
Heretics.
an Archangel Staff coming through, too. It's going to be, and Guardian.
Yeah.
Flacket is going to be incredibly hard to one-shot. He is going to get his ult off at the very minimum. But the Herald going over to the side of SK means they're going to have that much more control on the map. Wonder proxying a wave here, I think hoping just to break down another tier 1 tower. Where is the play going to go with this Herald? Total topside control. Might just be Herald and a tower. Traded for a tower here as Irrelevant is uncontested on the top side.
Seems to be the case. They won't even drop the Herald. Just going to go for a reset. So happy with their victory of the Herald and the tower. And I anticipate that this Herald will probably get used in the mid lane. We'll have to see though. Try and shove out the side lanes. Collapse onto the mid lane.
Ooh, Flacket support item ready to go. Celestial opposition. There it is. 400 gold, Crown of the Shattered Queen, everybody. Fun for the whole bot lane and no one else. Very strong as Flacket now can pretty much just step forward fearlessly unless there's multiple members of SK in sight. But maybe Isma and Das are looking to rectify that.
Very, very unbalanced.
Isn't this great?
You guys can't see it, but Dracos is doing a little dance.
Oh, a little dance. Senna's making money, stacking souls, which are also worth money, and money in terms of stats. It's a money-making bot lane.
I feel like this is going to be a game of cat and mouse, basically, throughout the entire game. There's an Infernal Soul on the cards. I guess it does, to a point, maybe put a little bit of pressure on Heretics if they do end up giving up this next dragon, but again, with the scaling available through Corki, through the bottom lane, and I mean, hell, Udyr, no slouch either. Xin Zhao's always going to be able to kind of provide a fair amount of use into what is 4 melees in the Velios.
Yeah. And I mean, you've got Exakick at least picking up some early lethality here. We'll see what the itemization choice is next. I imagine it'll just be sitting on the Serrated Dirk going into IE, but could go for full Collector.
Yeah.
Maybe not ideal against an Udyr, though.
No, maybe not the Udyr, but I feel like you're always trying to send out an Orma, right? Blue gun Orma onto backline, so opting into a Collector with that in mind does make a fair amount of sense. Here's this Herald plate that we were talking about.
Irrelevant walking up as well. If Flacket tries to stick around, he might just get Rumble ulted. They're just focusing down the tower as quickly as they can. Celestial opposition has been procced. Flacket a little bit more vulnerable, but Team Heretics quick to collapse, quick to deny any potential follow-up. Niski stepping in. Perkz has the package. But again, posturing. And now the Seraphine, shielding and sustain, starts to come into play as Exakick forced to back away, package to the backside. Exakick still standing, that's going to be big. Blue wall hitting onto 2. Is it going to be enough damage? Exakick continuing to free fire. Jankos leaping in, should just try to take down the Xin. So many blinking health bars on the side of SK. Guys are stepping in, finding the kill on the Senna, and now Jankos looking to follow up. Wind becomes lightning, already connecting on Isma. Meanwhile, Team Heretics pushing SK back to their tier 1 tower and looking to secure this Drake.
Team Heretics find the fight they're looking for. No one actually ends up being dove on, and that's really the big issue from the SK point of view. Isma's not able to find key backline access alongside DOS or Irrelevant, and Niski doesn't even find a place to use the cask, so Team Heretics get a very, very free fight, diving through the choke, and they'll get this dragon, so no longer at the threat of an early soul. Now they can live quite happy, try and force this mid lane down a little bit, get some poke in, and try and set up around the Baron as well. Spawns in 2 minutes time.
Now, Corki doing a lot of damage here. You can see as the fight breaks out, starts off so poorly for SK with Exakick forced to flash.
Exactly, SK, Exakick just not in the position he really wants to be. But this is what I'm kind of talking about. Irrelevant forced to flash out backwards. And of course, DOS and Isma not able to find a dive that they were looking for onto Kaiser or onto Flackhead. And again, Niski never really felt like he was able to drop a cask to really displace. Okay.
Well, Team Heretics certainly felt good about that play, if that replay taught us anything.
Yep.
And I don't think it gets easier. If you start to fall behind in this game, as the the Nocturne Gragas Rumble composition, if Team Heretics get ahead of the clock, which they already kind of unnaturally are, courtesy of double support, things can get very tricky. Flacket, though, still has to be careful. Can't still just get chunked out here. Celestial opposition does not make him immune to damage.
No, but it's fine, because Kaiser can just heal him up. So, life is good.
Life is good. Isma popping the ult here. TP being used mid lane.
Certainly a strange one.
Okay. Generously, we'll call that an ult for TP trade. Team Heretics just bowling in. And Wild, I mean, earlier in the game, Team Heretics were the ones kind of constantly backing off, but now they've got full control. Jankos can just wander in here and try to 1v1 Isma. Niski wants to counter.
Just gonna yield it. Buff will go over to Jankos. There's the Baron. I think once Perks hits 2 item, that's when we'll try and see a bit of pressure. Ooh, Cast doesn't find the direction. Does find the targets though. A little bit unlucky on Niski's part.
Relevant will break down bot side towers. Perks is able to push in the waves top side. Big credit to Team Heretics bot lane. I feel like while a lot of the games last week, they did get they were 2-1. A lot of the games were maybe not the best form some of these players have shown. I thought Kaiser had some excellent performances on the Bard, and I think he and Flacket are obviously gelling really well, especially when you look at this laning phase. Pretty immaculate, didn't make too many mistakes. Obviously, it's a strong lane on the patch by all means, but now you can see in the team fight it's really starting to pay off because as long as they're positioning well, you highlighted earlier, as long as they're playing well, as long as they're playing pretty flawlessly in terms of movement, it's pretty impossible to get on the back line.
Exactly. I feel like SK are really going to have to reach the extra mile if they're going to be able to take down Flacket, take down Kaiser.
Right now.
But again, the tools are there. It's just about whether or not they can actually find the favorable fight. We've just not been able to see it yet.
Yeah, it is definitely tricky. X-Kick really wanting to finish some more items. This, I mean, the support stuff is just so strong, man. I mean, look at enemy Senna, 82 CS, 1.2k gold lead over the Rakan, almost 2 items completed. But there is the ulti, knock-up coming through, but immediately no fall. The play has already gone bad. There's an Udyr in the midst of the entire SK lineup. Finally, the equalizer goes down, but there's no follow-up. There's no room to respond. Team Heretics slaughtering them. The Aphelios Assault does nothing in the face of the Xin ult. Knock back under the tower. Maybe they can get one back in return. X-Kick terrible guns for the follow-up, and Team Heretics standing 5 members strong. They will not go down.
And with the sustain that they've got, they should be able to just go and try and turn this into a Baron attempt at the very least. Isma doesn't have Smite, so this should be a freebie. Dracos, I don't really feel like SK can contest this. They're just going to look towards the mid lane, try and trade some towers. This will be a Baron for Team Heretics.
Yeah, it's coming into this week. SK, of course, uncontested in first place, but Team Heretics looking to tie it up. Confidence on the double support item strategy. Perks aggressive on the roams. Now everything coming up in favor of Team Heretics. Maybe it's the Whirlwind buff. Who knows?
Who knows? Who knows indeed. But it's DOS that kicks this off. The issue is
you haven't done any damage.
Yeah, he doesn't do any damage, and no one else tries to follow up. I mean, it's only really Isma in that position that could, so a bit disjointed from SK. The call is very clearly to engage, but not everyone's in range for it. This cask is nice from Niski, but not enough follow-up damage on the back end, and like you also called out, X-Kick just didn't have the gun combo to try and make a turnaround play occur. So now we have Heretics, 23 minutes into the game with Baron and the ability to move around the map pretty much for free. All of the additional, movement speed, healing, shielding, gonna just make this a bit of a nightmare for SK unless they can really find a perfect engage, which, as we call out time and time again, they've really struggled to do.
Isma walking up to Fear, but is just gonna have to back off. Perks off to the side. Can go unstoppable. X-Kick forced to flash away. Maybe they can try to turn this one back. Perks has been caught out. Big shutdown. Going to slow down the Baron. Team Heretics forced to back away for a brief moment, but they can't just set their sights on the Infernal. I still don't know if SK can win this.
It's a bit tricky. I mean, Perks is practically all of their damage, so Heretics, they can just be a little bit patient here. Hold off SK. Or they can go in.
Knock-up not going to come through. Wonder just going to wander forward here. Try to lock up Niski. Wind becomes lightning. Niski makes it over the wall. Follow-up is there, however. Charmed now by the Seraphine ultimate. Another member down. Dosh is going to lay down a little bit of vision. Pull the Drake a bit. Isma clearing midway, but this should just be another Drake for the side of Team Heretics.
2 Infernals to the good of Team Heretics. Feels pretty good when you consider that it is kind of Perks who should be carrying a lot of that damage. So, SK, I mean, what's the answer now?
I mean, you have an Oblivion Orb to mitigate the healing, but the shielding is also a big problem, and I don't think anyone wants to build Serpent's Fang.
Nope.
Even if it would be a pretty cost-effective buy in terms of what it could get you. It's just a 2,600 gold, pretty expensive at this point. Isma caught out and is just gonna die here. Jamana, I think this game is over. I think that SK are dead men walking. This is an impossible comp to break as Udir's just gonna wander forward. Perk's now following up.
It doesn't feel like SK have an answer. It felt like they had to try and find those engages 10 minutes ago. They weren't able to, and now it's just
dead.
Getting run over across the map.
It's a 2-item set of support with Bloodsong. She hits like a truck. All right, SK being corralled, SK being herded. They're going to have a few more minutes to farm up because there's no Baron, there's no Dragon on the map, but in the meantime, Team Heretics are just going to break down some of these towers. Again, look at that Kaiser damage, look at Exakick's damage. Understand.
Yep.
Very powerful. We'll not see this on another patch.
No, we won't, thankfully. I'm just trying to rack my brain. I mean, I feel like so much of this game is just in Team Heretics' hands.
Back there, Exakick already dead. Perks off to the side, untouched. DOS knocked down. Wonder just gonna walk forward and tank this tower. Look at those shields, folks.
What can you do? I feel like the answer is just nothing.
Damn. I feel like they won the split already. They got so many shields. Team Heretics. They're an unstoppable death ball, captained by a young pop star. I don't even know how you describe this.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know where to land with that one, to be honest with you.
That's okay. I don't think SK do either.
No, I don't think they do.
Even if they push all of their buttons on one target, they might not be able to kill them. Because Corki can go unstoppable when he has the package. Jankos can block the vast majority of damage with his ultimate. Yep. Flacken and Kaiser are going to be a mile away, so it's going to be hard enough to get in position. And they've outscaled.
I think it's doomed.
Yeah.
It's not feeling pretty good. DOS
Giga doomed.
DOS was searching for a flank, I think.
And credit to DOS. This is kind of what you have to do. You have to look for these avenues, you have to look for these angles, but at this point, he is a lamb to the slaughter. That slow is a massive. All right, going on a walkabout. Can get Infernal move speed.
Okay.
He's on a journey. He's playing his own mini game. It's like Pac-Man, but he will just yeah, okay, he's gonna die in the end. It's exactly like Pac-Man. But instead, he's gonna make it out until he sees Udir come around the corner. Oop, Udir found him. He was shopping. He had no cooldowns. He will drop. Wonder is now known as Inky.
As Inky?
Inky, one of the ghosts from Pac-Man.
Of course.
Just came in, waka. I'm struggling here, man. I'm not gonna be honest.
No,
the League of Legends game has ended. At this point, all we have is stand-up.
This has been a game of League of Legends for sure. I mean, Heretics, their composition kind of pilots itself, right? I mean, whilst we spoke a lot about how SK really wanted to be incredibly aggressive and precise with their engages, Heretics just had to survive, and felt like they did more than survive. And SK never really found a good angle, and now Baron's up again.
It's just tough, because again, Seraphine is 70 farm down and is only 400 gold behind the Aphelios.
With 3 Ions.
And Sen is 3.1k gold ahead of the Rakan.
Yep.
The math don't math, Jamada. That does not make sense.
How did we get here, Dracos? How did we land the double support IM again? After what happened a couple of years ago, you
have to understand, the League of Legends player base are wizards. No matter what the design team does, they will ruin the game. They will find a way.
Well, DOS has no health or flash.
Wonder now backing off. Exakick is dead already. Equalizer does nothing. Yanko's following up. Wind becomes lightning. My favorite ability to say today as a double kill goes through for Team Heretics. And yeah, get excited. They've already won. They're taking their time with it. They can get Baron. They still have to be disciplined. They can't overstep. They can't make mistakes. But after last week's performance, they want to clean it up, you know?
Yeah.
Tie up SK. 3-1. Yeah, but this is the thing. I don't think the balance team appreciates. There is no one more desperate to find a way to break the game than a hard-stuck player looking to look at anything other than his own performance is the reason.
That's true. That's very true. pretty sure the Hardsuck players are the ones that are abusing double support item. Anyway.
True.
DOS.
You can see, looks for the angle. Perks, unstoppable. XK's gonna step forward here. Big mistake, he's not allowed to do that.
Yeah. No one can really frontline for him this game. It's also another issue for SK as Isma just finds himself in the middle of too many members, and SK, they haven't had options for a while.
Yeah, that about sums it up. Here comes Wonder. Not gonna find anything else. It's 10K gold lead. It is 3 dragons. It is 13-3. Perks dealt 4K damage leaping out of the fight.
All right, SK, what do you have for us at your 10K gold deficit? Because we know what Heretics can do. Or is it just gonna be, it's not a slow bleed, it's a very quick one.
Isma tries to strike fear into their hearts. They are not afraid at all. They're doing tons of damage. SK getting slaughtered in their own base. Cannon Creep not stepping forward, though. Have they potentially overstepped? The answer is no. They are actually unkillable. Are you kidding me? There are 2 towers standing. Team Heretics don't care. Team Heretics coming in, tying up SK 3-1.
They will join SK at the top of the table. And Team Heretics are our first team to demonstrate that double support item that we were talking about all of last weekend, didn't get to see. And Team Heretics showing us why it's so bloody broken.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see it again in our next game, G2 versus Mad Lions Koi. But of course, key up player of the game, vote now at LEC on X, Yankos, Flacket, Kaiser. Flacket is the one who had to push purchase on a support item after the start of the game, so potentially his credit. Regardless, clean, composed game from Team Heretics, tying up SK, top of the standings. But that's enough from us here at the Cash Desk. We're gonna head to a quick break. When we return, more League of Legends. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
welcome back to the LEC stage. Not stage, actually, tunnel. Here with Placket. Thank you so much for joining me after the game. Congrats on winning this one. I have to talk about the bot lane. On a scale of 1 to 10, how disgusting is it?
It was pretty disgusting, but it's so fun to play those comps. Like you just go like 5-man. I mean, when we went bot, we just went 5-man on a late, no macro, no nothing. Just go 5-man ARAM anywhere you want. And just press W and it bangs.
Feels like it's going to take over in the LEC, and we're going to not mostly see these kind of bot lanes, but more and more. Would you agree? And how much you can play these kind of champions, and is it flexible?
I mean, maybe we have like some things, you know, like prepared for next matches. Can't league match. But I mean, I think that now you can play a lot of stuff on bot lane. As well, the support item strat might be a bit broken, or maybe not. I don't know. But it low-key banged this game.
Yeah.
But I mean, the Seraphine is not really flexible, right? I don't think you can play it in other lanes, maybe mid lane. But like, there are some other combos that maybe are more flexible.
I feel like it's the kind of combo that suits your playstyle and the rest of the team. Would you agree on this?
Yeah, I mean, I know there was like the meme on like in G2 that it was like Seraphine one trick, even though it wasn't like my most played champion, but I don't mind. But you know, like the Seraphine one trick, it paid off today.
All right, let's talk about the whole team. You all played really well, bot lane especially. But Jankos got the key player of the game here. What do you have to say on this?
Sure. I mean, just let the old man just get his moment of joy. I mean, I don't know who deserves the MVP. I don't think we like did much. It was like pretty chill game. So, I mean, I guess Jankos. I mean, he did play good fights. But I can't really judge because there was like Nocturne ulti, so I wasn't seeing shit. But I mean, maybe Jankos, so he played good, yeah.
All right. Talking about the whole team and the memes about them being old guys, retirement home and everything, how hard is it for you, Flackhead, to keep the old dudes just motivated and good at the game, actually?
I mean, I think the old dudes, they really motivate themselves. Right. They all really want to prove something. I don't think Kaiser is like in the old group. I think it's more for like Perks and Jankos. But like, I think everyone here has to prove something, you know. Everyone here wants to, you know, shut up some mouths. And, you know, we show up every day, we train really hard, and it's paying off. So I don't think I need to, you know, like push or like do anything. I think everyone is really motivated and really professional, and I love this team.
About shutting up the haters, we have Mad Lions Koi playing next, and I feel like that was the goal they had jumping into the LEC last week. Who do you think is going to take the next one? The veterans and winners, G2, your former team, with the guy in the top lane who stole your pose shamelessly, or the new guys in Mad Lions? What do you think?
I mean, I'm not sure. I think both teams can take the win. I mean, the way G2 has been drafting lately, they're not like showing, you know, like that dominant bot lane matchups. They're not going for the Draven, you know, like Kalista, or just playing for both, basically. They're like these days going for the Aphelios and like playing from like not behind but like without prio. So I'm not sure how they will draft, but I mean, I just really want a banger. I have like mixed feelings. I really like both teams, and I mean I really hope they both win, but they can't. But I'm just hoping for a banger when like Mad Lions and Keiko were playing. That game banged. So I'm just really looking forward for another 40-minute banger.
All right, let's hope both teams have fun then. Okay, thank you so much for the interview. And Shox, over to you for more on that game.
Thank you so much. Hello, you're right there. Thank you so much, Flacket, as well, as it is time for G2 Esports versus Mad Lions Koi. We wanted to do something special because of kind of all the fan interaction last week, but it's kind of quiet, I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, so far, who knows when the game starts?
What's going on? I don't know. We'll start talking about it. Anyways, so, wait, what did I hear? Someone's trying to say something.
Cap's dad.
Cap's dad. He's always there. Actually, through thick and thin, through winter, summer, he's always there. So shout out to Cap's dad, Michael, of course. But getting into this matchup, both teams actually come into week 2 with a similar week 1. They both went 2-1. But we want to read into that a little bit more, specifically on the side of G2, because regardless of having the winning record, even a 2-1, I feel like you both were not exactly super happy with what you saw.
I mean, Flacket just said it himself, right? G2 bot lane has not really played for the lane dominant style that they have in the past. I think the G2 that we're all used to seeing is the one that snowballs really hard in the early game. Sure, they had some hiccups at Worlds in mid game like they described themselves, but I think they're diving a bit too deep into their problem and kind of trying to reverse engineer their problem in a way and fix their mid game and just kind of drop their early game. but it hasn't really worked out so far, I would say, even though they have 2 wins on the board.
Yeah, but I also think it's really when you compare it to the expectations of G2, because G2 is a team that everyone expected to be the best team, to bring out the best style, and that style, as you said yourself, has mainly been through the early game. But the early game so far hasn't been too great for them. Actually, in a lot of their wins, they've had to punish the enemy mistake rather than themselves gaining a lead. Against BDS, it was BDS overloading bot side, and they could get a Baron off it. Against Karma & Corp, it was Karma & Corp overreaching on mid lane, and they could come through with a TP flank to then get back into the game. But they've not been able to replicate the style we've seen from them, where they win the lanes, they get the objectives, and then they play it out by simply just choking out their opponent.
Yeah, we know G2 has good players, right? Obviously, they can punish mistakes in mid-game and so on. But I think what they want to do is have this solid early game and then kind of flesh out the mid-game fully. But when you're just playing even or even a bit behind from mid-game, it's kind of hard to practice it. And I think that they haven't been happy with the results so far. And I think this week they're coming in with, honestly, they need some more fire in the early game. They need to start drafting these Draven lanes and kind of punish bot lane, because that's what worked for them before.
I'm hearing a lot of bot. Is that what you're mostly not happy with, or is that because you're a support?
I mean, I am kind of biased as a support myself, but I do think that they have so much power in the bot lane that they're not using. I think it's also comes from that, where if you just farm 5 lanes, but you're really good players, you want to see them punish harder and go for these 2v2 kills, and I think we just haven't seen it yet, and it's something that they did really well in the past.
Yeah, but I also think it's where you have the mismatch. If you can compare Hansama's stats to what they look like in the past, if you had his Winter stats, for example, last year, it is him absolutely tearing up the opposition. That's when they brought out the Draven. That's when they started having the win lane, win game mentality. And then let's talk about the journey of G2, because then it was in spring, figuring out that they were super dominant against everyone. Then they got cocky and they got knocked out, couldn't even make it to finals. They got to MSI, got their weaknesses exposed by the Asian teams, and then suddenly in summer and the semi-final, or the season finals rather, they start being this scary team again, but they then get punished again on the international stage. But this entire story now of this entire journey where they built themselves up, it feels like it's been caught off in the middle now. They don't have the same fundamentals than they used to, and now suddenly we're just looking at a team that's not fully able to replicate why they used to have the success.
Not yet. We're harsh on them, right? Because they are harsh on themselves.
Because we have high
to.
expectations of G2, and I think that's why you're even harsher.
We absolutely do. And on the other side, we have Mad Lions Koi, and I think our expectations were like, okay, we're not actually sure how much is Elyoya going to be able to do with these guys. But coming out, I mean, it looks like they're playing together phenomenally. We even had Supa getting a pentakill in that insane match versus KC to end off week 1. I think overall, Elyoya even said, I think they're the best bot lane in Europe. I mean, it's going well for them.
Yeah, I mean, if you have the best bot lane in Europe and you play against G2, that's a pretty good way to show it right today. So I think that's obviously what they're looking to do. And Supa with the pentakill, he played really confident. And I think as well, the bot lane in general played really confident. And when you have 5 guys that want to play together, it shows on stage. And so far, they've definitely shown it.
I'm so happy to see this confidence come out from Supa as well, because at EMEA Masters, had Kalis not been a player, then Supa would have been the most hyped up AD carry coming into the LEC this split. And he's still able to play with the same kind of confidence that they're having. But also, the expectations to Supa and Hansama are completely different, right? Supa came in and most of Mad Lions, no one really expected anything out of them, but they've completely exceeded the expectations that you had to this team.
Well, maybe you didn't expect anything.
I did not expect this, and I'll be honest with it. I think most people didn't.
Yeah.
And while the gameplay isn't perfect, of course you can point fingers at Mad Lions. What I really like to see of Mad Lions is the fact that they're still keeping up the aggression. If they win the lane, they are not scared of going in for invade through Elyoya. They're not scared to look for plays. If anything, it looks like sometimes they can look for too many plays or there's too many voices, but it's a good problem to have in the beginning for a team like this.
It is, and we talked about EMEA Masters rather, and also just their performance as Movistar riders as well. And we talked about the possible similarities, and you're definitely still seeing signs of what that core is used to playing around.
No, absolutely. And I think from the Mad Lions Koi position, again, it's still Elyoya having a mid laner that could facilitate him. If anything, they have more top laner power now through Murin, where they can actually try and play 3 different sides of the map. It still feels like if you want to get ahead of MDK, it is through top side or through bot side that you want to play. And Froscari, I still think he's yet to show what he's fully capable of.
We're going to casters in just a second, but Treats, it sounds like from G2 we're being very harsh because we want to see more, and on the other side from Mad Lions Koi we're so surprised, and we also want to see more.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you want to see the teams perform up to their potential, right? And I think G2 hasn't showed it yet. I think Mad has showed a lot of promise, but they obviously have a lot to go as well. So this match will be really exciting, especially on bot lane. I want to see some high picks. Maybe no double support in this game.
No, they're going to
see some Draven lanes, perhaps, some kill lanes. I would love to see that.
Yeah, everyone should do it, probably. We just don't want to see it. Let's head over to our casters for G2 versus Mad Lions Koi.
Thank you very much, Shox. We are your casters for Mad Lions versus Koi. Mad Lions versus G2, in fact, or MDK versus Oh my!
You'll get there. Don't worry. It's all right.
Oh my
Look,
goodness! Oh.
You know, it's the start of the week.
Take a seat, man. I'm
this
good.
is it's like a Monday morning for us,
yeah,
right?
know,
So, you know,
right?
you're just starting to get into the week.
Just warming up.
It's like, yeah, it'll all be fine. It'll be okay.
Okay, yeah. Anyway, we are here. Welcome to the show.
We are professionals occasionally.
Occasionally. I'm Medic, this is Dagda. We're here for the last 2 games of the day, and I'm really looking forward to it. You know, MDK versus G2, likely to be the best game of the day, at least if you look at it coming into the week.
Yeah, I think a huge amount of this as well is like kind of Mad Lions trying to bounce back from what was a bit of a disappointment over the weekend where they weren't able to pick up as many wins as they would have liked to. And then as well, coming in for G2, the Rogue managing to take them down as well.
Yeah.
Every time I've seen G2 lose a game like that, the next opponent really regrets it because they come back absolute menaces. So Mad Lions Koi definitely going to have their work cut out for them here today.
Let's see if they can keep up the form that they showed last week, going 2-1 across the course of the weekend. G2, as you say, the same. And I think the question for MDK is, can they keep up that form? Can they maintain what we saw in week 1, or was it a bit of a honeymoon phase on the stage for the first time for a lot of these players? Will G2 be able to even out some of the issues that they had last week as well?
Yeah, I think it's been really interesting to see because for G2, they've kind of gone for a lot of these hyper-scaling compositions, right? You're looking at like Gwen and Jack's top, and then you're looking at Felios every game for Han Sama. It feels like they're trying to play for a strong mid-game and a strong late game, but it's been those early stages where it's kind of fallen apart, where you'll see like Yike tries to go for Void Grubs, and suddenly bot lane is getting dove 3 times in a row. So I think it's trying to smooth out that early game process to try and help them out, but it's also where kind of Mad Lions Koi have been at their strongest is, hey, we're going to get Oyoya down to that bot side, we're going to set up Supa for success. So I think this is going to be a real test for G2 to make sure that they have kind of put the brakes on the opposition's early stages.
And I wonder if we will still keep seeing Aphelios, because he was hot fixed on 14.1b, which is the patch we're playing on this weekend. He's not as strong as he was, still very powerful in the right hands, but I wonder if Han Sama and G2 kind of went to the Aphelios because they saw the patch notes last week and it's like, oh, you're hot fixing this guy? He must be pretty broken. Maybe they'll go back to something a little bit stronger in the early game, like the Callistas, like the Dravens that we have seen from G2 earlier on. Obviously one of the teams that kept their roster through the off-season, something we don't see teams do too often. And I think it's a sign of trust in this roster, but the question is whether they can repay that trust by continuing to show growth over this year.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would have been disappointed to see this G2 project abandoned, right? Because this definitely feels like one of the teams that's like, hey, we're not just looking at can we win in Europe, it's how do we try and become the best version of this team so then we can win on an international stage as well. Now, obviously, didn't quite make it there at Worlds, but it still feels like, hey, even with the strategy that we're just talking about, like play for mid to late game, that feels like this is what we're trying to work on at the moment, and it always feels like that's what G2 has in mind when they play.
Yeah, and that's why they brought Duffman in as well,
exactly.
Right? He was there to analyze some of those larger, overarching issues that G2 have been struggling with. We do have a small game delay on stage. League officials are investigating some audio issues with some of the players, and that will be rectified, obviously, as soon as we possibly can. Wouldn't be the LEC without a short delay, although we have been pretty much on time across the course of today so far. I've said that now, so it's cursed.
Thanks for that.
I am leaving. See, here's the thing. I'm leaving tomorrow. Right?
Yeah.
I'm going on holiday for 2.5 weeks, so I'm just going to lay down every single curse I can think of.
Just to extend this entire day for yourself.
Things going swimmingly, nothing's breaking.
Yeah.
We're definitely not having any pauses. It's a quiet day here, isn't it?
Mate, I have to work early tomorrow. I'm on the early shift tomorrow. I'd appreciate if we didn't do this.
We're here till 2 a.m. now, man.
Yeah,
that's what's going to happen. If we go over midnight, can we charge an extra day rate? These are the important questions we've got to ask.
Yeah, true.
You know?
All right, maybe I'm down for this. Maybe.
Yeah. If you're a freelance lawyer based in Berlin, reach out to us. We've got some questions. But on the other side of the river, we talked a little bit about G2, obviously, but I think MDK obviously had a very good start to the split. Some people wondered whether they'd take a little bit of time to ramp up, but they came out of the gate swinging, and you can see the pre-existing synergy that already exists within this team.
Yeah, and obviously you're looking at like Supa and Navarro, who've been absolutely amazing down on that bottom side of the map. Supa picking up his pentakill against Carmine Corp the last day, but I do think that they're a team that kind of has the same, as you say, the same identity. That was a popper going off from coming in from EMEA Masters, which is, hey, we're kind of bot or bust. And I feel like that's something that SK did very well against them, was like, hey, Isma is going to come in, he's going to split the map, make sure there's no reason for Oyoya to be in that bot side, and then they can punish Supa and make sure that he's not getting these big leads. So I think that's kind of the way that we're going to start to see teams address this squad. And I think then it becomes on people like Mirwin, like we saw against Carmine Corp, to have these pop-off games in Akali and say, hey, look, you still have to pay attention to this top side of the map as well. We aren't just a fundamentally one-tune team.
And I think that's the power of Mervin as well, because he does have things like the top lane Fiddlesticks in the back of his repository. He's got so many cool picks. I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing one on stage. I will say, often scrim picks do not translate to stage because players play more passively. They're more willing to give up a wave or a lane to make sure that they're not giving you kills, not giving over too many objectives to the enemy team. So it's possible Mervin will never get his hands on anything spicy, but one can hope.
I want it so bad.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, I mean, he's played, like, even on stage, he's played things like Varus in the top lane, he's played Tank Karma, he's played the Fiddlesticks top, so, like, I'm hoping that we actually get to see a little bit of that identity come through, but I think it puts a lot of pressure onto players as well, because it's like, hey, if we give this team counter pick on red side and Mirror just gets to do what he wants, God only knows what that man is bringing to the top lane, so I think he gets to make himself a bit of an identity here and make himself a bit of a threat that at least G2 would have to try and deal with here today.
It does also put a lot of pressure on him if he picks something like that, though.
Gotcha.
You just have to look back to things like the NASA support that we saw at Worlds. If it messes up, if it goes wrong, it haunts you for the rest of your career often, and you have to really outperform those expectations to be able to get away from that skeleton in your closet.
Yeah, but I think when you're a newer player, that's kind of the time to give it a shot and experiment, because it's like, look, obviously, you kind of get that opportunity to say, hey, you made a mistake, you're a rookie coming in, it's not the end of the road, but at least you're trying something different and trying to find your way onto the main stage. So I'd rather see him try and go for it and make something of himself rather than just kind of sticking to the safe options. And especially when he performs so well in the Akali too, I think you can kind of see that this man has the carry options available, and I think not taking advantage of that is a mistake.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, but as we wait to resolve the issues on the stage, we're going to send it back over to Shocks. Take it away.
Wow.
Thank you. You think, oh no, there's a pause. But wait.
There's
Reveal?
more pauses.
Okay. Wait. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Janko's mic is not on, I don't think. Are all your mics on? Can you do me test? Hello?
1, 2, 3. Does this work?
Oh, I can't hear you at all.
Oh.
Oh, but on broadcast it's fine.
Really?
So you're fine. Yes, they can hear you at home. I just have you double, so I'm just going to take this out. But hi, guys.
Hello.
Why are you here?
I don't know. I think we are just taking over.
Actually,
you are?
Yeah.
The LEC.
Did you see that it was such a disaster last week, so you're like, we got to go help?
Oh, during the pause?
Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
You did?
I didn't want any fans to feel bad again, so I stepped up instead.
Okay. Do you have any fun ideas?
After 9.
He's staring at me like that.
Okay, we are actually just here because yeah, we are the new analyst desk, and Goldborg, like, I'm the better Goldborg, so this is why I'm here. I'm not sure why these guys are here actually. Okay, tell us why you guys are here.
I'm not sure whose job I'm taking. I'm kind of old, so I can take like Kadral's job maybe. I'm the better Kadral.
Yeah.
I've been watching the analyst desk, and it's just time for some new blood.
Oh, is it? What did you not like?
Oh wow, that's personal.
Oh my god.
She called me in a lie. I can't.
It's okay. I can ask for your analysis then. So G2 is about to play Mad Lions Koi.
Maybe we should get the drafts on the screen.
I don't think they drafted yet.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure.
Maybe we should get the previous drafts on the screen.
We can get previous drafts.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can just say like a magic.
But we are actually playing G2 tomorrow.
Magic word and then like.
Oh, because you're playing that tomorrow. That's right.
Yeah,
so you actually can't say too much. I think we have last week's draft. Can anyone confirm to me that people at home can hear them? Because otherwise, oh, you're working on it. Okay, maybe they heard nothing.
Hello.
Now we can hear Perks at least to begin.
Wait, just you? They
Okay.
can't hear us. Okay.
No.
Okay.
We heard everyone but Perks.
Okay.
Which maybe that's ideal.
Which is actually completely fine because I only yep.
Okay, cool. So we'll get maybe production if you get a draft from G2 from last week, but you're playing that tomorrow, so you can't say anything. But you did get your butts handed to you by Mad Lions Koi, no?
Oh, they're playing Mad Lions?
Yeah. So what about them?
What about them?
I mean, I don't think that they are that good compared to.
Bro, they completely demolished.
Okay, come on, but it's like different, you know. I'm like super ego now because we won 3 games in a row.
Okay, they
But
looked a
after
bit
you win
better.
3 games in a row, you have so much ego.
They looked a bit better than they are, and we looked a lot worse than we are. I think that game.
A specific game, that game, because of grabs. I mean, Peter Dunn.
Oh.
Oh my God.
But you know what I heard? Also, I was doing PGL with SK, but I heard this from more people actually. They all were like, "Oh, Heretics actually won 2 games. What's going on? Where did they get that wonder?"
They got it from scrims, I think.
Oh.
But we are getting better, and we are just showing our veteranship today by being really good on stage. We are like stage players. We are treating every single game like it's the MSI finals, and we all know how that went.
Yeah.
Quick 3-0. So that's what we're going to do this week.
Yeah, Flakad was saying that you're a new man. You're like super serious. No more WoW, only scrims. Or actually, apparently not very good in scrims, but.
Like, he plays so much solo queue as
Yeah.
well.
He
does play solo queue,
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm trying.
It's the new arc, but it also means you're not flaming anymore, apparently. Even on Twitter.
No, I'm flaming. I mean, the issue, okay, I mean, Flagger tried to explain it, but the issue is that it's like, I mean, I don't understand what they're
Wait, guys, we have draft on
we're
the
going
screen,
into the
actually.
draft.
We're going into the draft.
Wait,
I mean,
that means that
we can talk about the draft, yeah, you
Okay,
can.
I'm down to talk about the draft.
But you're playing that tomorrow, so just know that. You know, you know that.
I mean, we know for sure why they banned Udyr, right? Like, they all watched the game we just played.
I mean,
Udyr-
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Udyr was like
Udyr was very
he
strong
was
in
a
our game.
menace on the Rift.
But was it the player or was it the champion?
It was the player. So I don't know why they banned it. Because we saw Sugenda played it the game before, right? And it didn't look as clean.
But generally, it's pretty strong.
Generally, it's pretty strong. Generally, it's pretty strong.
I mean, drafts are quite straightforward, I guess. Everyone is just...
We don't talk about hovers, okay, guys? We don't make that mistake.
Okay.
We don't want to be like Goldborg or whatever.
He's just getting roasted being next to us. Well, I would just
yeah.
want to mention that bot lane role is very balanced. And as you can see, there's 3 bot lane bans and also 2 bot lanes being first picked.
Yeah, it's
So is
super
Riot
balanced.
planning to do anything about that role that has been completely broken for so long now?
I don't know.
I just want to put it out there that support item has been so OP.
But you're not happy for it? Because last game, like, you guys just...
Yeah, I mean, you can
Roll
go
over
double
them.
support item. I guess
Yeah,
that was
I
kinda
guess.
OP.
Actually, don't fix it. It's fine. It's fine, guys. I mean, come on. I was just joking.
It's the only way to win against the Eastern teams.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, we are very old, so we need to abuse game mechanics to
Okay,
win.
speak for yourself, okay?
Yeah,
I am very old, so
in the
I need
peak age, peak male age right now, 25, peaking here. And you're maybe 30, so you're maybe a bit
Actually,
Okay, I'm not 30, but think about it.
Our
I did
average
win.
age is 25 on the team, so like we're actually peaking.
You're
This is why
peaking
we're
right
winning.
now.
True, actually. When I was 25, I won a Messiah.
Okay, back to the draft. It's a Vi, Azir here for G2. Very strong champions in the meta. We might play them tomorrow,
Good
might not.
combination.
You never know.
Good combination, yeah. And we will see their response. They should probably respond. They respond with a
They
support pick.
responded with Renata. The
The
Renata
Renata
class.
into the.
Into
Okay, how much can we say, guys?
Into the Varus Azir Vi. Yeah, they picked Renata
really good
into
pick, really
these
good pick,
champions.
really good
It's
pick,
harder
yeah.
than it looks, no? You're like, into the... Oh, they didn't pick it yet.
No. It's like, it's because
the
we are
Varus.
we're talking about draft.
Not reveal our
Yeah.
secret
Oh, of
information for
course.
tomorrow.
Sorry.
But we might yep out something completely.
Yeah.
They
It's
did Duban Blitzcrank against Mickey.
Wait,
Is that
they're
a
banning
good ban?
Blitzcrank against Renata? Okay, I didn't know that's a thing.
This is funny. Actually, all you can give only wrong information so that when they're watching for you.
But we have to give like a mix, you know?
Yeah,
Because otherwise they just reverse everything.
As well.
Okay, I do think the jungle pool being pinched here, it might, you kind of want like a good jungler with, in combination with your range support and your Nico mid lane.
That's very smart said, yeah.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
would you pick here if it were you?
I would pick Iron. Because Iron is just OP. I mean, nerf right.
Actually, Iron
like,
is
I
Iron
cannot
is
win
really
against
OP.
Iron in solo queue, so please nerf it. Iron will be OP here.
Okay, I think they're gonna pick, I would have said Viego, you know, but now they already hovered it, so it's like...
So you're like a hindsight analyst.
I'm
You're
like a
Goldberg.
hindsight. Yeah, pretty much.
Poor guy. But it's
I'm like,
Viego.
Goldberg just like, probably paid a little bit more. Okay, wait. Okay, cut. Moving on with the draft.
Sorry, Goldberg.
We're gonna make a segment out of this. Don't worry, Goldberg. Don't worry about it. You'll get him back. Cassante. Alice.
yeah.
Goldberg is gonna make a whole segment about how worst Wunder is. Just wait.
Okay, I saw the
In
top
2
lane.
weeks.
I saw the top lane segment today, and I was not even in it. So like,
Oh, that makes sense
Oh,
actually.
that's
So
why
that's why he's roasting you.
No, you know what it is? We had like good and bad. We had like.
And I'm just
sad.
nothing.
No, you're like mid.
Oh, you're mid.
Oh, you're mid, bro.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
She just called you mid.
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
No, that's completely fine. You know what?
yeah.
You know what? I'm actually completely fine with that.
I mean, I don't know if that's
Wait,
true,
they
but
picked
Goldberg made the list.
They picked Zyra, by the way. Okay.
Goldberg made the list.
Okay, did Goldberg consider that the two players that were Sag were playing Wunder?
It's the Gwen last pick.
Oh, it is the Gwen last pick.
Can you do someone else who's about to
So
draft?
apparently Mervin is a Gwen OTP. It did get nerfed though on 14.1b. So
it's Mickey with Zyra, by the way. So
I also want to give a big shout out to Mickey to Zyra.
Wait, how did we not react to this?
The champion is, by the way, very OP.
It's Zyra! Lord,
Zyra!
it's Zyra!
Okay.
It's Zyra!
It is Zyra, yeah.
The
Yeah?
good thing about Zyra
Mickey
is the
is
Suck
being
item.
Zyra.
Suck really OP.
Zag support item, nerf please, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Because the max...
It's really good
Yeah,
with the new
very
item.
good.
Yeah, with the new
Or
support
save.
items, it's actually really good.
Yeah,
Zag
yeah,
is
yeah.
a super good poke item.
Okay.
Six Zag item is
So,
It's
Blood
fine,
Song,
Zag.
Hey
please
guys,
nerf
we're going
Zag,
to the
Zag,
game
please nerf.
soon, and I would like to thank you all for watching.
Yeah. Thank you
Don't
all
leave.
for being here.
Like, thank you for watching,
You
but stay
can
around.
actually give it to the casters whenever you want. Is it now?
Can we like what
Wait,
do
who
we
is
say
casting?
normally?
That depends.
You
because
just
if
do,
it's
you do like, okay, we have the draft now. It's time for the game or something.
okay.
We have the draft.
We have all the co-viewers watching. Please take it away, and the casters, of course, of this lovely stream.
Co-streamers, no, the casters.
Co-viewers, co-streamers, and the
Yeah.
casters. We love all of you. Please enjoy this really beautiful game that we're about to witness. Thank you. Take it away.
Oh my god, that was clean.
That was actually clean, yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
Okay, so now we can content, right?
Yeah.
Wonder
Oh, yeah,
sounded a
we're
little bit like
still
he was
here.
saying grace.
I feel
we just want to thank you for this game and for the people that provided it for us, and it's great, you know.
I also feel under pressure now to live up to the expectations Jankos has set on me.
I mean, that's-
I will never know if I live up to his expectations.
That is true, but I will say, having seen them do the draft,
Yeah, I feel a lot better about
I'm
mine.
never going to feel bad about my draft ever again. And we are back. We're going to get into the game, G2 versus MDK. MDK setting up down towards the bottom side of the map, just trying to make sure that Hansama doesn't get a free push in here. Now, Hansama shouldn't face check this by himself. He'll take a little bit of chip damage, will be slowed as well, but should just be able to walk away. Loses the ward for it, though.
Sad time.
That's, I mean, it's one extra CS to super. If they had two, they would hit level 2 a slightly earlier
I was
in
going
the
to say,
lane.
it means absolutely nothing for that.
Yeah, but if there was another ward placed, hypothetically, Rob.
Just another one.
Yeah, just another one. What's all that about, you know? If you get 2 wards early, I would get all of them.
Look, you're throwing me through a loop with this one. Let's move on, right? So, Mickey, I actually think it's really cool that we're getting to see the Zyra come out, because in patch 13.21, she did get a bunch of buffs. A lot of us to the AP ratios versus the base damage, but I am curious to see with how much extra gold you get, and also having, as the lads were saying, the Zax on the support item, you just tend to get a lot more damage coming out. So I think we might get to see Mickey popping off a little bit in this one, and into the composition that MDK have, which in theory wants to try and dive you as well and get access to that back line. I think it's a really solid pick here.
Stranglethorns can do a lot of work when the enemy's trying to get on top of you. Alvaro going to trade onto Mickey here. Mickey is running first strike as well on the Zyra, so expects to be able to chip down a bit of damage from long range, get that extra gold in his pocket. I doubt we'll see double support items with a Varus Zyra. Usually you want it on someone where you can deliberately farm the minions, and Zyra does so much incidental damage that she loses her stacks.
Yeah.
While trying to trade in the lane.
Yeah, I think as well it's because it's going to be poke Varus, probably not going to be something that you can kind of use a lot of those support items on. You could go for Zizix, but I think just the amount of damage that you get off the lethality at the moment, he's just so incredibly strong. And again, I think for G2 trying to play at range with this sort of composition is going to work out fantastically. So it makes sense kind of across the board. And at the moment, I'm kind of surprised that we're not getting a little bit more push on the bot side. I did expect with Zyra, I'm not going to lie, I haven't prepped a lot of Zyra coming into today, but I thought she'd get a little bit more push on the bot side. But I suppose we're starting off with the Q. You're not going to get as much as just with Super having the W and the extra range on you.
Yeah, I feel like after level 2, level 3, when you can start putting down plants deliberately, it becomes a little bit easier to trade in the lane, right? Because you can deliberately force the wave out. It has been 2 years since we last saw a Zyra here in the LEC. It was played by Targmas last in 2022, which I think would have been his G2 time, right? 2022, the year that G2 forgot, as Elioya looks for a bit of an invade. Like coming across as well, does have the smite. Won't land it on the red. That's stolen by Elioya to kick us off. So first couple of objectives, that one ward and the red buff steal going over to MDK.
And I do like the way MDK play this. Like, a lot of the times they will take these more skirmish-orientated... Actually, hang on, Super taking a lot of damage, but these more skirmish-orientated junglers where you can get an advantage in the 1v1. Like, he's played a lot of Xin Zhao, now you got the Viego as well. And up against something like a Vi, you can oftentimes, especially if you get the support of Alvaro, put a lot of pressure onto the enemy jungle. And, ooh, for scary, actually.
He's using those Ashe auto attacks, can look for the root as well, but Caps dodges to the side of it expertly. It's the power of Nico stealing away the Ashe. You get the extra range on the auto attacks. You can try and harass down the enemy laner. Mickey here, seeing perhaps if they can catch out Alvaro, but even with Yike coming across, Elyoya is in the area. We might see another one of those skirmishes as MDK look to react to this push by G2. Flash forward by Alvaro, flash away by Mickey, but the Spectral Maw, the heal for the movement speed. Spectral Maw stun going down as well as Mickey falls low, 100 HP on him. He will fall first, the bailout available for Elyoya, but he doesn't even need it as they chase onto Hans Summer. Can't quite get the damage down. They're still looking for a little bit more. Hans will be able to flash this wall, and MDK get first blood.
But this is the problem that we've seen with G2 pretty much in all of their games so far, is going for these aggressive plays and a backfiring in the early stages. And you see that they don't have push on mid, so Caps can't try and come. You've already got the reset coming, or sorry, the control for Elyoya to try and get down here. And Mickey doesn't even realize he's standing on a ward this entire time. So Elyoya able to respond incredibly well. And from this position, Mickey's just in an awful spot. So as Alvaro ends up burning the flash, it's easy chase down potential for Elyoya with the speed up off his E. And I mean, even here for Hans Sama, he ends up having to burn the flash, but nearly end up having to burn the cleanse here. That just barely missing on the route there. And then Hans Sama forced the flash over the wall. So big win for the MDK bot lane off of G2 over-aggressing.
Yeah, all their summoners already burnt on the side of G2, and Super with the slows from the auto attacks. If you're ever caught out by that now, if Super dodges the Grasping Thorns, Grasping Roots, the E from the Zyra, it's going to be very difficult for Mickey or Hans Summer to escape. Still the cleanse available for Hans Summer. We have seen a few cleanses off an Ashe auto attack slow, and sometimes they are viable plays. Often it's not the best play to make because she just autos you again and then you're slow again.
Yeah, I think this is where it starts to get even more threatening now for G2 on this bottom side, because something that I've seen quite a lot, specifically against G2, is that Yike would try and go for the Void Grubs, and immediately Elyoya goes for the... First guy, we forced the flash from Caps, but immediately go for the dive on bot lane, and Elyoya's going to try and do just that after spotting Yike on that top side. So this is where I think for G2, we might see a little bit more action in this bot side.
And it's also why I think Frescari went for that play in mid. He did hit level 6 first, so he knew Caps couldn't just shuffle him out. But if you burn Caps' flash, now Caps TPing to this bot lane tower becomes a lot more precarious, right? If you know that Caps has had to reset, maybe even staying to shove out the wave, he's now half health. Can Caps actually respond to this if a play goes down? Because Broken Blade doesn't have the TP, but Frescawi has his and Merwin has his. And Elyoya is spotted. Jike's working his way across here. Still no summoners for Mickey. Elyoya might just want to get out of this though. Grasping Roots just short and is forced away by Yike.
Yeah, they mistimed the wave push on the bottom side, so the wave doesn't crash into the tower. You can't really look for the dive off that initial crash, and then you're kind of stuck in this no man's land as G2 have that wave just precariously in front of the tower. So Elyoya spent a little bit too long on the bottom side. Did at least get the camps away from Yike on that bot end, so he'll stay even on the jungle camps, but not exactly the dive that they were looking for.
Still, overall, a lead for MDK early in this game, about 1,000 gold ahead. A lot of some of that as well on Mervin in the top lane, who is out-farming his lane opponent. You can see Broken Blade just trying to trade in, but Gwen always known as a good pick into the Cassante. A little bit more difficult when Yike is here to help, though. Mervin, no flash, remember, and will be taken down. G2 finally on the board.
Yeah, not giving him any sort of opportunity. As he's saying, flashless, because he's taking the Ignite on that top side, so nice little pickup, and gives Broken Blade a little bit of control, which means Yike can now start up these Void Grubs. Elyoya in the area, but unless Alvaro can get up here quicker, I don't think you really want to try and go for this. So Broken Blade kind of low off the back of the play on top side.
Yeah, no TP for Broken Blade as well. So with the patience resetting, Alvaro is moving towards this mid lane as well. I think it becomes a little bit easier for MDK to play around it. Elyoya not even going for the grubs, realizing, well, Yike's reset off it. Is he just going to go for his blue buff? That's exactly what he did. Elyoya is still on the chase here. Yike should be able to walk to the safety of his tower, but it might even just be a blue buff steal into some grubs here for MDK.
Yeah, and they'll be pretty happy about it. Frescawi, as the Ashe, going to move across here to make sure that he can try and position here to help them out. But with Yike being pushed back, and also Mickey is kind of pushing up into the area, but they just realized for G2 there's no way they can try and contest this. But the good news for MDK as well is that you can't really go for any sort of counterplay on the bottom side because you push Yike out of the equation as well. So Badlands Koi kind of get to take this just off of a nice timing window.
Yeah, Super was there first as well on his reset to push out. Arrow going through the mid lane, Cap's able to walk below it. And you can see Super actually moving out of vision, making sure he wasn't just standing in bot lane firing arrows out while the minions could see him or any wards could see him to try and catch out Caps. Can't quite achieve it, but it's 3 Void Grubs over to MDK. G2 will try to exchange it for a Dragon, and they should be able to pick this one up because Super has to answer the push that came out in the bottom wave. Alvaro has to move from top side to bot side to make sure he's there to protect his AD carry. G2 will have a small window for the next few moments where they could look to play around this bottom side. They have more vision control. They can expect Elioya's on the top side of the map. You can see Yike hovering in the area. I wonder if he's missed his opportunity here to try and push him for that blue.
Yeah, I think you got to try and back away here as G2. Just
we
over.
Just fight all the time, man. It's been 9 minutes. We had 2 kills.
I mean, it's been a bit of a slow one, but at least they're attempting to try and make stuff happen. Elioya now in the mid lane as well, but you can see. Thank you for pointing it out there. The double support item actually picked up, so it is going to be a double Zizek in the bot lane. I thought that maybe you just go straight for the lethality, but I mean, the support items, it just gives you so much gold, and it's absolutely absurd. So the way this set tends to work is that you actually might have to hold on to this point as Caps.
Will be spotted by Elioya. Caps, no flash on him. Shuffles back and shuffles out himself. Yike now under pressure from Elioya. Did move away from his red buff, but actually looking at the way the bot lane's pushed up, I don't know if Elioya can go any deeper here. You can see Mickey and Hansama would be the first ones to react. Both have the level 6. Elioya is going very hard for this. The blast cone available, but the cease and desist into the grasping roots will knock him out. Yike still trading in. Frescawi moving from the mid lane. Elioya will fall, but the bailout will bring him back, and now MDK can start to open up. Hansama caught out once again as he will go out. And now Mickey trying to escape. Only has the flash. Good grasping roots, but will it be enough? Elioya chasing in, and his 3 quick kills over to MDK.
And MDK just control the jungle of G2. This is again Elioya going for these aggressive invades. It looked a little bit suspect, especially when I saw he didn't have the ultimate to try and cancel out from Yike going in with the cease and desist. We get to see it on the replay here, but just about managing to hit the blast cone and get himself out of that. But as you say, like pushing bot side was in an even point, so Hansama and Mickey were able to try and move across, but you just don't really have the damage to try and set this up as easily as we'd like. Even getting out of the grasp or the ultimate, and okay, BB's dead. Mirwin, that's 2 solo kills for Mirwin now.
Yeah, doing things.
He's popping off.
Playing just as well on the Gwen as some of his signature picks like that Fiddlesticks top. And showing BB his place. Follow Radiance now complete for BB, but when Merwin's beating him with only a blasting wand and a recurve bow, you have to wonder how that matchup's going to go as the game progresses. MDK in such commanding control of this game.
Yeah, I mean, BB goes for the knockback, manages to get it, but on the 14.1B as well, the ratio on the passive was nerfed a little bit, but Merwin still confident to go for it, managing to hit all of those ultimate stacks. Just ripping through the health bar of BB there.
Merwin just telling BB to watch this ratio as he takes them out. And 1.5k lead now for MDK, even with the double support items. You can see bot lane actually relatively even, but 1,000 gold ahead now for Elioya. 202 Kraken Slayer complete. The Void Grub's about to spawn in around 30 seconds as well, as we do see Super caught out, has to burn the flash. Couldn't risk being caught with the Chain of Corruption.
Yeah, you can see at the moment though, Hansama is getting the hit onto his farming capabilities. His Cap's going to get caught. I'm not going to talk about the spot side.
That's the flash. Will be able to just dash away, puts the wall up, forces Frescawi away from the fight, but Caps once again chunked out. Does have the TP in about 25 seconds time.
I think this is so cool to see though from MDK is actually Mickey's going to get caught here as well now.
Mickey has flash. Super has the arrow flashed away. Hansama dodges to the other side. Hostile takeover coming in. That's going to hit Hansama, who will chip away at Mickey. Yike going in onto Super, who will fall even through the bailout. Frescawi on his way, but remember, no Pop Blossom for that Nico, so G2 just get the wave in. Can look for a little bit more if anyone comes to defend, but thankfully for MDK, no one decides to step up.
So it's a good read from Yike to be in that position on the bot side, because essentially what MDK are consistently trying to do is burn stuff on Caps in the mid lane, so then they can always threaten the invade, because Caps realistically without the ult is significantly less threatening if Elioya is invading onto that bottom side. So with Frescawi being able to get the control, MDK are like, cool, let's try and go for some sort of play on the bottom side where we've already pushed Caps back and got him low, but Yike kind of reads it, gets into a position where he's decent. But now MDK picking up this top side once more, at least getting some of these Void Grubs for themselves. Broken Bait in the area, but I think you're just kind of here to window watch, as MDK will be able to back away from us.
Yeah, Broken Blade just playing Spectator League of Legends. Usually we charge an entry fee for that here at the LEC Arena, but he got to do it for free this game. In fact, he's being paid to be here, so it's pretty nice for him, but he's struggling in this lane against Mervin, who has now finished that Nash's Tooth. The Void Grubs going over to MDK. I believe they picked up all 6 this game, if I recall the earlier plays correctly. I do, as Rob gives me the thumbs up. Thanks for that, Rob.
No worries. I'm here for moral support and, well, thumbs up support, apparently.
We are looking at getting the Void Grubs on the overlay. Unfortunately, it wasn't available for this week, but we'll get it as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think the this is kind of like the scenario where I think for MDK, you're like, okay, we have Mirwin, who's going to start outscaling Broken Blade even more than he is currently, because you just get so much true damage coming off of the Gwen, and you got the opportunity to try and play out the Void Grubs in the mid game. So as long as you're able to prevent G2 from starting to take turrets or starting to get control on this bottom side of the map, you're in a good spot. But I do think for MDK, you have to start looking at this Dragon, because if G2 are able to go, right, we can take 2 Dragons, leave that in the mid game, but then we're just able to play out our game as we want to.
Now we're going down, Hansama with a cleanse, and Yo-Yo coming in, Yike just off to the side as well. Important to note that difference in summoner spells between the 2 AD carries. Hansama went cleanse for the arrow, and for, all the other CC, but Super went for the ghost. So if he is ever caught out by the Chain of Corruption, it can be a very sticky wicket for him to play. Alvaro should be able to walk out of the top of this one. Will take a chunk of damage, even the Zazax, in fact, from Mickey, not going to burn him down. Yike will be able to take the Drake because of that force in the bottom lane. So now MDK looking down the barrel of 2 Drakes. Will be a Chemtech Soul. Still not that powerful as Souls go, but G2 also opening up this bot side of the map. And you see the lead they've started to develop. It's been relatively even in terms of kills, in terms of CS. A 15 CS lead isn't that monumental in the bottom lane, but those support items giving them leads in both the AD carry and the support role for G2.
Yeah, and that's where I was kind of saying for MDK, look, it's nice that you've got this control from Irwin, but you need to get control over this bottom side a little bit more, because the second Dragon going across the G2 means in the mid game, they can kind of just ignore what if you're going to try and contest for third Dragon as MDK and go and play to cancel out Mirwin on the top side. They can look for plays elsewhere, and that's kind of been where G2 have managed to bring back their deficits in the early game in their 2 wins so far. So for MDK, they definitely have to keep their eyes out. Although a Rift Herald that could be plonked down in the mid lane could certainly help out, but I think it'll be in the next minute and a bit that we see that happen.
I think especially with the Void Mites, you get Mites if you ride it, plus Mites if you've already collected the Void Grubs, and then when you attack the tower as well, you get more Mites, and you soon
very
become
mighty.
This sort of, it's very mighty. I like that one, that was good. But yeah, it becomes this unstoppable horde of Mites just sprinting at you. For G2, they'll have to make sure that they play around the possibility of this Herald very well. And they don't have to play around the possibility of it, because it's now become a certainty in the mid lane. Now Lyoya will ride the Herald, charge it straight into the tower. The hostile takeover hits onto Hansama. There's the arrow as well. No cleanse on him. Spectral Maul for the stun. The CC chain from NDK is enough, and the tower falls to the power of the Mighty Mites. The Rift Herald now going to charge in once again. Super will get chucked out of it, get a shield as well, and more Mites come in. The more grubs you've collected, the more Mites come out of that charge. And it does actually, I was talking about this with a team yesterday, it does the same amount of damage whether you ride it or not, but that's quite a lot of damage going onto Frescawi, but he gets a shield. The bailout enough to help him out. And MDK get another kill as G2 look for the engage. They might even get another tower out of this. MDK accelerating through that mid game. The Rift Herald used perfectly by them to just snowball that mid push.
There was no reason for Yike to go in though. You had already pushed them away. You were like, look, the play is dead. Caps was overextending the bot lane, so maybe he was like, I can make a pick onto Alvaro as the rest of MDK try and shove his ear off this bottom side. But good ult here from Alvaro to make sure that Hansama is just a sitting duck for Lyoya as he goes in. Ton of damage, mid lane tower goes down. And then here it's like, Caps is still shoving in that bottom side, which I think is a bit over aggressive, because this is why MDK feel perfectly fine to start threatening in and get the second charge entirely easily. But here, I mean, yes, you've got Alvaro, but Mickey just doesn't quite have the damage to follow up. Yike also doesn't really have anything to contribute once he gets knocked up, and you've even got Alvaro in a position there to make sure that he's got the bailout. So I think just a massive overextension coming through from G2, which nets another turret and the goal going across on the kill.
And often you can find in these sorts of situations that you think you've caught the enemy, and because you feel so far behind, you're 7-2 down, 2 towers to 1, you've lost out on all the grubs, the Rift Herald's charging in, you're like, oh, we can make a play here. Yes, it's probably a 30-70 play, but let's make it, because if we catch him, we get his bounty, we get to start getting back into this game.
Yeah, I think it's just, you've already made the call that, hey, look, we are giving mid tower to get gold on Caps.
Sure.
And that is definitely what they're trying to play for here. It's Caps has been solo farming the spot side this entire time. The Azir, highest level on the team, like they know that Caps is essentially going to be the win condition here for this game. So like, cool, let's try and get him rolling. But if that's going to be the case, then why are you trying to get extra gold onto your jungle and support? Because that's realistically where that gold was going to go. So I think these are the mistakes that G2 have seen a lot. Might be a little bit more.
Has the cleanse. Grasping Roots did land onto Elioya. But I totally agree with you. It can feel like you're trying to make too many plays at once or just trying to make a play when you don't actually need to. Broken Blade trading with Mervin here in the top side as the Ike comes across. The all-out pulls Mervin back. And remember, still no flash on that Gwen. She might be immune, but that immunity falls off relatively quickly. Mickey stunned up by Elioya. Spectral Maw coming out, and Mickey should ball hit. Flashes the Heartbreaker in the opposite direction. Alvaro, though, with a nice handshake, pulls him back to his demise. A deal with the devil there for Mickey. And now perhaps a mid push coming out from MDK. They've got the wave in. They'll look towards bot tier 1, bot tier 2 perhaps. Instead just a reset as Frescari will be able to take at least the tier 1.
And I think what we're going to see is, look, G2 say, hey, we're going to just leave Hansam in mid lane, try and get the push here for Caps on his top side and try and trade for the Dragon that's coming up in 25 seconds. But from that point on, it's just going to become impossible to try and play the game. Mad Lions, Koi will be able to push in mid, start to establish vision on that top side. And again, it's just G2 trying to make picks where they aren't strong on the map. Elioya alongside Alvaro. Elioya is going to rip through Mickey's health bar, and when he has no real opportunity to try and escape because of the chase down potential on Mad Lions Koi, and also just great handshake there from Alvaro. Sets it up beautifully, but you're making your play on the top side of the map. Again, you don't need to try and make 2 plays at once.
It's one of the fundamentals of League of Legends. Just do one thing at one time. The other side gives up the pressure that they could exert. Great teams obviously will be able to make more than one play as we see G2 trying to make a play up towards the top lane. Mervin falls once again. Even though his laning phase was fire, Mervin now is falling down the list of gifts that you'd want to give. A little bit below gold win and frankincense win in my estimation right now is Merwin.
It's terrible. That was so
that was
bad.
Really bad, I agree. Red buff taken by MDK, but
you
G2,
can have your gift back, actually. Yes.
G2 actually starting to even out this gold lead. The Dragon as well hasn't been taken by MDK. As we said, Chemso not that important. Hansama flashes away from Frescawi, who's going in with the rocket boat. Elioya spotted by the Oracles. And now MDK will just push out mid, can try and regain control of their top side, but while all of this is happening, Broken Blade's pushing another lane, and G2 are starting to weave their way around this map in a way that we have seen G2 do so many times.
Yeah, and I think this is why they've been so good when it comes to playing from behind this mid, because when you look at the map, you want to try and threaten this mid push to then go for Dragon if you're playing on Mad Lions Koi. But the biggest problem that you're having is that every time they try and contest into the mid lane, you're having this big push in the top side coming through from Caps, and he's just sitting there the entire time. Maybe Yike's in position as well. And then as you try and settle it up, well, Mirren's getting countered on that top side. And now it's actually G2, because they've ended up with having to push it. They got the control on bot side and they got control on top. Mad Lions have to answer on the side lanes and they can't really contest for the Dragon. So G2 just outplaying on the map at the moment.
Yeah, they really are. Alongside that, the key point of MDK's ire, Hansama has now got himself a Celestial Opposition, a baby crown on the Varus. I think often we look towards the damage items because this double support itemization started with Bloodsong. Yeah. Because Sheen is nice, you know, a free Sheen is pretty good.
PTA and, decent on as well, yeah.
It's pretty nice, you know. But then we've seen AD carries go for this more defensive option with the Celestial Opposition. Obviously we have the Zazas as Caps tries to shuffle away a little bit, gets out of vision, and MDK can't find anything.
You need to stop watching Gage's stream because you're saying the wrong thing every single time.
Zazak. I know it's Zazak, but Zaza, like, the audience connects with it, you know what I'm saying?
But Vicky, hopefully not getting connected with there, but I think the big thing here is that I actually don't like it because I don't think you're going to get a huge amount of damage that's going towards that backline. You probably already lost the fight because you poke Varus if you are the one that's getting connected with. So maybe the poke could have been a bit better, but maybe he's worried about just how far ahead MDK are, and he's got a solo push mid that's where he's worried about, but it can always change. I think it's like 160 gold to try and change it.
Yeah,
so
if you sell the item and then you buy back the initial, the Atlas of Worlds, I believe the first one is called, then you get the completed item automatically. You don't have to farm up all the gold again. So I think it might be 240 gold you spend on it, I think. But it's not a large investment as Merwin is shuffled back here. Yike looking for the damage. Merwin going to try and dash across the wall, but he doesn't have time. As G2 collapse again. Alvaro now caught out as well. Yike standing on that blast cone. Alvaro trying to click it, but he just can't get onto it. Hostile takeover will force Broken Blade back, as will the blast cone. Elioya now stepping in, looking to see perhaps if he can steal away this Baron. No top laner for MDK. He does have TP, 27 seconds away. MDK will see the Baron as they step around the corner. 6,000 HP on it. TP behind as Frescowi looks for a flank position. MDK might just be calling for the fight after the Baron has fallen. Frescowi gets the 3-man knockup, but the rest of the team aren't close enough to close in. Hansama will fall first. Frescowi has to pop the stopwatch, but immediately goes pop afterwards, and now Caps is sliding forward and gliding forward. Elyoya falls. The bailout brings him back for a second, but it's not enough before he's shut out of the fight. G2 ace MDK around the Baron.
The team fight from G2 is just too strong. Frescowi thought he saw the play in his eyes, but no one there to follow. G2 capitalized, and just like that, again, G2 managed to swing back from an early game deficit.
We've seen it so many times over the years. MDK, their early game was sublime. They shot G2 out of it, but all G2 needed was a few moments, a couple of items, and they started pulling MDK around the map.
Yeah, and you can see the problem here is that Broken Blade has completely shifted Elyoya towards that top side. Mickey's just consistently threatened these lockups on towards Supa, so he can't really follow up as well. So as Frescowi goes in, the follow-up damage from Mad Lion's Koi isn't really there, even when Hansama goes down. And then with the amount of extra damage that you're able to pump out as Caps, and even with Mickey as your support on the Zyra, it works out so well for G2 in that one. And Roman breathing a sigh of relief in the background.
Dylan's just like, yeah, it's another day in the office. I've been here before. I'm used to this sort of play. The Dragon up in a minute and a half now.
Do you think he gets any sort of adrenaline rush when he's like parachuting or jumping off a cliff or whatever the hell else it is? It's just, I feel like G2 just gives you more excitement.
All of his serotonin, like reuptake synapses, they're just done, man. There's no endorphins in his brain. There's no neurotransmitters left. That's 1 years of casting G2 out, playing for coaching. Wow.
It's a tough day for you.
All of the neurotransmitters have gone out of my brain as well, it seems. Caps trading with Merwin. And Merwin losing out on that trade right now. He'll try and snip him. The Caps can just wait this out. Merwin doesn't really have many ways out apart from the dash. The arrow's going to land onto Mickey, puts down the grasping roots. Merwin losing to Caps, as we said, as Caps will take the kill. Hansama getting caught, though, and locked out by MDK. MDK able to make a play on the other side of the map. Broken Blade and Yike now pushing forward. Mickey no ult. Used it in that last engage. Caps does have the TP. Baron remaining for 40 seconds here for G2, but doesn't look like they're going to be able to crack the inhibitor line. Just trying to get a bit more chip damage on this tier 2.
Doesn't even look like they'll get the tier 2, so I mean, Mirwin does end up giving his life, but the fact you manage to hold on to some of these outer structures is definitely going to help out Mad Lion's Koi when it comes to if they can defend that top side of the map. But with Dragon Soul coming up and available now in just 30 seconds, it is Chemtech Soul, so maybe MDK just are like, hey, we'll try and give it. But yeah, Caps is massive at the moment. 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. Rabadon's Death Cap moving up towards his third item. This was what G2 were playing for, with leaving him in a side lane for so long, and you can see the total gold there reflects just how much he's been able to pick up.
Yeah, even the difference between Hansama, who's 1-4-2 with the same CS as Super, but has 1,200 gold lead. He's sold his support item now. He's like, yep, got all the use I need out of that. No need for it anymore. Just takes the extra 1,000 gold and leaves. Caps, though, has just lost the game for G2. He's bought a Medjais. And as we know, as soon as you buy the Medjais, you're going to start dying. So, unfortunate G2 fans, MDK are going to be 3-1 after this little battle.
I mean, this is looking good for G2, though. Look at where Caps is pushing Merwin out. And Merwin doesn't really have a good TP ward. He has to kind of come into the face of G2 if he wants to do anything. And Caps is just able to roam down. So G2 abusing that fact at the moment to set themselves up nicely here.
MDK really need those flank positions as well, and you can see the sides are warded. Mickey gating off Merwin from the top side. Frescowi on a ward. G2 will just wait it out. Cease and desist. Caps jumps across. They decide who their target is. Frescowi the first one. Elyoya trying to get onto Caps. He dodges away with a Heartbreaker. Perfectly played there by Elyoya. The root going down onto Yike as well as Elyoya tries to trade back in. Yike trying to get back into the pit, but he can't get there in time as Super takes the Drake, and this is a great fight for MDK. The lockdown on Caps, and Merwin shutting Broken Blade out.
The fact that Caps hit nobody with that ultimate is a disaster. The stopwatch and the Heartbreaker from Elyoya did so much work, and even on the opposite side, Mirwin hitting up towards his two items as well, just soloing out Broken Blade. MDK find the fight that they need off the back of that. They can push out waves, and with Baron in a minute and a half, they should be able to get some sort of control there.
Mickey stopped, gets the root down, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. Elyoya no ult. The blast cone from Mickey will mean that he escaped to safety. Elyoya might just use this opportunity to steal away a gun. Let's have another look at this fight.
Yeah, because it starts off well. As you say, Mickey's marking Mirwin, Frescowi, they tried to turn onto him here, but they don't really have the follow-up. Hansama is trying to keep people at bay from the river, and as Elyoya comes over the wall, he's got so much damage. This Beautiful
So
heartbreaker
good.
on the timing there. Finishes him off. Yike is now stuck in a difficult position. Also gets rooted thanks to Praskowy there. And on the top side, G2 aren't even winning either. Mirwin is doing so much damage with Supa as well to try and force Hansama back to just able to pick off BB. So really nicely done by Madeline's Koi.
Yeah, it's part of the risk of the lethality Varus as well, is you kind of shoot your shot, and then after that you're waiting to get your damage back up. If Caps is there, obviously he can put a huge amount of consistent DPS down in the fight, but you see only 2 players on G2 getting over that 1k damage in the last fight mark. MDK delaying the Soul. They get their first Drake of the game, as we've said. Chemitech Drake, not the most impactful in the game, but denying the Soul also delays the Elder, which means you can get to 3 items on Super. You can get Mervin to 4 items. He's gone Crypt Bloom as well, just to try and help out his team that little bit more.
And most importantly, the stacks are now done for Caps as
Told
well.
you.
nailed it. I didn't think, I wasn't a believer, but now I see. And Mickey.
Ooh, flash just short there. See Alvaro trying to get in for the flash handshake, but couldn't get in range. Mervin catching the mid wave as MDK are trying to stop G2 from being able to enter into this river. They're managing it for now, but with the wave pushed up, G2 now have an opportunity. You can see the sun disc goes up. They don't know where anyone is yet, G2, but MDK have started the Baron. It's down to 10,000. Where's Fescoe? Where's Fescoe? Because that's what you've got to think about in these situations. He's flanking, he's waiting, he's lying. Perhaps to see if G2 overstep. Mervin forced away by Caps. That is a trade he doesn't want to take. Caps already level 17, 3 items, or 2.5 considering he's got a Magi in the middle there. Pascawi looks for some damage on Mickey, now spotted. Tries to dash away and MDK will just reset.
Caps putting pressure down in the mid lane to try and force Mirwin to deal with it. So as long as they can dance here, G2 are happy.
Mickey has no flash, and Leoya is looking for him. A blast cone away once again. G2 will start up the Baron. All 5 members of G2 here. Merwin catching mid.
You have a lot of poke here, but there's the all-in from Breeby.
Breeby looking for it. Hasn't used that ultimate as of yet. 6,000 HP on the Baron. Broken Blade dances back. Leoya low. 3,000 now on the Baron as Merwin goes forward. Hostile takeover only hits onto BB. That's not really the target you want. Pascawi goes in, only hits onto BB. It's still not the target you want as the Baron falls to G2. Hansama flashing away. Caps trading down towards the bottom side. Teague finds an answering kill. Mickey's already fallen, but G2 now start to collapse. Leoya caught out. Nothing he can do, the last man standing, but G2 wipe away MDK.
The patience from G2 paying off dividends there. They know, hey look, we've got Zyra poke, Hansama poke, Caps outranges so many members of MDK. As long as we can continue to play this slow, we can whittle them down bit by bit and force MDK to go all out. And G2 are more than happy to welcome them into their waiting arms.
That's just going to be the game. G2 should be able to get through these towers like a hot knife through butter. MDK put up a really good fight in the early game. They had the advantage, but G2's ability just to play around the map was a little bit too much today. G2 will meet SK at the top of the scores at 3-1.
Same day, or different day, same G2. Yeah, I mean, it's been very much the story that has been written for G2, not having control in the early stages, and even the sideways look from the back end staff there. But I think that's the main thing, is like you've got control is gone wonky every single time in the early stages, specifically in the bot lane for first week. We're able to get control, but on your screen you can see they were able to bring it back in the mid game, and your players to watch were Broken Blade or Caps for your player of the game.
You can vote at LEC on X for that. And as you say, bot lane went a little bit awry. Unsurprising, no bot laners, no bot lane all support on the player of the game votes. But yeah, great to see G2 managing to pick up that win. Obviously, MDK played really well as well, so looking forward to seeing how they can continue through week 2. After the break, we'll have an interview with Hansama. Don't you go anywhere.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Did anybody suspect a skip cast?
Still trading in. Frescawi moving from the mid lane. Yoyo will fall, but the bailout will bring him back, and now MDK can start to open up. Hansama caught out once again as he will go out. And now Mickey trying to escape. Lashes the Heartbreaker in the opposite direction. Alvaro, though, with a nice handshake, pulls him back to his demise. Frescawi has to pop the stopwatch, but immediately goes pop afterwards, and now Gaps is sliding forward and gliding forward. El Yoyo falls, the bailout brings him back for a second, but it's not enough before he's shut out of the fight. G2 ace MDK around the Baron.
And welcome back to the Riot Games arena after G2 picks up the win today. And I have with me Mickey, LEC MVP from last year. Took you a while to pick Zyra. Let's talk about the champion, shall we?
Yeah, well, I guess better late than never, right?
Yeah.
Like nowadays, it actually feels a bit stronger than before because the new support item actually makes it so you have a purpose. Like the new one, just like, I don't know, there's like some max % health HP. And it's very easy to proc with the Zyra passive or Zyra plants. So yeah, sometimes there's some cases where Zyra can be very strong.
Doesn't change that you still die a lot on the champion. Not you, but like you Zyra players,
okay.
You mean, yeah. So something you can't deal with, I guess. But like, if you look at the support diversity we had so far, I think about the LCK, where KT Rolster played way in the bot lane, very situational, I think. All the double Enchanter support meta that we saw previously, the Zyra now. What do you think of the changes on the bot lane and the diversity that you can have and how much fun you can have on bot right now?
Yeah, it feels like nowadays you can kind of play anything and it can work. And the new support items can give a lot of creativity, I guess, for new champions as well. Still not tried the way. The way looked kind of fun, so might have to pick it up for next
What did
time.
you think about this, actually? Because I've talked to a few supports in the league, and they were like, meh, I don't know, but the champion like this in its state right now, do you think in some situations it can work?
I think after the buffs, where his E is actually a useful spell, like his shield basically, it can work in a few cases, and I think Bear played it pretty well. So it looked like it had a purpose.
All
So
right.
just like a long range, pretty good mage. Yeah.
Well, let's see what G2 can cook in the next week, maybe bringing this champion, but I want to take a step back and talk about the whole team, because in the off-season, it was difficult to predict what G2 was going to do, and when I found out that you guys were going to stick together, I was like, where is going to be the improvement? Where is it going to come from? And you requested Duffman, who you know really well. Tell me about him specifically and why you asked for him.
Well, I wasn't really sure what we can get better at, but I spent some time in the off-season with Duff, and we were talking about the game a lot because Worlds was still going on while we both got eliminated. And then I realized that he actually knew a lot about the game and stuff that we never talked about throughout the year. So then, yeah, it just seemed like a good idea to try to bring him in. And so far, I feel like our mid-game is like 100 times better than it was at Worlds. I mean, 100 times 0 is still 0, but it was much better than before,
fine.
at least.
Yeah, it's improving, but at what cost? And I know that I'm going to be a bit dramatic here, but looking at the first games from G2, there seems to be more effort put into the mid-game at the expense of the rest of the game. Can you elaborate on this? It's the first games, of course, but still, what happened?
Yeah, the early games are looking a bit rough right now, but the bright side is that even though we lose those, we still win later on because we can get advantages from mid-game and just moving around the map. So that's a good sign at least. So when we do win an early game, it's going to be smooth sailing. So, yeah.
Fantastic. G2 fans, brace yourself. When it's coming, it's going to hit hard. Anything to say about Yike? He's waiting on the other side with Shox and the rest of the crew. Any praise or not for your
I think his vibe was really good. I hope I can see more of that in the future.
All right, well, I hope I can see more Zyra. Thank you so much, Miki.
Thank you.
Congrats on taking the win today.
Thank you.
And Shox, back to you.
Thank you. We didn't hear what he said. What do you think he said, Yike?
I think he said that my vibe was good. I hope he said that at least.
Yeah, yeah.
And his Zyra was okay.
I'm sure that's what we heard.
Very kind right now. No, I mean, I have to be nice.
But I do want to kind of parlay the discussion that Laure had with Mickey, also with yourself, Yike, and with Goldborg. It's almost like, you know, the monkey paw where we're working on our mid-game and we're winning from our mid-game, but your early game is just falling apart. Do you think it's as simple as it's always going bad because we're not playing well, or has it been different reasons every game why the early game has not really worked?
I think it's a bit of both. I think we play the early games a bit weird right now. I think last year we were actually very good at early games, but this year I think we just do we just mess up a lot of times. Like one mistake and then the enemies actually snowball well. I think the teams are playing much better as well this year than last year. So we do get punished in early games and yeah, it just makes it harder for us.
And I think it's what you're looking at right here, because it's what you're saying. It's not like someone's just walking into an enemy, invade when they don't have prior or anything. It's just a bad trade from Mickey in the beginning that allows Alvaro and Super to get bot lane prior. Eliora's done 3 camps, and then suddenly Yike's getting invaded here. And despite you having been invaded, you've always been able to bounce back. I remember your Viego game as well down the bot side. But do you find it harder to jungle, at least in the early game here, where it's been going as, well, let's say as bad as it has so far?
Yeah, I mean, usually I am the one invading all the time, and now I got invaded. They had the pry on every lane, so I think it was a good punish by them because I can't do much. They just steal my red buff, and yeah, that's what happens. But yeah, overall, I think yeah, I mean, I just don't want to get invaded anymore.
that's perfectly fair.
Yeah, jungler, stop picking on Yike. Regardless, though, you recovered when we look at the entire game, so that's good to know. We do still have a couple of replays of Mad doing well as well, but why do you think you couldn't stop the bleeding early on? Because do you think it was recoverable already from that point, or did you as a team decide, no, we're going to have to wait until a bit later in the game to take over?
Yeah, I think we just decided to wait a bit because they were strong in the bot lane, they were strong in jungle, and Nico is also stronger than us in early game. So we just have to relax. I think try to not make as many mistakes as we did, and then just try to snowball on like the other sides. Like we killed Gwen one time, and then we started killing Gwen more, and we just found her, and that was nice.
Yeah, you were just farming Gwen a little bit.
Yeah, we kept seeing that on side lane as well. I think a lot of that does come through Caps. I think despite top and bot lane of G2 having some issues, at least in the early game every now and then, Caps, bar one game, has been super good at staying even or ahead to actually pray through side lanes and allow them to get picks.
Are you setting this up for me, or he is the key player of the game, actually?
Oh, wow, is he? I didn't know that. That's unbelievable. Wow.
Anyway, he is. I think he got maybe a little bit of flack last week. I'm not sure. Maybe it was
One
just
game
on
I
the
thought
internet.
was like, yeah.
Well, but better now.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think his Azir was great. I thought his Nico has been great too. And it's just like one of those champions where he's allowed to thrive. So I think for now, Yike and Caps has been the most stable, at least coming out of week 1 and also going into this game. And I think you can just take a look at it and it'll come through. You seem very happy about that, but it's true. But my question still goes back to, we're not seeing much difference from the G2 early game. Like, what steps are gonna have to be taking now moving forward as well if you want to fix these issues?
I think for sure have to be more disciplined. I think we go for fights that we actually shouldn't take. Like, for example, the 3-3 we had bot lane where we died, and after that they started snowballing. So we just have to be, I think we just have to be more disciplined and
Is that because you got cocky from last year, or is it something entirely else?
Might be that we're a bit more cocky this year.
Okay, that's fair.
Hey, you can't work on everything at the same time. I want to take a look at the Baron, where you really got back into the game as well. And Yike, I'd like you to talk through this as well, because I think not necessarily all the right decisions were taken by Mad Lions Koi either, probably. So you can talk us through this replay.
Yeah, here I think we called to cancel their bases, and we were looking for them because we know they want a base. We found Gwen, which is very nice. Got a pick here, and we were like, yeah, let's pressure Nash because this is the best moment. And I think we called that. I don't know if we can turn. I think we don't have a zero. We have our ult. But I think BB said that he wanted to stop the Viego here. So he's going all in here to try to stop Viego, so we can just get the Nash like we did. And then I think Nico went in alone, and they split up, and we just win the game. Caps can just freely hit them, and he's just
taking over.
I think that's where the difference really come in a game like this. Like, despite G2 having a worse early game, the veterancy still shows. The mid game, as you all have been talking about, still shows. And I think even more so, the team fight supremacy also shows. I think in the last Baron as well, they throw everything on BB. Not the one we just saw, but they try and Renato ult, they only get BB. They try and Nico ult, they only get BB. And then Caps is just standing back free to hit. So they still have that. I mean, you can even see it in the goal graph. What is that goal graph right there? Like, out of nowhere, they're just straight back into it. Then they're out of it, and then they're straight back into it. But it's a classic G2 game, but I think it just shows the team fighting in the mid game has become really good, and at least that's a nice sign.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy that we improved a lot on this, because that's probably what we were the worst at Worlds last year. So at least us being good at this now is a good sign, because I think we can fix the early game pretty easily.
So you think it's a trust the process?
Yeah.
Trust the process meme? Okay, great. Next up, we do have BDS taking on Fnatic. Yike, I'd love to hear your thoughts on who you think. Yeah, I think Mickey's right there as well. They're going to do some
Caps
content.
are looking at me, yeah.
Oh, they are?
Yeah,
you're flaming them a second ago, I guess.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Not really.
I was praising Caps.
You was praising Caps, yeah.
BDS Fnatic?
Yes.
I think they're both 2-1. We won against BDS, which was nice, but I would say Fnatic is probably looking a bit stronger right now. I think they're playing well together, and yeah, I mean, I would probably give the edge to Fnatic for this one.
Another one I've been really loving seeing lately has also been Humanoid. I feel like he's been more cocky than he's been in a long time as well. I remember his Akali game, he takes Electrocute, goes Sorks boots as well, when most Akalis will take Merge Threads and Fleet Footwork, but he just wants to go ahead. That game, he didn't even have too many pop-up performances, but it's then his Azir comes around, and he's still just a guy that you can rely on. So I think Humanoid, a lot of people like to say that he doesn't care during regular season. He'll only show up during the playoffs, doing finals, doing worlds. But he's already shown up here during winter, and that's a really good sign for Fnatic fans.
That is a good sign indeed. They've been doing really well, and so has G2. We're harsh on them, but they're 3-1, so that's pretty good. Yike, congratulations.
I think I'm happy that we're 3-1. I'm sad that we are not 4-0 because we should have been that. But yeah,
I get it. Rather be 4-0 than 3-1. A big lesson from Yike over to my casters.
Quote that in the next one.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great lesson from Yike. Would you agree, Broken Blade? Would you rather be 4-0 than 3-1?
I would rather be 4-0 than 3-1, yes. It's very...
insightful.
Yeah, very good opinion, I think.
Yeah.
Solid. I mean, I can't argue with the logic. It's
very good logic, right?
Yeah.
4 wins gets you into playoffs, which I know is a worry for you guys on G2. Are you concerned about making it to playoffs this year?
I mean, we have a new thing about being humble. So every win at a time. Today was a big success. Yeah. Tomorrow is a new day. 1 win at a time.
Can you call today a big success after that early game, or is it just a success?
I can't, but we won the game.
Yeah,
that's all that matters for now. So I would call it a success.
Nice.
Okay, and which of these upcoming teams do you think is going to be successful then? Because we're going to be going into Fnatic and BDS, and I think for Fnatic, we've kind of seen mid-jungle has been incredibly strong for them. I think we're probably going to see them target that again. But I was really impressed with Jun the other day. I thought his Blitzcrank looked sick up against SK. So is there any way that you're leaning for either of these teams?
I think I like Fnatic's playstyle right now a little bit more. I think they have a very good read and they have like set plays that they do a lot. I think not many teams right now have that going on for them. SK was doing well, for example, but I think Fnatic has one of those is one of those teams that do that very well.
I can agree with that. Also, their walkouts are sick. You know? They do what every player does, which is just walk in a straight line. When are you going to give us something spicy here, BB? When are you going to mix it up?
You got to tumble.
I can maybe mix some things up.
Can you do a somersault, a cartwheel?
I can't say because then
it's giving away secrets.
It's the element of surprise. Yeah,
I get that.
Could you imagine the mental mind games you have if you like do a tumble or something against your top laner as he's walking and he's like, "Geez, this guy's cracked. I don't know what he's going to bring out."
I was thinking just running, you know, and then he has to catch up.
Oh, yeah, that's actually really good.
He's gonna look awkward.
G2's like really big on the fitness. You guys used to run around all the time, so maybe he's out of breath when you're just, you know.
Maybe. I mean, it's all mental games, right? Before the game actually starts, so might have to implement some stuff if needed.
I'm looking forward to watching it. It's going to be a lot of fun. So we are obviously still on 14.1b, the hotfix now. I obviously don't want to give you, you give away any of your secrets, but do you think there's any champions that have been majorly affected by the hotfix that perhaps we saw before that we're not seeing anymore?
Definitely, yeah. Last week, I think also the Gwen, right? The Gwen is getting buffed in the next patch. I think if it was the pre-nerf Gwen last game and I give him a solo kill, he can take over the game. Luckily, he did not, which I'm very happy about. I mean, definitely, I think we are going to see different champs. There's also Udyr on the table now from a lot of teams coming from LCK, so I'm excited if Fnatic or BDS will pick it up.
Yeah, so am I. I'm actually a bit disappointed we haven't seen Hui yet, because I've seen some Hui mid, and obviously Beryl has been bringing it out as Hui support in the LCK. I played it once in solo queue and we won, therefore it's a good champion. Right? That tends to be how that works.
You didn't talk about the other 3 normal games where you ran it down.
Yeah, you practice in normal and you win in solo queue. That's, you know, you practice in scrims, or if you're G2, win in scrims and then lose on stage. Right? That's...
Well, we do win in EU.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Poppy, Lucian, and Corgi banned away by BDS. Darius, Rumble, and Nico banned away by Fnatic, and it's an Ashe first pick.
I'm curious if we get the Varus now taken away as well, because Varus has just been so insanely strong on hit or poke, but also Ashe Varus just an annoying combo to try and deal with in that bottom side of the map. And then I've been interested to see that Xin Zhao has kind of drifted out of the priority here coming in, but maybe we see Razork try and play for that once more. I think it's just still just such a strong pick.
Do you think that's true? Do you think like you need to prioritize Xin Zhao on 14.1b?
Well, I'm not going to tell you.
Yeah, exactly. That was a poor
I think, I think what I can tell you is I think it's a lot about preference, especially on what's going on with jungle picks, AD carry picks. I think there's a lot of similarity in strength. There's a difference in when these champs are strong, and I think it's based on the players, on what they want.
Yeah, and I mean, hearing off the Heretics lads, they were very high on this bias here. I want to ask you about it because they clearly plan on playing Heretics, so maybe you guys are in the same boat, but I do think it sets you up very nicely. You've got strong pick potential with the Ashe and the Vi as well, so at the moment you can kind of tell that BDS are maybe looking to try and play through the strong mid jungle and counter what Fnatic have been going for.
Yeah, Fnatic still do have that Nocturne available to them. We might see that banned out by, it doesn't matter because they picked the Xin Zhao, yeah. I'm just going to shut up and let you guys talk.
Appreciate it.
What top lane would you pick right now, Broken Blade, if you had to pick a top laner?
If I'm, red side or blue side?
You're red side. You have to blind top. You're saving support for Mickey so you can pick Zyra again.
All right, I would pick, do I get 1 ban, 2 bans, 0 bans?
You get 0 bans from this spot.
Okay, then I'm not picking.
Okay, so if you get 2 bans, what would you pick?
I would probably pick something that I can't tell you.
Okay, so Gwen is gone, which at least to me says they're going to probably go for something like a Cassante or some kind of like tank on the top side, right?
That is possible. Gwen was usually a setup and for the Cassante. I don't think they're going to go for blind pick top against Adam, as we know Adam is a very good counter picker when it comes to melee matchups. So I assume that Fnatic will pick support on 4 with 2 bans.
Yeah, I can see them picking support here as well.
Okay, they banned 1 support.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind something like the Renata, to be honest, for Jun, if you wanted to go for it, just to try and set up for, hey, you know, as you try to go in with the Vi, or you're trying to set up for your team fight, you can kind of counter that with the hostile takeover. And then you got Zinzao Oriana combo to try and fight your way out of it as well. So at the moment, it looks like at least you've got a good amount of options here for Fnatic. They did leave counterpick for Jun in their last game against SK, so maybe that is going to be the call with Udyr. Going to be taken. There you go. You're happy to see it.
Udyr.
And I think that BDS just trapped themselves a bit with these two bans, as they are also a setup ban for Udyr, as they are good matchups. So I'm interested to see what BDS will pick here, especially with Darius out.
I mean, yeah, they only have 3 other options, right? They've got Garen, Olaf, or Sett.
Oh, so which one
actually nailed it. Which one of those is best into
Olaf.
Udyr? Is it Olaf?
Apparently it's Olaf.
I don't know. Like, I haven't seen the matchup, but I feel like for Olaf, it's kind of difficult to just win the war of attrition against Udyr, especially when you can just use that double over tap and just run away from you as you're taking, what is it, like 14% of your HP
it's a
or
lot
something?
Of damage
Yeah,
from
it's
the
insane.
double glacial
I
bird form.
think the one who gets Swifties first is going to have an advantage. They both want to run.
Oh, damn.
There's the Blitz going. We have seen Blitz into Renata a lot, so perhaps that's preempting the Renata final pick here from Fnatic. I think Renata's kind of okay into the Blitzcrank because you can just get hooked, go Guardian bone plating, and it doesn't matter too much, but you do lose out on some pressure in the lane.
I was going to say, though, you kind of want some engage here, right?
Yeah.
So I think you're actually all right. You could go for, like, the Rel or an Alistar even could work well here, where it's just like, hey, I'm going to be that ball delivery system. Rel perfectly set up for that as well. So I actually think Fnatic, as kind of BB was already alluding to, did a really good job in the draft of just kind of pinching what BDS had options to go for.
Well, I think it's now up to Olaf to carry this game. Honestly, he's a very good Olaf pick here. I think the only one who is maybe a little good into the Olaf is Oriana with her extra movement speed. Maybe she even goes phase rush. But I think if Olaf has a great game, Adam can take over.
And it's often the case for BDS. If Adam can take over the top lane, they tend to be able to win out their games. Have seen them struggling a little bit with Ice. The synergy, the communication around later game team fights, often he's not there at the start of the fight, or he seems to be on a different page. But if you put all of your eggs into the Adam basket, it can work out really well for them.
And how would you like to see then, like, Sheo try and play this, right? Because do you want to see him try and go for, like, early level 1-2 topside to try and get control of that matchup? Or would you rather be like, hey, just leave me alone in the 1v1 and I'm going to be fine?
Okay, so if I'm red side, what I would do is I would make sure Sinsao does 3 camps top side and then look for a gank. As I think they win the 2v2, it's a very easy setup for the Udyr to just run at him. Even if he has the passive up, he can press the double E, does not get slowed, and I think they kill Olaf in that stun. But I'm going to be interested to see how they're going to play the early game.
I will say, it didn't surprise me that you said, if I was playing top lane for one of these teams, what I would do is ask my jungler to gank top lane at the first opportunity.
Well, I think against Olaf, especially who doesn't run TP, it's very punishing to kill him early game.
Very much agree with you there, Book and Play. We are going to get into Summoner's Rift.
Oh, and Noah's Bottle or Dominic's Regard. That's kind of OP.
It's disappeared already.
It just popped up to say that he completed his Lord Dominic's
Sometimes
Regard.
that happens.
Yeah.
Obviously, you have the Blitzcrank, so you can look for level 1s. BB will be joining us for around the first 10 minutes. We have said to you, BB, if at any point you feel like you just want to leave, which is understandable with us casting next to you, you can just leave.
All right, so I'll think about it. Thank you for the option.
It's like if a teacher doesn't show up for the first 15 minutes of a class, you're legally allowed just to leave the class, right? It's the same sort of idea. We saw the push in by BDS to try and get some deep vision. They were seeing if they could find anyone with a hook. Fnatic will overload this bot side, 4 members around, and Jun with the early sweeper, as you often see. Who's taking it? They were just trying to work out who would get it first. Humanoid takes it, gets the gold, and Fnatic can just work their way back down towards bottom lane.
Yeah, and it will hide now where Razork's going to go, right? Because you won't know what side of the map he's going to be on. So potential here to go for what BB was talking about is, you know, 3 camps on your top side immediately into that top side camp to try and set yourself up, or you can try and play off of the aggressive push that I imagine Ice and Labrov are going to go for in that bottom lane. But now, nice word from Adam. We'll spot out exactly what Razork's up to.
Yeah, we also need to take into account that they got the ward level 1, so that means the solo laners are going to get level 2. And I think in this volatile matchup top, it could be game-changing.
Definitely could. And phase rush from Oscar in as well. Often we see the Grasp of the Undying on the Udyr here instead, opting for that phase rush. I have seen a few more AP-orientated Udyr builds going around, but phase rush into an Olaf just means you can escape a little bit quicker as well if you want to just go for these trades with the Wingborn Storm, also known as the R ability for Udyr.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say or. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I think R makes the most sense.
I don't
He's activated the Wingborne Storm.
It's the same with Wei. I'm like, I'm not learning that. I'm sorry.
It does look like Oscarinin is getting the early push up there. Would you still be looking to your jungler here if you know that that wave's going to crash Broken Blade? Or would you be like, I can get this wave in, don't really need the jungle attention?
What they can do now is invade the top side. I don't know if they know that Vi is starting bot side. If they do, there is an angle to invade as the push is really, really good from Udyr. Like, I think Udyr is a very strong early game. And if he utilizes that by punishing the enemy jungler, that's how you can like translate leads. In this case, they are not. He might proxy the wave, which is what a lot of Udyrs do. They don't know where Vi is, and I think that is very, very dangerous, and he can die here. So he needs to take care. A lot of Udyrs die in this situation, so it's going to be a little interesting here.
That sounds like someone who's died in solo queue or scrims in this situation before. Oscarinin is level 4 though. He will spot Sheo at the blue buff.
Oscarinin going to be able to push away. There's the smite that comes down, so Sheo's going to be able to take that. I was watching Labrov on the minimap as well, because he'd roamed off that bottom side to try and put pressure mid, so definitely BDS trying to get a lot of control onto this top half of the map, but Ice going to be able to reset off that, pick up a co for himself, so kind of nice back window there for the BDS bot lane off of that initial crash.
I mean, it feels like also you don't know if Razork is invading with that proxy as well, right? If Razork's coming around the corner, you can then have your support over there, you outnumber them, you can play a 3v2 instead of taking the 2v2 that we've already talked about is probably winning for Fnatic.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's very good mind games by Oscarinin, right? Plays like his jungle is there. Very good clear from the ward as well, so they don't know where Sensao is starting. He has to be careful. Definitely delayed by a little bit here in the early game.
Yeah, Sheo just trying to move in to get that vision down.
Oh, Humanoid! Oh, he misses the flash! Sheo might just die here. He doesn't have flash anymore, but he gets to get out of tower range. You could see the Vault Breaker flashing before Sheo's eyes, but couldn't quite find the connection. Now, Jun is looking towards mid. Nuke trying to get this wave crashed in. They know that Sheo is likely resetting in the darkness. Jun's going to come across. Might just be to help Humanoid push this out. Labov on his way as well. Humanoid doesn't want to step too far past those minions. Jun just dashes away.
So they're just going to take it easy. I think Humanoid was a little bit cautious to step up because you can see how much poke he can get through from a Q auto attack there. Now Razork into the top end.
Adam with the Ghost early and with the flash. And he'll escape. So Ghost for Ghost and an extra summoner burnt by Adam, that flash away. Oscarinin does still have the TP. Nuke flashing away in the mid lane. Labov still looking for this hook.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
That looked like a hit.
He just got the horse's head. He didn't get any more. Yank that out. But yeah, sometimes the looks can be deceiving in these sorts of occasions. Also known as, I've done that so many times in solo, can be like, guys, come on. It's terrain diff.
But yeah, I was going to say, in your case, it is just an excuse, though.
Yeah, I just miss. I just miss all the time.
So though, I like what's kind of happening here, right? You see Labrov again constantly moving up towards this mid lane, getting control here for Nuke to make sure Humanoid's forced back. And that opens up Sheo now to go for this play on the top side. Oscarinin, though, has the TP, so I think he kind of wants to just shove at this top side of the map. We'll probably need Razork to come up here in just a little bit to help him do so he can try and go for that play.
How much... Obviously, I don't want to say how much G2 values the grubs, but how good does it feel when you're playing something like Cassante, you're split pushing in a side lane, and you have 5 grubs over having like 2 or 3 grubs?
I think grubs are a very interesting objective in the game because they are ultimately useless if you don't hit towers. So you need to know if you can hit towers in the game, right? So if you have split pushers, it's always valuable. But is it always more valuable than the dragon?
Or your bot lane.
In the last game I played, we had already 2 Drakes, so we put a lot of pressure on the enemies, which we could then translate into getting a lot more pressure around bot side, forcing fights if you wanted to. So it's very interesting. I think there can be very long discussions about what is good or what is better. For us, I think it just depends. Can we actually hit towers or not, basically.
That makes sense. I guess in the end, you kind of want to hit towers if you're going to win a game of League of Legends, but sometimes it's like you do it in one burst, and then everyone's there and you're just taking the tower, or you're trying to chip away at the tower where the Void Grubs give you perhaps a little bit more of a benefit.
I think it does open up like cool ways to play the map, which I've like seen G2 though, which is like, hey, we have these Void Grubs, therefore we can take this tower faster, we can like have more push on side lanes, and we can just trade more effectively. I think that's where it kind of gets to be a super interesting conversation, but yeah, I mean, this game, we'll have to see if that's really going to be a big case. Maybe it'll work out for Adam, but I think this is definitely going to be more of a, we are going to fight, and Fnatic want to do that right now.
Good hawk shot from Ice did spot out the fact that Jun and Razork were waiting here. Trying to stop Lebrov from stepping in. They'll land the stun, they'll land the knock-up, crash down. Razork flashing forward. Lebrov very low on HP. Will be taken out. Does get the hook back into a 3-man shuffle. Sheo on his way with the season assist. And now Razork's tanking the tower second. BDS get 2 out of a Fnatic play.
That was nasty from BDS. What could have been an absolute disaster for Labrov actually ends up working out super well thanks to that shuffle from Nuke. And now you've got 2 kills. Well, I was going to say 2 kills, but unfortunately they didn't go to Divide. But it's still 2 assists for Nuke and a lot of control for BDS in this mid lane.
Yeah, very well played. I think Fnatic overstepped a little bit there, not respecting the Azir ultimate. I think after the Blitzcrank kill, they could have maybe quickly returned. I think good play by BDS, obviously.
Agree. I think it's one of those, he's so low for so long, everyone just oversteps for that final auto attack, for that final bit of damage. And this is good from Sheo as well. Realizes Razork's going to attack the tower next, so he locks him down in that tower range.
It does seem a little disjointed. Oh, hang on, I'm loading at that point.
Rob's going to hook back here. Jun still no flash, no way out of this, really. The arrow's going to go down as well onto Noah.
No
Jun
way.
able to escape the chain of corruption, locking them up. Lebrov almost falls. But a great escape there from the Fnatic bottom lane.
Yeah, the ult from Noah keeping BDS locked up so they can't try and follow. Even the heal just coming at the last second to keep Jun alive. So just about to escape. It's been a close call for Fnatic on that bottom side.
And top laners are doing top lane things.
Way!
They're running at each other. They're going behind the minion waves. How does it feel to be in a game state like this where a lot of the action is focused on the bottom side and you're just like, well, I'm beating my guy on CS, you know, I'm 4 CS up.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of times where these kind of things happen, so you basically just focus on yourself. It's like, there's not a lot of attention from both junglers really, maybe in the early game, right, from both sides, but I mean, it's just, I think Olaf's just trying to scale, honestly, in this matchup. I think Udyr does get outscaled by most top lane champions, and I think we really need to still, like, right now it's a bit silent on the top lane, but I think later on, this Olaf can do a lot of work.
So how has the change in the top lane affected your ego? Because I'm assuming with you just having more of a 1v1, if you beat someone, you're just like, the ego goes skyrocketing because you're like, the jungle can't get involved here, but I might be about to prove myself wrong as Razork wants to try and get up here.
Razork's on his way with Humanoid, but yeah, now that you can't gank as easily, do you feel more...
I am a 1v1 god.
When you 1v1?
I mean, I think it's the same as before when you really kill someone 1v1. Today I got killed 1v1, which felt a little bad, a little embarrassing for me. Oh, this is all in here happening.
Ragnarok coming out. Oscar doesn't really have anywhere to go. Does still have the ghost, but Adam with the undertow will land it. It's the power of Olaf.
See, it's not just you, BB. It's okay.
It's not just me. Thank you, Oscar Renin. Thank you, Oscar Renin. Thank you very much.
Solo killed Anonymous.
That makes me feel a little better. No, but honestly, very well played by Adam, staying in the bush, all-inning, knowing he has the flash if he would escape. I think very well played, shows his experience on the champion. If I'm Fnatic, I'm scared right now.
Yeah, I think BDS doing a really good job here to try and keep control. And again, it's just Oscar trying to move up, sees the recall, thinks that he's backed, but it's actually just a nice call from Adam to sneak into the bush behind him. And then Oscar completely caught off guard by this one. And you just can't try and escape from it. You can't slow him down. It's just a nice chase down from Adam.
Still out damaged as well. And on that top lane bombshell, I think it's a good time to say goodbye to you, Broken Blade. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me, guys. Broken Blade is signing out.
Anything you want to leak quickly before you go?
No.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Broken Blade.
Thank you.
Oscar is going to get locked down here under the tower, and BDS are playing through that top lane now. Tunneler, Caulfield's finish up on Adam. He burnt the flash there, but it's now 4-1 in favor of BDS. And a big gold lead developing for Adam in that top lane. No TP for Oscar as well means he's going to have to run the long way back to the lane. Probably a plate at least over to Adam, maybe 2 actually. I think it was 6 Void Grubs over to BDS, if I recall correctly. Distracted by Broken Blade's dulcet tones, that guy. Ice is dead. If he survives this, he's got ice in his veins along with his name. Flashes away, but there's the lockdown. Razork will take the kill.
Yeah, he kind of just melted, and unfortunately burnt the flash on top of that as well, so not exactly the... Sorry, I broke Medic off that one. But not exactly the way that you want to try and go for this. I mean, you should have just accepted your fate in that position, and now you're only opening up the opportunity, say, for you want to go for a next dragon in 2 minutes' time, or even if you want to try and look towards some of them more plays towards that bottom side as Fnatic, it becomes significantly easier now to punish the fact that this Ashe has no flash.
Yeah, very much agree. Maybe thinking he could get away from Razork's rage. It's a Fnatic game.
Yeah.
It's a Fnatic game.
Bring BB back. Where'd he go?
Bring back BB.
Bring back BB.
It's the quad B.
But yeah, I think for Fnatic, it's at least an opportunity now for them to be a little bit more proactive. Because as you can see, right, Titanic Hydra now completed for Razork. He's going to be able to put a little bit more attention to the spot side. You've got Flash on Noah, Flash on Jun. Like, yes, there is a cleanse on Ice, but something is going to land in that bottom side of the map. So as long as you're able to kind of keep that opportunity to get that control in the bottom of the map, you should be in a decent spot. And although Sheo does have the Black Cleaver completed, I still give it a lot of control to Razork with the Titanic Hydra now finish for himself.
I do see us back in the game for the moment. Hopefully we'll get that up in your screen in just a second. Humanoid's just farming out mid, not too much to do.
There we go.
Sundered Sky finished for Adam, not to be confused with the skies in the north of England. That's Sunderland Sky. This is a Sundered Sky. It's looking pretty bright. No clouds on the horizon for Adam.
If it's an Australian one, is it Down Sunder Sky?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Flash in from Jun in the mid lane. Nuke caught out, puts the Emperor's Divide down, but the damage from the Yumus plus the shockwave from Humanoid is just enough to lock down the enemy mid. Fnatic now starting to open up the map a little bit more.
I gotta say, Jun has been someone who started to really impress me. I mean, his Blitzcrank game against SK didn't quite work out in a win, but I think he still did a really good job. And even the roam here, just nicely done. Does open up Ice, though, to try and make some plays onto this bottom half of the map and get at least some of the plates down. But you have to be very careful. Humanoid and also Noah are hovering in the vicinity, so not sure how much exactly Fnatic want to try and commit to this bottom side, but it looks like instead with this Poke Varus starting to come online, they just want to move Noah to mid lane so they can keep push on mid, hold on to that, and then kind of open up Jun now to start roaming around the map and making plays with this Hex Flash now available.
And with the Dragon coming up in 40 seconds, you have to think that'll be the next point of contest between these two teams. Sheo stepping in, trying to get some vision down. Lebrov will match him. Yet to get his upgrade on his awarding item, Lebrov, so unable to get what would probably be a Celestial opposition, like the way the Blitzcranks tend to play. Humanoid might be caught out here, but no vision in the river right now for BDS means that Humanoid, Jun, and Razork do have a bit of a safe path to walk in here. You can see Nuke pushing out the bot lane, yet to get his first item. Nash's Tooth first is what we see on basically all his ears now. But there is a Luden's Companion for Humanoid. So he is already at that power point. In fact, bot mid is just so much more powerful for Fnatic. I don't think you can fight this unless Adam comes all the way down, but he kind of wants to stay in that lane with Oscar in him because he knows he's winning out on those trades. No TP for him as Adam backs away, and BDS give up the Ghost on the Dragon.
Yeah, I think that's a smart call. Like, ooh, maybe they aren't just quite out of it. Jun not going to be able to go with the Q, but either way, Lavrov, Lando, oh, great hook.
The hook onto Razork. It was a good one, but not really the target you want to pull in. If that had been Noah, I think things would have met a slightly different end there, Dagda.
Still, though, I think for Fnatic, you're kind of happy with that passage of play, right? You've managed to keep control over mid lane. BDS didn't really shove in. They didn't try and connect with Adam in that top side where they could have shifted pressure up to that top lane, maybe look to pick off Osgurnin or get control for the Rift Herald. They kind of just sat there and watched you. So for Fnatic, you're in a pretty good position now to keep this pressure up, get some of the resets off, and come back out of the map and maybe even contest this Rift Herald, especially Osgurnin just TP'd back with Iceborne Gauntlets.
Give Lebrov some of the minions, guys. You get the same gold. He's still sitting on the middle warding item. The bane of my existence is watching an AD carry just one shot away in front of my face when I could just be auto-attacking those minions. Lebrov still waiting on his upgrade. Fnatic now pushing in. Jun, no flash yet, still on that Hex Flash. Sheo will continue on the Drake. Adam is acting as a bit of a bouncer, keeping Oscar Ridding out of the party. It looks like Fnatic might just put the pressure down in mid here. Nuke's here to answer. Humanoid has just reset, not going to TP back. In fact, TPing to the bot lane as Fnatic start to shift their way down towards this bottom side, get that deep vision, and then can push up, perhaps looking for that bot lane tier 1.
I don't really like it from Fnatic, though, because there's an opportunity to just plonk the Rift Herald down in mid lane for Sheo, and mid lane far more valuable as a structure to take. So, yes, you will trade 1 for 1, but honestly, for BDS, you're pretty happy with that, because you can then threaten into this bot side jungle and even look for a tower on bot side yourself.
And they're going to amass a Might army as well. Look at the power of this army as Sheo and BDS push in. Might look for the second charge. In fact, takes it down towards the bottom lane. We'll just continue to push in down there. Adds that little bit of extra pressure. The tower will fall to the combined might of the minions. Sheo still charging forward. Oh, I missed.
No!
I missed.
He needs to get his driver's license sorted.
Yeah. You'd have one, right?
I need to get my driver's license sorted.
If I ever play games with you, we're just not going to give you command of the Rift Herald.
That's what you already do.
Yeah. I always take it in the wrong direction.
That's what annoyed me. I was like, I played jungle for one game. I was like, oh, I got Riptail. Let me do it. And you and Betty stood on opposite sides, waiting for me to put it down. It just became a race as to who clicked the button first.
Skill
Not
issue.
that I'm salty.
It's a skill issue, really, isn't it, overall?
What, the way you send it the wrong direction? Yes, definitely.
That's very true. As the arrow comes down towards this bottom side, Humanoid will be able to dodge it, but Sheo will lock him up with the cease and desist, and Humanoid is battered into the wall and battered to an early grave. As BDS strike in the bottom lane. Still relatively even between these two teams. A tower to each, a Drake to each, and a gold difference of only about 700.
This is a more confident BDS, I will say, though. One of the things I haven't been impressed with is the way that they played the mid game. And at the moment, Labrov nearly getting the flash play, but they've been doing a really good job of actually playing at the map and playing better. Here we go.
Where are you going, mate? Adam just flashing in with the Ragnarok, chasing in, and he is CC immune. Adam takes out Noah, and now this tower as well might be next on the menu. Crescent Guard coming out from Razork, the tank from Labrov, he'll go down. Jun doing a good job of getting that kill, but Ice is going to join the party. Jun left to the Wolves underneath the turret. BDS will get 2 out of it. They'll lose a tower in the top lane, but they could continue to push in if they so desire. Don't really have a minion wave to do so.
I mean, BDS are constantly trading up in these plays, though. They got the kills and the tower off this last play. They got mid tower for the bot tower. Like, I really like the way BDS are playing this. And Fnatic, they had the opportunity to try and turn this around, but you're starting to get into a position where Rabadon's death cap nearly completed for Nuke. The Ice and Labrov can kind of look for picks. I mean, even here on Razork, you could get one.
Razork should be able to get to the blast cone. Adam, though, flanking him. Razork could flash back over the wall here as soon as he sees Adam. He does that. Labrov is channeling the Hex Flash. Humanoid here to try and help out his jungler. But Ice comes in from the side. Razork still no flash. A good hook from Labrov. Even with the shockwave pulling him back, only helping bring Razork into the waiting arms of BDS. There's the arrow as well as Humanoid's now locked up. He'll have to burn the flash. Jun trying to get him from the side. Adam doesn't have the Ragnarok for 5 and doesn't really have a health bar to work with anymore, but down to 250. Meanwhile, Nuke is just pushing in the top lane. BDS making a play on one side of the map and then getting the pressure on the top side. Oscarinin on his way here, though. Nuke should be able to slide and glide his way away. Oscarinin could look for the E2. Charges forward once again. There is the bird form, the phoenix form, as Oscarinin now under the tower realizes, ooh, not really a trade I want to take any further. The rest of Fnatic on their way, though. Nuke still has the flash. Doesn't have the dash to get away, but flashes into the Emperor's Divide. Tries to put the damage down before he falls. Adam joining in, has that Ragnarok back available, but no Ghost. BDS trying to collapse as the Sun Disc still helps out BDS by claiming out the minions. Jun gonna sacrifice himself for the good of his team, and Sheo and Labrov will dash across the wall. Now Adam can push this wave in. Razork spots them out with a Scryer's Bloom. Oscarinin trying to run away. Humanoid trying to get his recall up. The Chain of Corruption lands onto Sheo, and now he's a bit isolated from the rest of BDS. Humanoid stopped his back. Razork pushing in mid. Sheo lands the flash Q this time. Double E, but the hook's not going to get you away as Oscarinin falls to Ice. All the while, Razork was pushing out mid, but once again, BDS are trading up.
And this is, again, just BDS using the fact that, hey, we can play off of mid lane. Our engage is fairly non-committal, right? We don't have to commit our bodies to go, hey, I can throw it an Ashe ult, I can throw it a hook. And it means that when you're looking for these plays, it's significantly easier for them to back off. But when you look at Fnatic, it's Jun has to go in, Oscarinin has to go in to the face of BDS. So every time they go in, BDS are happy to go, cool, we can actually rotate up, we can get the picks, we can get the kills, trade up in towers, and just make it significantly more difficult for Fnatic to play. And even off the back of that, because Razork was pushing in the mid lane, he doesn't actually go for the dragon, and BDS now will get the dragon as well, as you see Fnatic looking for those resets.
Their second Drake of the game. Cloud Soul would be so good for BDS as well. The ability for Adam to chase in, for Ice to close the gap, for Labrov to do the same. The arrow goes wide. At the moment, that's Ice's main job. He is at 2 items on the Ashe now, though, so if he does get a bit of time in a fight, he can start rattling out that DPS.
On the opposite side, though, it's kind of hard for Fnatic to get that DPS out, right? Because you look at Oscarinin, the one thing he doesn't want to deal with is a bunch of slows, and that's what Ice brings, it's what Nuke brings, and you're also going to have slows coming through from the Olaf as well, and so you're kind of heavily reliant on Jun to be that big engage tool. And Nuke has got great ways of getting that out of the equation. You've even got Labrov as well, who can just fish for these hooks without having to put yourself into harm's way as BDS. So for BDS, they're in such a commanding position right now. And as long as they don't overextend on a side lane or anything, they're in a fine spot. But you can see them thinking about going for Humanoid, but spotted out by the blue ward.
That'd be a really good start to week 2 for BDS as well. They have MDK and SK left to play. A difficult roster of opponents for the weekend after they had what I think most would consider a relatively easy week one with Vitality, Giant X. The hook's going to go down here. Blue buff given to the entire team as Jun flashes forward, looking for the knock-up. The root's going to land on Sheo as well, as he will be shot out of the fight by Razor. You can see how much investment there is for a buff early days here.
It's just Baron. That's what Fnatic, I think, are trying to go for. So the over-investment could actually come back, but Fnatic actually just going to back away.
No one there. Burns it. I think Nuke could have closed the gap. That's always the risk, right? If he slides in, perhaps if Noah's already stunned, but Noah respecting it at least.
Yeah, I think with just the amount of members that Fnatic had there, maybe it actually could have been a backfire there for BDS, but still, I think for Fnatic, they managed to get the pick, and there was just no need for BDS to go in. And but a good call from Fnatic. You see the hook go down from Labrov, and you're like, hang on a second, that's one of the big tools that we need to be worried about for splitting us out. So Noah's able to walk significantly further forward. Jun again, great engage, flashing forward to catch him, follow up from the corrupted, or the Chains of Corruption even. And then here, I wasn't sure, because it could have potentially seen Fnatic trying to chase down BDS, or at least force them out, but not confident enough to go for that play over towards the Baron when they don't have a lot of consistent damage with the Orianna and then that poke Varus as well.
I will say we are seeing more fights over those buffs after the 20-minute mark, just because it denies it from the enemy team a lot of the time as well. You get 5 players with a blue buff, the enemy team doesn't get a blue on Humanoid, doesn't get a blue on Noah, who's going lethality, so we want to be spamming out the spells. Oscarinin as well loves to spam the spells on Udyr. As Sheo is behind enemy lines, and Jun is here to collapse. And Bob realizes, like, okay, mate, second time in a row we've seen Sheo fall. This one more his fault than the first. And Fnatic once again take out the BDS jungler.
And literally just said, hey, BDS, you're in a great spot as long as you don't get caught out and overextend. You know, that's exactly what's happened. Ult goes wide, hook goes wide.
Chain of Corruption goes wide, Shockwave goes wide. If we're having a competition for the best miss, those will be 4 entries in it.
Well,
I don't think you guys can chant after that, okay? They miss Shockwave and Chain of Corruption. You can if you really want. As Adam now trying to get away, has the Ragnarok, put some damage back onto Razork. The Rob does have the hook, that falls short. And Fnatic could set up around the Baron. Oscarinin, I think, just clearing out vision on it. It is the all-seeing Baron, so you want to clear out as much of that vision as you can.
Yeah.
Just
and we all saw what just happened as well, which is... But,
do we have a blooper reel at the end of the show?
No, but I was thinking, me and Dracos do have the ugly segment in Euphoria, which I'm thinking is definitely up there.
Versus BDS. Yeah. Obviously, you can always attribute what is a miss to being a dodge. So to give the players the benefit of the doubt, everyone on the enemy team was Faker for 30 seconds. Just dodged everything.
Yeah, just too tanky.
Just too tanky, man.
But yeah, I think for Fnatic, at least trying to look for those turnaround plays will help out, but I think you are still heavily reliant on Jun having flash up before you can try and really look for a play, unless you can try and play off a vision, which is why Jun is at least trying to get that at the moment. No TP on side lane, or for your top laner as well, makes it a little bit more difficult for BDS to try and wrestle back control when Fnatic have it like this, so I think that's why we're seeing Fnatic posture so far forward, just trying to keep this vision in their control. But it's a minute until the next dragon, so realistically, I think you've got the chance to push out these waves. Wouldn't be surprised to see BDS send nukes to that top side, just to try and get some more gold onto this sky and see if they can complete the Void Staff. Not now for this dragon, but maybe for a Baron contest afterwards.
Would make sense. He has that TP. Obviously, Adam not running teleport. No teleport on Oscarinin either, so he's joined up with Fnatic. It's a 5v5 in the mid lane right now. Shockwave on Razork, but he falls short. The hook landing as well as Humanoid's brought back into the midst of BDS. Ice starting to put the damage down. It's all nukes so far. There's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Lands only onto Jun. Razork trying to get in, but he's just trying to get out, in fact. As Nuke will take him out. Jun here puts down the Magna Storm, but BDS find 3 as Fnatic once again missed the engage.
Yeah, the engage goes completely awry, and then Labrov, immediate turnaround onto Humanoid, and that could net BDS. Baron here, immediately going to start this one up, and you can already see, like, Noah's not going to be able to do particularly much, neither Oscarinin, so BDS just finding that one moment to turn it all around.
Just felt like a little bit of an overforce from Fnatic. They saw the flash, wind becomes lightning into Shockwave combination, but they couldn't quite land it. And we'll have another look at it, because this is all Humanoid and Razork looking for that play. I think it was onto Nuke, it was.
Yeah, I mean, for Razork, just a little bit too far away, so Nuke has the reaction time. And then this hook from Lavrov immediately between Jun to get on towards Humanoid. I mean, look at Noah, right? He's got to run for the hills at this stage, or poke Varus, and I think that's why for Fnatic it is a case of like, slow down. You don't need to try and make these flashy plays or immediately engage. You can just look for the poke with Noah, see if you can get that down and make sure that you're going to be in an okay spot.
Yeah, the problem is as well, as soon as you're in the faces of Fnatic, they have so many tools to slow you down. You've got the Undertow, you've got the Ash Orders, you've got Blitzcrank constantly CCing you. It's so hard to get out when you get in as Fnatic, so now we see them faltering in that fight. The Drake as well, still available to BDS if they want it. Instead, they're just going to push out mid. You see the damage that Nuke is starting to put down, and that was before the Void Staff was complete. We'll see if he has completed it. Not quite yet, blasting one Lightning Jewel.
Nice little combo there from Lavrov and Shale, though. The Smite coming down to get rid of the Banshees, or not the Banshees fail, the Edge of Night fail, and Lavrov then looking for the hook. Let's see if he can try and fish for someone here as they, again, start to move up. This is so hard for Fnatic.
There's the arrow. Hands onto Jun. Sheo going onto the backline as well. Might be an overstep from BDS already, though. Oscar Ridden has fallen. Sheo able to get out the Magna Sword from Jun. Can Fnatic follow up? A great shockwave lands on 3, but they just don't have the damage as Adam starts to run rampant through the Fnatic backlines. Adam gets to the tower as well, a possibility. Instead, they turn their eyes to mid. Nuke will get bot lane inhibitor, and BDS will take the fight. They could look for more. 20 seconds still on Jun. Are they just going to walk these minions in for the win?
Especially when you've got the Void Mites as well. There's the hook!
Noah! He's on a bouncy castle, and it's not a fun party to attend. BDS will take down the Nexus towers and in convincing fashion demolish Fnatic and join up with SK and G2 at the top of the table. Jun tries to escape, but there's no escape from BDS today. 3-1 in week 2.
Impressive stuff from BDS.
Yeah, Analyst S was so shocked they're all lying on the floor, they fainted. Just an incredible performance.
Maybe they're just out of popcorn, you know? That's it. It's just like after an entertaining win like that, I definitely wouldn't mind munching on some popcorn myself. But I think the big takeaway here is that BDS again looking fantastic. Nuke looking fantastic on this this Azir as well, and even Lavrov managing to connect with a few of these. But your player of the game is going to be looking towards Adam, Nuke, or Ice. You can vote now at LEC on X. And that's a tough one. It felt a lot more like a team effort here.
It really was. I think Adam getting ahead definitely helped accelerate the game, like him flashing over walls, killing off Noah, but then Nuke played really well. The Emperor's Divide under the mid tower early on to get them those 2 kills as well. I think Ice even had a really good game. He was more on the quiet side, but his arrows consistently found their marks. So overall, just a great team performance by Team BDS. We'll be joined by Nuke after the break for an interview. Don't you go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
flashing away in the mid lane. Lebrov still looking for this hook.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
That looks like a hit. A little bad, a little embarrassing for me. Oh, this is all in here happening.
Ragnarok coming out. Oscarinian doesn't really have anywhere to go. Does still have the Ghost, but a shockwave on Razzle, but he falls short. The hook landing as well as Humanoid's brought back into the midst of BDS. Ice starting to put the damage down. It's all nuke so far. Destiny enchanted Crystal Arrow lands only onto Jun. Razzle trying to get in, but he's just trying to get out. In fact, as Nuke will take him out, Jun here puts down the Magna Storm, but BDS find 3.
And welcome back to the LEC Lounge this time around for an interview before the last game of the day, this time with Nuke. Nuke, how are you? How are you doing?
Very good. We won, so...
Won, convincingly, if I may say. I want to talk about mid lane though, because support, ADC seems to be fun. You can have some fun in jungle, maybe flex some weird stuff in top lane as well. Mid lane, not... You don't get to have fun this split.
No, we don't really have. Basically, we just rotate 3 champions between each other, and we just the better player on the champion will win.
Yeah.
So it's like you just.
I know you cannot give too much about this because obviously
Yeah.
prep him some picks and everything, but do you think this is the end of it? Because it's also the beginning of the split, week 2. We saw some improvements and some innovations in draft, especially
Yeah.
top lane. Do you think mid lane is going to change, or is it push and roam and mages
Nah.
for the next weeks and patch?
I think mages are just too strong,
All right.
and the people that will play them the best will slowly win the game. So it's like always like this.
Well, I hope you
Will
get
not
to.
change.
I hope you get to have fun on next
I mean,
patches.
I hope so.
It's been a good start so
Yeah.
far for BDS. But I want to talk about your growth in the LEC in general, because the first year you had was proving yourself. Maybe I feel like last year
Yeah.
was maybe redemption after what
Yeah.
happened, and the year you had. What is this year about, Nuke? What do you want to prove? What is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, basically, like you said, last year, kind of felt like it was just a new, like I had to rebuild everything,
Yeah.
right? Because of all the previous year. And then we just, then I just keep going. And this year is not to build confidence.
Yeah.
It's not to do anything else than just winning and crushing enemies. So this is all about is this year is like winning and trying to aim for a title.
Yeah.
That we didn't could get the last split.
Maybe this year, hopefully you can get this one. Something I like to ask players when they come back from their first time at Worlds is, what do you learn from this experience, from playing against exceptional players and players that you don't get to face against so often? So learnings from Worlds, and what is going to make you a better mid laner in the league?
Well, I think the first time you go Worlds, the first thing you learn is like how bad you are, and that just every Asian team is feasting you. So this is the first thing you learn. Then after is how you as a person you take it. First of all, like there's all the experience, right?
Yeah.
You travel to another country. Like it was in Korea, like it was the most craziest experience I had, like for the first World. So it was really crazy. But as a player and purely about the game, it's just you and you. It's like basically just different from every player.
Mhm.
Just the one that can learn the most from it will benefit the most. And you just, yeah.
Well, something that didn't change about BDS though is the videos that you
Yeah.
guys prepared for every game you have. I know you don't want to say too much about this, but is there a specific one that you enjoyed shooting and that we can look forward to? If you remember, of course.
Wait, we played. Actually, there is. I mean, my favorite was probably the Lambo,
Okay.
like the old Lambo, but so it was already shown, right?
Yeah, it was.
I don't really have like. Actually, this was probably
All
my
right.
favorite.
Well,
so.
we will rank them at the end of the split, but thank you for giving us good content as always. And great interview, Nuke. Thank you
very
so
much.
much.
Thank
Good
you,
luck
Laura.
on the rest of the weekend, and Shox, back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We love the videos as well. Always nice to hear from Nuke there. Although, I guess, I don't know, the level of the games today, there's a little bit here and there, a little bit all over the place.
Yeah, but I think it's been very entertaining and like, yeah. Maybe, and I will say this, maybe it's not enjoyable because it's the best of the best, but it's certainly enjoyable for what we
'Cause
get out
it's
of
us.
it, back and forth. Exactly,
Yes,
it's Europe,
exactly.
it's the pride, it's the back and forth,
Sure.
it's what you only get here.
Yeah, let's go with that. You can only get it here, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Next up, we have KC versus Giant X, and I'm gonna put you guys on the spot, and I know that it's hard, and you're afraid, and you're trembling in your boots, but there's 0-3. What is going wrong with KC?
I think it's very easy to line up why they've been bad so far. And I think some of it comes down to individual. Okay, so let's put it into the blocks that we have right now. Chapter 1. Solo laners are just not performing up to the standards of what some of the other solo laners in the LEC has been doing. And I've seen Capuchat take a lot of flack from this. And they're right. There has been moments where Capuchat has been underperforming. We saw it earlier in our ready check today. I think that laning phase is lackluster. I think he's not been put on a pick where he could find the same agency. I think if we take a look at the Malphite performance, lackluster. And they just can't bring that early game into a transitional phase where they look good in the mid game.
I think their bot lane and jungle have actually found some first bloods in the early game, and Bo especially has had some good plays here and there. I think they just struggle with kind of the consistency of their plays. I think they don't, as 5 players, see the same play in the same way, and that in mid-game causes a lot of different things to happen. Sometimes it looks like a play is good for them, but then they don't play it out the way it's supposed to. But especially, like you said, GB, the solo lanes have kind of struggled in their 1v1 matchups, and fixing that, I think, is their first step to kind of bounce back.
But you say it there, and I think we talked about it as well. There are good things also. It's kind of a tricky 0-3 scoreline.
Exactly, because after I saw them play against Fnatic and G2, I kind of want to bring up the goal graphs that we saw there as well, because those 2 games were actually quite close. And in those 2 games, you can actually see it. Day 2 versus G2, while despite G2 finding a lead, you can see small leads in the early game that they had. The same in the Fnatic one. KC also small leads in the early game, 14 to 20 minutes, but then they start throwing it. And I think a lot of that comes down to the next issues that we're having. And that is just the fact that in mid-game, they are struggling to keep up with the tempos that some of our top teams are doing. I think specifically against Fnatic and G2, they've had an crisis, as Yamato like to say it, to be 5 players on the same screen.
He loves saying it.
And we've seen it so many times. We've seen them go for plays where it's just straight up not good. This was another example where they just get baited into it as well. Takama sees a pick, and then all of a sudden, this is not a proactive play. This is a reactive play where they just say TP in, despite they've just lost 1 player, and now they're going to continue with the play.
Yeah, I think for me, when you struggle in mid-game, a lot of the fixes can come from both draft and also from early game, right? If Cabochard and Seiken have a more stable early game and they have this kind of snowball 5-man run-it-down comp like Team Heretics had, for example, today, I think their mid-games will be a bit easier, but they've played a lot of fighting.
But look here, Cabochard gets engaged, Seiken walks back up top lane because he wants to catch a wave, not paying attention to the fact that BB has TP. So now it's a 4 versus 5, Seiken finally joins the game down towards the mid lane, and now it's just unnecessary for him to even be here because there's nothing in the play they're getting out of it. They've already lost the fight. So it's these small movements where they think they can get away with just catching a wave, and then all of a sudden they're engaged in a fight.
Yes, and it's interesting because you mentioned Yamato, and I know when he's a guest on the desk, he often talks about this when we talk about teams that can't quite figure it out. He often says, start by being all on the same screen, start by reading the same book, right? But I think there's so many good building blocks in this team that I would say it's good to give them a little bit of leeway. It just sucks that the season is actually so short and 0-3 can be so difficult to overcome in a short amount of time. Do you think they can do it?
I think they can do it because I think they have the raw talent. They need to be 5 players, 1 screen, 1 play, and just be on the same page. Obviously,
it's like I'm talking to him right now. It's like he's sitting right next to us.
I'm speaking through Yamato right now. 5 players, 1
same
play.
Screen.
Same screen.
A mountain.
But I do think in general, they have the players, they have what it takes. They just need to kind of have a smooth early game. I would just like to have them, to see them have an easy early game and just kind of transition smoothly into mid game and not have this kind of fiesta where someone dies overextended and so on.
Yeah, because outside of the MDK, where I think it was most prevalent that there were some individual mistakes, I think in the other games, it really just was a team or macro diff that it came down to. I think a different team could have won the game against G2 and against Fnatic as well, or let's say a KC with more experience than these 5 members already have. And do I believe in them? Yes, I believe in the staff behind it. Yes, I believe in the players that they have in that team. But the thing is, you're halfway through the split of Winter Split regular season already tomorrow. So if you're going 0-5 then, like, it's just over. So it has to start here.
It has to start now. I think for Giant X, it's kind of similar. I saw Odo tweeting after the week last week. He was like, oh, started well. We had a 1-0 and then we lost 2 and now 1-2 is such a difficult position. In the same vein, they shouldn't despair that much. We also saw good things from them. You know, Jackie's being great in that mid lane in some of the games, to name one of them. So yeah, it's kind of a big high stakes game, I feel like, for both these teams.
Yeah, because you you want to come into second week swinging because you can't really leave it to the third week, right? It's only 3 games in the last week, and you want to make sure that the momentum in second week is carrying into the last week. And for Giant X, I think they showed a lot of the good things that they have, but I think they also showed a lot of negatives as well, right? Like Jackie's came in with a really good Nico performance, but he couldn't really copy that in the other games as well. So for them, I think it's kind of the same as KC. Like this is the week where you have to figure things out, and this is the first game to do it, right? Like bring your A game today.
Especially because I think the moment where GX has struggled as well has been the mid game, and I think specifically trying to set up for some of those team fights, because Jackie's day 1 performance on Nico was really good and it looked amazing, and day on day 2 it was a bit more int and it was harder, and you can see the dents in a rookie player coming in. And I think this is also where a player like Seiken has to step up, because he's been smashing ERL players throughout most of the time on Karman Corp. This is the closest you're getting to an ERL player as well in the mid lane, and this is where he has to step up. Take Jackie's away from comfort. He's still new at this level. Seiken's been here before, and you're looking at him and try and get an advantage there.
Clean directive for KC to get their first win on the board. Let's see if this is it or if Giant X takes them down.
We will see within the next 40 minutes or so whether Karman Corp are able to get that first win, the elusive first win for them. Everyone else has won a game, with Vitality picking up a win earlier today. They would be the only team sitting at 0-4, which is a very difficult position to be in, because you need 4 wins. 4 wins and you're in to the playoffs. 3 wins, sometimes you can get knocked out.
Yeah, I think it's a bit tough, right? Because they are a new team coming in, and then they've immediately faced G2 and Fnatic, right? And I think there is that success that we can see in the in the early stages. But I agree with the desk. It's the mid game where they're really struggling, and I think you can look and say, hey, it's G2 and Fnatic, but you can see the cracks, and I don't think that's enough an excuse to kind of say like, hey, we're not going to focus on this. So I think I want to see Karman Corp running with this strong early game that we've seen from them, and then just try and take it that little bit slower in the mid game. Say, hey, look, you know, what is the best way for us to operate here? How can we, as a unit and as a combo, make sure that we're hitting the ground running in these team fights? And if you can do that, I think they're going to be in great shape. It's just about having that patience.
I think it's very similar for Giant X as well, on the other side of the rift, right? Their early games have been relatively solid, few mistakes here and there, but again, mid-game, mid-game, mid-game. It's always the watchword for teams in the LEC. From the very top to the very bottom, we talk about, can you play mid-game well? Because it doesn't matter if you have a 2k lead in your bot lane. It doesn't matter if you manage to get a couple of solo kills top. If your team isn't playing well and coordinated around those team fights and around those objectives, you are just going to end up losing the game.
Yeah, I think it's also, when I specifically look at Karman Corp, it's, you can see the things that they would do in EMEA Masters, but are then getting punished by LEC teams. So say it's like, hey, we're going to shift Cabochard or Malphite to mid lane to go and try and go for a mid lane dive. But it's, oh, well, an LEC team has better vision control and better setup, so they spotted it specifically against, I think it was G2, and you're like, okay, no, they're actually going to back away from the tower and give respect to it, and you're not going to be able to get them. And it's these little things that I think are making it more difficult for them to find their footing. And we're going to have to see if they can try and, at least coming into here against Giant X, get a bit more control in that regard.
I think it's important to note Karman Corp did have a difficult week, as you said, that G2, Fnatic, and MDK, who are standing at the top of the table as well. This week should be easier. You know, Giant X, Vitality, and Heretics. Heretics are looking okay. Vitality did win today, but I think still struggle. Giant X probably the easiest of those 3.
I think the biggest problem, though, is that there is kind of this glob of teams that are kind of sitting in that, you know, from 4th, 5th, right the way down to 10th. And I think that's where it's a case of you want to be able to differentiate yourself from that group, especially when you look towards, hey, you know, we've got another week and then we're hitting our playoffs. So it's kind of that opportunity to get yourself into that better position. But when you're sitting here and going, well, what the hell are we going to try and do? It's not really the moment when you want to come in and be like, I still need to figure out all this stuff. You'd rather hit the ground running.
Apologies for the slight delay getting into Champion Select. One of the players was correcting settings that they forgot to correct during their ready check. Technical checks before the game, so we had to allow them to do that before we got into draft. Karman Corp on the blue side, Giant X on the red. And with Nico, Draven, Varus, and Rumble bans, no real surprises. Jackie has played 2 games of Nico so far, has looked very good on it. His Azir game wasn't as impressive. If I recall correctly, there's the Poppy banner was well away from Odawamne and Peach. Where will Giant X go with their final ban?
I mean, Xin Zhao is still a very big one, especially for the likes of Bo, but we'll have to see if that is going to be the direction that they try to go. And they kind of left Cabochard to try and get a lot of those counter picks, but on blue side, not going to be the case. But it hasn't fully worked out in his favor at times as well. So I am kind of curious to see how, on blue side, Karman Corp want to try and set themselves up. Ashe I would imagine, going to be the first port of call. And no, actually going to be the Vi. I want them to try and stay away from things like the Lucian Nami or Lucian Melio.
I think we want all of Europe to
Yeah. Well, I will say, I think Upset looks good on us, but the problem is that they can't get that control in the mid game to actually allow this pick to shine. So I don't think it's, the pilot so much as, well, the air traffic controller. Telling them where he's supposed to be going.
You're on the wrong runway. You're on the wrong runway. But yes, Vi picked up first here for Bo. It does give him a lot of pressure. It gives him the ability to initiate plays as well. Point-and-click lockdown is just so valuable in the game of League of Legends. Senna Xin Shao, though, immediately picked into it.
The only problem I've seen, though, is that Bo sometimes goes in and needs the way to get back out.
Yeah,
not exactly what Vi is for.
You just ult forward and you queue out, right? That's how that works.
We'll have to see how it goes. But
Card also provides some of that safety, jumping onto the Vi, charming everyone and making sure that Vi has that opportunity to get out. Carmine Core fans are very excited for what this pick could be. It's Azir.
Never saw that coming for Seika.
Imagine. This is most played this year. It will be his third time on the Azir. Both these mid laners actually only having played Nico and Azir between the two of them. So Jackies will be put on something new. Could be the Yone.
I don't know. I feel like you have the opportunity here as Giant to even just play for some sort of kite back comp, because you're looking at Vi or a Khan. Yes, his ears there, but you really do want to try and dive in as Carmine Corp to get value out. And here we go. Yeah, where they're going to take the same route as we saw earlier on from Heretics. So I think you can try and play for something that's a bit more, hey, we're going to absorb the punch, back it up. I mean, maybe we get to see the Udyr again, which was coming out earlier, was basically unkillable, but this at the moment for Giant X is kind of a very similar story to what we saw earlier on.
I mean, I really like Udyr. I think we've struggled to see it that well played in the LEC. I think perhaps some people have picked it up because they've seen it be strong on the LCK and haven't had the chance to get the hours under their belt that it takes to play Udyr really well, but I think he works very well in a Senna Seraphine composition. Alongside that, something like Cassante would work well here as well. You can isolate one person if they're a problem. You also just have so much healing behind you that it becomes very easy to sustain through the fights. Xayah banned away by Giant X. They're going to try and get rid of some of those AD carries. Corki taken away by Carmine Core. It's a common answer now into the Azir and has been since the Iron
Dawn
Age,
of time.
I believe. Yeah, since the dawn of time.
Since Corki invented whatever the hell goes into that rocket, he has existed as an answer.
Corki, he's nothing. Man, without the robot, without the helicopter,
he's just
monocopter,
mustache.
I guess. Yeah, he's just a mustache and some glasses. This dude ain't all that. You know, there's another word you could put in after ain't there, but I can't say that one on broadcast. But yeah,
it's fine. Flaccid
he's
did
nothing, man. Yeah, he did. Just insert Flaccid saying that word like that. The Ash banned away as well by Giant X. But yeah, Carmine Core will get rid of the Yone. It's something Jackies has played over the course of his career. Now, Giant X, blind top is my expectation here. Cassante or Udyr, both very viable opportunities, possibilities.
I feel like you just take the mid lane and then go, hey, look, we can still get counterpick pro'd on that top
I mean,
side,
that
right?
makes more sense, yeah.
Yeah, so
but you could blind top, and it would put Odo weak side,
just
and
for
that's
the
where
banter, yeah, just for the crack,
yeah, you're 100% right.
But no, I think, Akali is a good answer. This is something I kind of discussed with some of the guys that have actually Munchables and Hysterics about the LPL, is that in the LPL, this is definitely a matchup that Azir is favored in. But the more I've kind of watched in Europe, it feels like the Akalis have just been able to consistently land the Qs, consistently get a good amount of poke off, and made it very, very difficult for the Azirs to kind of control it. Even we saw it with Seiken, where he initially got Humanoid in their Fnatic game down to half HP, but then Seiken was still the one that was pushed out of lane. So I want to see Seiken taking a little bit more time to focus on his spacing in this matchup, so you can actually try and poke the Akali out and make things difficult for Jackies.
See if Seiken's able to match up with Jackies. I think Seiken has had some difficult mid lane matchups. Caps, Humanoid, very challenging matchups for him in week 1. Even for Scowie, but Jackie's new to the stage. So rookie here in the LEC might be a little bit more susceptible to being poked out by that Azir. The Cassante was taken away, and that means, Odo Omni, you've played one other champion this year. It's the Aatrox. Obviously does benefit a lot from the sustain and the healing that a Seraphine and a Senna can provide. But it's very much a kite back comp. Allow the pressure and then see if you can strike back for Giant X.
Yeah, and especially when you look at, apart from Seiken, how short range Carmine Corp is, you're going to have a lot of opportunities to get value from this Senna Seraphine and just start to chase people down, essentially. So I think this is definitely going to be a difficult time for Carmine Corp. I think you kind of need to get the ball rolling early, which is something they have been doing, but you need a clean mid-game to make sure that you're actually able to get the damage across the line. It's like you're building a threshold, essentially, here as Giant X to say, hey, we have this infinite scaling health bar, you need to burst this out. if you're not all on the same page, if you're not all on the same screen, that is going to become an issue here for Carmine Corp.
Almost a composition designed to counter how Carmine Corp have been playing in week 1. Totally agree with you there, Rob. I would like us through this game to track that support and double support item in the bottom lane and see how much gold it's gaining. So I'll be bringing that up throughout the portions of the game. If you don't know how double support item works, basically, Senna buys a support item, as supports usually do on the first base. We'll see Seraphine go for something like a Doran's Ring. And then on the second base, Seraphine then gets a support item. Seraphine will farm the ranged minions because she loses less gold by farming that. Senna will farm most of the melees and all the cannon minions because she gives the full amount of gold over to the Seraphine while only getting 20 gold for herself from those.
And the idea is that once you stay below 20 CS every 5 minutes, you don't hit a penalty. So that's the idea of, hey, you're going to try and stay slightly below that threshold. Now, at some stage, inevitably, you will end up crossing that and you will take a penalty, but the amount of gold that you get off the gold per 10 and also then just being able to share that gold both with you and your support, just way better scaling. Plus, the access to a free Blood Song in Ignar is a crazy amount of value. And also then for Patrick, probably going to go for the Celestial Protection, is it?
Celestial Obstruction?
Basically,
I think it's
the free Crown of the Shattered Queen. It's just a case of, hey, look, I am going to be very silly to try
Opposition.
Opposition.
Yes. Yep, it does work out really well, gives you that free crown, as you say. But Patrick will buy it on first back. If he buys it later than that, there's always the risk that Ignar will have fully stacked his support item, and then you start getting the detriment to your CSing. What would you call that? When you lose gold when you're farming, it's like a penalty. Yeah, I got there in the end. Today the words are coming like 5 words too late, generally, for me. But yeah, it also makes it hard for Upset and Targamas to match the push because you have all of those executes if you want from the Senna and the Seraphine, and Rakan not very good at pushing in the early game. His only AoE really is his W, and you don't really want to use that to push a lane.
And someone who's been very happy with having pushed lanes is someone like a Zinzeo, where he gets to go for invades and get to be a bit of a nuisance on the opposite side. I don't know if he'll see it a huge amount, just because in theory, Seiken should have pushed in the mid lane, but again, as I've said already, I haven't seen Azir's have the best of times in this specific matchup in Europe, so curious to see how it will actually pan out.
We'll see how good Ignar is on the center as well. Good double knock up there from Targamas. Harass onto Patrick and Ignar. Ignar will be trying to get those stacks as well on Senna. One of the few infinitely scaling champions in the game. The stacks slowly giving you, every 20 stacks you get a bit of extra range, you get some crit damage, or crit chance, technically. It becomes very hard to deal with the Senna as the game goes on. But you can see, even though we can't hit a double knock-up, Ignar and Patrick are full HP, and they've only used 1 potion between them, that being Ignar's.
Yeah, and it's so difficult to even try and gank these guys to make it worse for them, because again, you've got like the double E that Patrick can throw out, you've got the root that can come through from Ignar, so it just makes it very hard to really focus on this lane. And then when you look at Carmine Corp, it's like, oh great, we can focus for the Cassante, or maybe we can try and go for Jackie's. And I think that is actually going to be the correct call here for Bo to try and focus on this mid jungle, try and get the control for Seiken, because 1, it'll make things more difficult for Peach on an invade, but 2, it's kind of his only option here, unless he can wrap in behind both Patrick and Ignar.
Has Patrick gone triple tonic there? Looks like it to me.
Yeah, it looks like it, yeah.
Triple tonic on Patrick. We'll get those throughout the game. The final one giving you an extra skill point, which does give you a little bit more power, obviously. Often we see it on things like Udyr, because if you get an extra skill point, it's just really nice, right? It's an extra point to put somewhere, and you're not going to hit that cap at level 18 that other champions do hit.
We'll also get the Elixir of Avarice, which means that you'll be able to push the wave a little bit faster. You get the true damage on the minions, but it doesn't matter too much when you're going to be using these stacks. The last one you get as well is the Elixir of Force, which gives you the adaptive power as well. But it is really that last one to try and accelerate you that a little bit faster. That is just super nice.
Doing a lot of work for you. Bo now trying to invade this topside jungle. He was spotted on his Razorbeaks, both when he went to start them and when he went back towards his topside. Peach puts in a ward. Bo actually... he did ward just a little bit closer to the river. Targamas looking for the engage here. We'll get rooted up with the last embrace. Ignar's going to put some damage down and continue stacking up on the Senna. And yeah, this is just how this lane goes, guys. You just get pushed in. Patrick has TP. We'll have enough gold pretty soon to back and get the warding item. 500 gold. Atlas of Worlds.
I mean, that's what the thing is, that they're just going to try and crash this, immediately reset, pick that one up, and there's not, again, much that you can really do here as Bo. Especially, I like the wards from Peach. The deep wards that he put down as he went for that invade means that you're able to spot out, hey, look, Bo is on this bottom side of the map. But you can just back it right the way up. Ignar sticking around for a little bit here, but you can see he's just going to reset. Actually, not going to go for the... Oh, there it is. Okay, got the tier, then the Atlas as well. And now the TP back in. So Ignar actually sticking around because he's got plenty of pots and he wants to keep Karmine Corp here as long as possible.
Upset's, you can see both Upset and Targamas going for biscuits in this lane because they know they're going to be the end of a lot of harass coming out from Ignar and Patrick, so they're trying to match some of that sustain. Upset went longsword first as well because he knows he's not really under any threat of dying in this lane. It's not like they have heavy CC, they can't lock you down, they're not running Ignite or any combat summoners, apart from the heal, but that's much more of a defensive one. And so if you run the biscuits and you run longsword start, you know you can start scaling towards your first item a little bit quicker, but you can start to see a little bit of a gold lead for Patrick and Ignar. We'll track it now. There's a 1.8k to 1.8k and 100 gold lead on the support. It's massive for Ignar, but this is when we start to see it scaling up because you have both those support items. You can get an extra 1,000 gold each basically out of them. And it's just very hard to match.
And it becomes even more difficult for Karmine Corp to try and fight back against you if they can't reset. Because the whole point is, hey, you're a little bit weaker because you've just bought a support item, so you're not going to be able to match a lot of that early strength. But as long as you can keep them in the lane, you get to stack up on the tier on Patrick, you get to stack up on the Atlas as well. And it just means you get more time where you're not going to start to fall behind when it comes to those raw stats. And even the push that they have, again, opens up Peach to go for the Dragon. Dragon stacking when a composition that wants to fight is absolutely perfect for Giant X.
And especially getting early Ocean Drake as well is only going to help them out.
God, thank God it's not Ocean. So Karmine Corp, just you might as well as FF to that stage. It's like, no.
You can see both teams just willing to farm up towards those level 6s. Patrick and Ignar pushing in bot. Top lane being relatively even between the two of them. Mid lane the same. Often you do see Azir getting a little bit of a lead in this matchup. As you said, we have seen Seiken falling behind, so he'll be happy enough. It's 54 to 54. He can kind of gain prio whenever he wants now that he has that blasting one, but obviously Jackies can try and match it as well. And being manaless makes it a bit easier for Jackies to stay in that lane, assuming he's not on the wrong side of trades, because he gets his mana back, he gets the energy back, whereas Forsaken has to make sure he's navigating that mana bar appropriately.
Yeah, again though, you can see he's not really getting a huge amount of control over Jackies, like not putting him behind. So for Jackies, you're in a relatively fine spot. You get to farm up to that Storm Surge and really pop off at that stage. And I think what we used to see last year from Akali's was like hey, I kind of want one early skirmish to go my way to get a kill to kind of like snowball that effect, right? And then I've got that one-shot potential. But with Storm Surge being as strong as it is, now it did get nerfed on 14.1b just a little bit, but still just such a potent item that you don't necessarily need that snowball to kick off the game in favor of the Akali. She can actually still look for that in the 1v1, especially against something like an Azir. If you go into a long lane in a side lane, it makes it very easy for the Akali to chase you down.
Tiny bit surprised to see Bo backing there. I think with him hitting level 6, there was perhaps a window they could try and play around Jackies in the mid lane. Obviously, he still has the flash. Targamas was here as well on his reset because bot lane for Giant X was also backing. Instead, they decide they just want to push out the wave. They play out a bit of the vision, but there's still 2 control wards for Giant X on this bottom side. They know where their bread is buttered. They want to make sure Ignar and Patrick can continue pushing in. Ignar has already crested that 20 stacks mark. You do want to get them a little bit quicker. It's harder in stage games. Usually you aim for around 40, around the 8-10 minute mark, but in a stage game when you're not into an easy melee to hit, and also when your enemies aren't really fighting you that much, it's a lot harder to get the stacks.
It's also, you can't really hit your enemy to do it, right? Because the whole point of this is, hey, we are going to share this CS, so you can't really auto-attack your opponent to try and get the stacks anymore, so it becomes a little bit messy in trying to set that up, but over time, you will eventually end up getting it, especially when you will be able to execute some of these creeps and then kind of find that window of opportunity to attack. A lot of members, though, on both sides starting to move down towards the spot lane. It's more, though, it's a big wave for Karmine Corp, so I think Bo is more here for protection and provide a little bit of muscle, whereas
Peach is here for the same.
Peach is just chilling.
Making sure his teammates can catch this wave. Bo might look to step in here. There is a Gromp. He steps forward. Seiken did get mid-prio, so he's going to go in here as well and clear out some of this vision. And those 3 control wards we saw earlier from Giant X have now been cleared out, so that's more gold that Giant X will have to invest to clear out vision around the Mountain Drake, which is spawning in 2 minutes' time. They're running double sweepers. Not ideal, optimal use of their sweepers there.
I'm curious, just this ward that was placed down on this top side of the map here to spot out when Bo is going to go and try and clear that blue buff. So I'm curious, actually no, it's going to be a reset. If we were going to see maybe Peach stick around and say, hey look, a second he shows on vision, maybe you look for some sort of play onto the bottom side, especially if Ignar and Patrick wanted to try and freeze the wave here for a little bit, but they're just going to continue to shove this in and make sure that they're able to match the reset that has come through from Upset and Tartarus.
You can see even though there's even CS, still a gold lead for Ignar in that bottom lane. Obviously, as you get stacks, you get a bit of gold as well. And it actually looks like Carmine Corp are going to forego the second dragon in favor of making sure they can fight over the grubs. Now, they do still have a minute and a half, so they could do both plays. But with Upset going all the way to top side, it really shows their investment in making sure they get these second grubs. Having 6 of them as well would be incredible for Carmine Corp.
And I think it is to do both, because essentially you kind of need a little bit more damage than just both. You want to do this quickly, because you end up with getting that shield on the Void Grubs as well. So by having this push, you can see they've already got the push in mid, so Seiken can now lean over. You guarantee the push in top as well, and you can start to move down. So I think this is just kind of a nice call for Carmine Corp to say, hey look, we know we need to do these quick if we want to be able to try and contest Dragon, and you want to do it before a lot of these first items come through from Giant X, because that's when you're really going to start to see them ramp out of control.
Giant X might take the fight though, they have TP. Cabochard is back up now, was off cooldown for a second, but already 5 Void Grubs over to Carmine Corp, so they will be getting those Void Mites. Can look for more here. Peach smites. Targamas eyeing up and engage. Cabochard has the info for his strikes, but doesn't land the knockup. Jackie's jumps across the wall, and now Carmine Corp with easy access through the mid lane. A plate forwards doesn't go to anyone, but they can work their way down towards this bottom side to look for their first dragon of the game.
Yeah, and that's where, nice call from Carmine Corp. Yes, you get the TP from Patrick to try and match the amount of pressure that was up towards those Void Grubs, but now you can't really contest it as Giant X. You can see how safe they have to be walking through their own jungle. Although with Targamas and Upset showing on this bot side, maybe they feel a little bit more confident trying to just poke their head in to get vision control down. Because I find in the new map, kind of the team that starts up Dragon a lot more is in the deficit, just with the way they can't really reset very easily. But no, there's going to be no contest coming through.
We'll see. Seiken just finished Nash's Tooth, TP'd into the mid lane. Dragon has been started. Odo was working his way down from top side, but Cabo has TP.
Yes.
And Odo does not. Giant X will step in, poke their heads around the corner, see perhaps if there's a fight brewing. Targamas rooted again, stunned up, locked up, but won't take too much damage.
Carmine Corp are committing though before they had push, so that was a bit of a dangerous situation, but Seiken does eventually get that shove in the mid, and you get control on bot. So now Carmine Corp are able to start it, but again, Giant X just poking their heads in, and you don't really have an area to try and reset out of. Carmine Corp have to get over the wall.
Peach jumps onto Seiken. There's the Emperor's Divide. Crescent Guard used as well. Might just be a smite by as they dash into the backline. Upset going in with a Killer Instinct as well, and Cabochard's hit first. Carmine Corp secure the Dragon. Jackie's trying to dash out. Odo on his way as well as his bow has fallen. Cabochard doing a lot of work here on the backline. He all-outs the wrong player as he pulls out Peach. But already, Jackie's has gone down. Peach flashes the wall. Cabochard doing everything he can. And Odo's finally joined the party. He's looking for a bit of a Barney in this bot side river. Flashes towards Seiken, but Seiken flashes away. The Q3 not connecting. Cabochard forced up to the top side, but KC, they only lose one. They get one in response, and they get the Drake.
Yeah, I mean, that could have been a very difficult story for Carmine Corp, but the fact they're able to escape out of that and pick up a kill to match is a... I mean, something to honestly throw it home about. Seiken here was the target here as Jackie's and Peach go in. Good Emperor's Divide keeps Peach at bay, but now it starts to get a little bit messy because you can see you've got to send everyone into the pit as Carmine Corp to fight this front to back. The fact that Cabochard arrives before Odo Omni is able to get here actually keeps members of Giant X out of the pit and makes it so that then Carmine Corp have a little bit more space to fight with, but that could have been an absolute disaster if Odo Omni got there a little bit quicker.
I think as well, you mentioned it just before the fight began, Giant X just didn't quite have their spikes. They weren't at first item. It was full assault boots for Jackie's in the mid lane to start. I don't think they had Moonstone or Shurelya's at that point. They didn't have Umbral. You can see Yamato. A picture of concentration, the picture of anxiety, perhaps, for him. 0-3 Carmine Corp right now. Still an even-ish game. There's 1,000 gold lead for Giant X. A lot of that will be through that double support item. You can see Bloodsong already finished for Ignar. Patrick's on his way towards what is likely a Celestial opposition. Sundered Sky finished for Odo Omni. He's got TP, he's matching. Cabo down towards that bottom lane. Targamas looking for something here. Doesn't have the quickness yet, though, so looks like Jackie's just have to deal with the mites. Oh.
That's massive. I mean, you're about to fight for this Rift Herald that's on this top side, so could easily be the case now. Giant X with that ultimate down Forsaken feel way more confident go for it, and Moonstone Renewer now picked up. Jackie should be able to complete the Leandries as he resets here as well, so I'm not so certain Carmine Corp is confident to start this. I mean, Bo is starting it up, but I'm not sure if Giant X might want to come across.
Jackie's is
Although,
restarting his reset, stopping his reset, restarting his reset. Looks like he's going to go back now, and as you say, feels like Carmine Corp did have the push, have the priority at least in top to go for this, but didn't really feel like Giant X wanted to fight it. First item complete now on Upset as well. The Kraken Slayer, his item of choice. Titanic Hydra for Peach. So everyone is getting towards that point where the next fight will be a little bit more deadly. I assume Ignar has enough gold to go back and get himself an Umbral Glaive, but he's actually going to do something we see Senna's do a lot, and if you're a Senna in solo queue, this is what you should be doing, which is tracking his jungler as he goes through his rotation. You don't always have to back with your AD carry, or your AP carry in this case. Instead, track your jungler, help him out, pick up the souls, steal a blue buff away, because you had to go close enough to get the soul, you know, you had to get close enough to get that stack.
You're fine, you know, it's all right. But yeah, I mean, this is, for Ignar, nice to try to pick up some of these souls, but also for Giant X, again, it's just a very slow pace of the game. You're not really losing out on too much. Sure, Rifthouse went across the bow, but he's farming his own jungle at the moment, not trying to overcommit on towards his top side, which I think is what Giant X think is about to happen, which is why they're moving up towards his top side. But Carmine Corp not fully committing to this. I think they want to try and get that mid lane tower instead, so having GX move up here means that Upset can move into the mid lane and start to threaten that mid lane towers.
Patrick does have TP. He's going to just run his way back down towards mid. Ignar just going wave to wave now at 49 stacks, continuing to get those Absolution stacks. He will back now, get himself an Umbral Glaive. And both the teams have settled into a little bit more of a chill moment. As I think we kind of done for the fighting for the next 30 seconds or so, because there is a Drake coming up. It will only be second for either of these teams. Neither team really invested much in bot side vision right now. Most of the fighting, or at least the posturing, up around this top side.
Yeah, and for Carmine Corp, I like that they're trying to go for this top tower, but it's the lack of vision that's killing them. Like, I don't know if you can see just here, like how much of this is all just controlled. That's not going to be the circle. There we go. It's just controlled by
I will say,
Giant X.
You've used the Telestrator like 4 times today.
It doesn't happen, does it not?
It doesn't happen. I didn't, like, the first time you did it, you stopped, and then the second time you did it, I wanted to say something. This time, I will say something.
Okay, fair.
I have asked if we can have a look to see what's going on with that, but they were good circles. You should be proud of your circles. They were really solid.
The point is, I missed the embarrassing part where I've just tried to draw and nothing happened. Yeah. So at least it's just actually the Telestrator's fault rather than my fault.
I mean, also, I've just highlighted the fact that it wasn't working to you when you could have lived in blissful ignorance.
True.
For the last while.
I think it made it a little bit more obvious with the, hey, look at the vision. Either way, though, nice vision for Giant X, which meant that Carmine Corp weren't able to complete onto that top tower. Now we'll see Cabochard go for it, but will be in trade-off positioning for Giant X here on the Dragon. And realistically, I think Giant X want to try and continue for these Dragons, although Carmine Corp, I think you kind of need to make up your mind what you're doing, and it's not a good idea to try and commit to this.
I mean, at least they're getting top tier 1, so they are getting something out of this. I think they will accept that they shouldn't go for this. The Rift Herald now plays. They are looking for mid lane. It is Dream Maker, by the way, for Patrick. Didn't go Celestial Opposition, instead deciding he just wants to buff up his teammates, giving them extra damage and giving them some shieldings. The quickness goes in, only lands on Peach. The charm continues, though, as Cabochard has TP'd into the bottom lane. The charm's going to go down as Ignar runs towards the bottom side of the fight. Absolute darkness as Patrick locked up. Upset gets 1, and this is a great fight for Carmine Corp. They've taken out 2, now it's a 4v3. Jackie's dives back in onto the backline, onto Upset, but do they have the damage to take out Targamas? They will! Giant X get 1 in response, and it's another as both balls. Now Cabochard and Upset having to find a way back to safety. Odoamne continues to trade in. I don't really think Giant X want any more of this pie. And they're looking for another piece as Upset almost takes out Jackie. The flash away will get him to safety. Peach dives back forward. Upset gets isolated.
Stop it! Stop it!
Yeah, just stop
Let
fighting.
them go!
Just stop fighting, just run away, and Topo from Cabochard won't be in range. In the end, the Drake and 3 kills over to Giant X.
Clean fight on all accounts. But, I mean, look, Targamas, a bit of a swing and a miss here as they just all split with good flashes coming through from Giant X. And then here, missing the ultimate from Patrick, good unstoppable from Cabochard. I don't know if you got clipped, and the shuffle then to move this in means that Giant X are very, very split up. So they're not able to get this front to back where you got all the healers being able to help them out, but the back line is being disintegrated by Giant X, and this top side for Giant X does a huge amount of damage in the kit. So Targamas is an X of fall. See Peach is tearing through Bo, and it's Upset who's had to abandon ship and run underneath this tower because the rest of Giant X are chasing. Then this is where it's just, I mean, this is overkill at that stage. Just be happy that you managed to get away with all this. and not give across too much.
And they get the Drake. Cheers from both sides, and then Marlo just with his hand on his head. You can see the damage that Upset did in that fight. The power of an AD carry, but matched by the power of Jackie's and Peach. Seiken didn't really have an opportunity to join the battle. 2 items now on Upset, though. The Ginsu's Rage Blade complete for him. And with Ignar only just cresting over 70 sacks, or 68 right now, you can see it on his portrait. He's not really in that super powerful center position. Senna will be outputting a lot of the damage in this games. Obviously, Akali the main threat for Giant X now with 3 kills, but...
It's interesting to see Targamas trying to match some of the healing, though. Like, going for the Solstice Slay, usually I would imagine the Celestial opposition, right? Because you're not exactly the tankiest as a Rakan, and trying to get in and out can be a bit dangerous. But at least with the Solstice Slay, whenever you get that CC, you'll be able to give a little bit more heal. Or no, wait, when you CC someone, you get the heal and movement speed, yeah. So it should be nice at least to try and help out your lowest member beside you, but... it's something I was talking to Trimby about, and Trimby was like, not the best. It feels good to get the movement speed, but not the biggest healing, so I'm kind of surprised to see it come out.
I'm pretty sure it's only 150 healing, if I recall correctly. So. It can be a little bit tricky on Rakan to know exactly what you want. Like, Celestial Opposition is great because you jump into the enemy team, you don't take too much damage, but often you can just get yourself out anyway before you start being burst down too much. Dreammaker doesn't really make too much sense because you're just eating a couple of people. Sometimes you hit a Gleaming Quill. At Solstice Slay, maybe he's still just feeling festive. You know, it has been snowing here in Berlin. Just once.
It's been bloody cold, yeah.
It has been very cold, yes.
Look, this is my first time actually being here for a proper winter because obviously I moved over last year, right? But it wasn't that cold last year.
No, it was like, yeah, it was, what's the word I'm looking for? Clement. It was Clement last year. It wasn't too cold, yes, you're right. It was fine.
It was fierce mild.
Fierce mild, man, as Bo hit, collapsed on. Carmine Court find a little bit of wanting as Bo dives in with the cease and desist, but Ignar should have the damage to take him out. Now Odoamne is on the chase with the World Ender. Dash away from Seiken, dash in by Cabochard to try and distract Giant X, but the chase continues. Jackie going in, the stopwatch to stop the Emperor's Divide. Upset coming in from the side as well, but Cabochard now rooted up with the last embrace as Giant X continue just to slow and to be a thorn in the side of Carmine Court. Another kill over to Jackie's. He's on a killing spree now. And Giant X, they won't turn to the Baron, but they are slowly getting in command of this game.
Yeah, with Bo being able to come back in just about 7 or 8 seconds, not exactly the best of opportunities, but we'll get the reset off in time for the Dragon. So Carmine Corp's trying to push out these waves, but again, I think you're going to be in a grand spot now as Giant X to catch these waves, push them back out, and make sure that you're just able to commit. Seiken might be in trouble though. Jackie's faking the reset here.
The second bush. He's seen. He checks the second bush. Good job by Seiken. Plays it safely. He's just trying to get gold for his Rabadon, so we can have a look at how close he is after this.
I mean, Targamas and Bo trying to move in. They can see blood in their eyes, but I think they needed to actually look at where they're going because the entirety of Giant X was right beside them. And you can see here, Upset, not his fault, but how the hell is he supposed to deal any damage when you've got everyone on Giant X cutting you off in the fight? And then it's just the rest of Carmine Corp are trying to continue this fight on the top side because of the chase down, but the healing is too much. They're not able to actually burst anyone out. And these long drawn-out fights are exactly what Giant X want.
You just have so much sustain, you have so much CC in the form of slows, in the form of actual stuns. And actually looks like Carmine Core might be trying to pull Giant X towards the Baron here. They are setting up vision around it. You can see Giant X realize and just leave Peach to take the Drake, and they can push through mid. Upset and Cabochard trying to match. One of the weaknesses of Giant X's composition is they don't have good siege. Right? Senna has a little bit of damage, Akali's very short range, Seraphine can kind of auto every now and again, but until you get something like a Baron, until you win a team fight, Giant X really can't start to take these towers down.
Yeah, and even trying to take a Baron isn't really a threat, but on the upside, Carmine Corp have a lot of damage towards this Baron, and Giant X will put it out.
Has one control ward, that's down, has one more ward after this. Carmine Corp get pulled in there. Here's the encore. Carmine Core want a little bit more of this Baron though as Odoamne dives in, as does Peach. The smite so early as Peach takes it. The smite was in last week, how early it was, as Carmine Core now have to run away. Bo taken out, the Baron taken under their noses. Seiken may be taken out of the fight as well as he tries to flash away, but the Infernal Chains will pull him back. Cabochard tries to act as a blocker, but all he can do is block with his life. Giant X clean up at the Baron.
Carmine Corp fans are blocking their eyes after that one. The smite goes wide, the fight's a disaster. And Giant X, They just managed to sneak away the Baron. I was about to say the Baron take sucks. Like, this team is not built for it, but Karmine Corp handed to them on a silver plate. Oh, I'm not sure why. It was so early, like 500 damage still left. Maybe he thought a bit more burst would come through from Giant X as they went over the wall, but after that, Karmine Corp, they're just caught. They tried to escape, but there's a lot of walls that are in their way, and the chase down potential from Giant X is there. It's just heartbreak for Karmine Corp. This is another game that they'd started to get control of, but it's just gone away now.
Such a struggle for them. Looking down the barrel of 0-4, Upset once again unable to get into the fight. It's so hard for him to approach unless they play that front to back, but even in a front to back, you're now looking at Seraph's Moonstone's Seeker's Arm Guard, the charm once again, and once again it's Karmine Corp getting caught out, overstepping the Crescent Guard out as Bo tries to escape. Oda1 lands the knockup onto Targamas. Bo down once again. Giant X continue to poke and to prod and to be a nuisance for Karmine Corp. That nuisance is turning into a hell of a problem. Baroned up minions in the mid lane, in the bot lane. We said Giant X couldn't take towers that easily, where when you have Baron and the enemy's in a 4v5 situation, it becomes a darn sight easier, Dr.
Yeah, now they just get to continue this push for Karmine Corp. How do you try and get in there? Targamas has his ult in a little bit, but I don't think he can really even engage onto this, especially when you've got Ignar, who's going to be able to respond with his own ult. And just the front line is just so insanely tanky. This game has gone completely out of control. And now with everything, with the shields, the heals for Giant X, there's just no breaking this.
And now more than ever, Karmine Corp need their fan base behind them. They need the blue wall. They need something unbreakable to get them back in this game, because Giant X have played their composition almost to perfection. They've only died 3 times. They have allowed their Seraphine and their Sender to scale. Ignar now at 100 stacks, has the rapid fire cannon as well, so you're not getting anywhere near close to him. An elixir in his inventory, knowing the next fight could be the last. 2 items on Jackie's as well. The Baron will expire in 15 seconds time. The Soul up in 1:40. Giant X will start to control this bot side jungle. Couple of wards out, but the Scuttle Crab will spot it, and Karmine Corp will lose their last vestige of vision.
I did have to do a double take, because that does look like Malignance as well. They're quite similar.
It does look a little bit like Malignance. I'm pretty sure it's an elixir.
No, you are correct, but I just
that would be an interesting choice on the center.
But yeah, I mean, they kind of Giant X now, it's done and dusted. It's just going to be one more fight. Could be a dragon, or it could even just be a case of like trying to get a pick somewhere along the way. Karmine Corp are trying to move up towards this top side, which to me feels like they're kind of like, hey, we're not even going to try and contest. Maybe we look for some sort of quick pick on this mid lane if Giant X overextend and Odo shows on bot side, but I think it's more of a case of we're just going to look for vision, look to try and take this top lane tower and get some sort of control back in our favor. Jackie's, though, will spot out the play. Bo spotted as he tries to move back in, and it's kind of shut down everything as Giant X refused to give anything on the map to Karmine Corp.
Look at how much vision there is in that bot side jungle. Drake up in 30 seconds.
I would highlight it, but apparently...
I don't know, maybe it's working now. Press the button.
Oh, it's working?
Apparently it's working.
Wait.
Here we go.
Oh, look at it. I can hit circles. Here we go. Perfect.
Our observers also did a great job of zooming out.
Thank you.
That red
I
side
appreciate
quadrant.
this.
Good job. Drake up in 14 seconds will be sold for Giant X. I wonder where we are in terms of gold. Not that much, actually, sitting on Ignar. Patrick has about 500 in his pocket, but not enough to get that next item. 3 items, though, complete on Jackie's with that Void Staff. 3 items as well on Oda1. Spear of Sojourn so good on Aatrox because you can get full stacks just from hitting 1 Q if you hit 4 targets with it.
I love this from Odo. He's just hiding outside of vision. So then if Karmine Corp try to go, which they were looking, you can see Targamas was eyeing it up. He's going to be able to there to support his team, but not going to be the case. They're just going to back away, and Ignar chasing down. That's the damage of a support that's very, very nice at the moment.
I do think Bo was also tanking the tower because
no,
just the support.
Yeah.
Just mind controlled him into running underneath the tower for a second. But,
well, how else do you explain what Bo's been doing this game?
Not touching that one with a barge pole, my good man. Soul over to Giant X. Baron perhaps the last hope here for Karmine Corp. If they can find a steal, perhaps they can find something. Upset is 3 items. We've seen so many variants of Kai'Sa builds, lethality, full AD. This mixed build with the Ginsu's Nash's Tooth, he will shred if he is given time in a team fight, but that's also difficult because if you give Giant X time in the team fight, they'll just sustain it all. You don't have any grievous wounds, only the Ignite on Targamas, nowhere else apart from the Thornmail for Cabochard, but no one's going to be autoing him. They don't really care about the Cassante. Peach now stepping into the midst of Carmine Core. Targamas look for something and he has to dash out. A battle dance away. The charm on Core lands and Bo's locked up. Jackie's goes unstoppable. The sweep back with the Emperor's Divide and a Dawning Shadow. Perhaps the shadow starting to fall over Carmine Core as Jackie's finds another. The Baron now well and truly in Giant X's eyes.
Jackie's with one more kill off the back of that, immediately going to start to move over towards this Baron. I think that's exactly how you wanted to try and play this Giant X. Your Baron take isn't great, and you don't want to put yourself in a position where Carmine Corp can flank, so they get the picks, they'll move over towards the big purple worm, and already you can see Seiken moving bot side. He knows that this one's a goner.
And again, it's Carmine Core not being on the same page. Targamas goes in, Peach is just face checking. Where's the rest of Carmine Core? There's a couple of people here looking for this fight, but like Cabochard's in base, Seiken's in the mid lane, Upset's here and can do a little bit of auto attacking, but he gets one Q off before the rest of Giant X are there to respond.
And especially trying to get a pick on Peach, who has that ultimate, makes it so incredibly difficult. And also the fact that Giant X are, are going to be in that area. So even if you get a bit of damage down, it's going to be so much worse. So look, I can kind of understand, hey look, this game is done and dusted.
Yeah.
Try anything, but if you're going to try and do it, at least try and be in the same place. And I mean, I'm not going to lie, I want Discord emotes that are just Yamato's faces throughout this game because they have been fantastic.
I mean, the faces say it all, man.
Yeah.
TP now in on Giant X as Jackie's is going to join. Oh, it's not even Jackie's, it's Patrick. The triple TP allowing them to push 2 lanes at a time. Carmine Core doing a good job of holding this wave at least, but when Jackie gets to mid, then someone's going to have to answer him, and who could answer a 7-1-2 Akali? Not even Storm Surge, by the way, on this Akali. Instead, Zhonya's Void Staff Liandry. Still enough to work his way through Carmine Core.
Also didn't go for the same problem that Caps did. Didn't upgrade the Dark Seal, just stayed on the 10 stacks. Giant X kind of learning from what happened earlier on today, but it's still, for Giant X, again, you're in a perfect spot, as you say. Shove in top, you got the Baron, just keep Carmine Corp here, and it's just get those little bits of poke down. Patrick can poke, Ignar can get a Q through a minion, and just make it difficult for Carmine Corp to try and play at this game.
I do think Giant X are playing a little
I will
bit
say as
too
a reset
tentatively for me. Like, they could have pushed mid while that was happening. They pushed one wave, then Jackie's moved across to try and answer a top wave, but all this is doing is giving Carmine Core time to get to items. You've got 3 items on Seiken now, and it's not a vegan build. He's gone Liandry's, Nash's Tooth, Rabadons. If he gets time in a fight, he will be able to work through even the sustaining that Patrick and Ignar can put down. Upset's almost at Rabadons. Like, Carmine Core have a very small, infinitesimally small chance of getting back in this game if it continues at this pace.
Yeah, but I think this is the problem that we've seen with Giant X's. Like, they aren't the best when it comes to closing out with leads. And a lot of this has been like, hey, look, Jackie's gets caught overextended in the side lane, and maybe it's a little bit of that PTSD where they don't want to try and position him on the side. Now, he is opting in towards that, but I think I do agree with you where I'd want to see Jackie's playing in towards that mid lane to try and get control there so you can open up to take the tier 2 towers. But Odo is now going to be the one that does that, putting pressure on the spot side. Honestly, you can put Peach into mid to start to threaten that as well, just to try and spread the map, because this is what happens if you don't.
And Jackie's does have flash. Since assist goes down, he puts out the Twilight Shroud. Good stopwatch to dodge away from the Emperor's Divide. Jackie's still dancing around, though. The shutdown now to Seiken. Can Giant X push in the bot lane? There's no TP on Bo, obviously. Seiken has one, but he's not going to respond. It will be an inhibitor for a shutdown. Giant X getting the standing objectives, whereas Carmine Corp get the living ones. Odoamne backs away. The Baron now expires. Negative Baron power play, but with an inhibitor down, it does make it easier for Giant X to play around this Elder Drake.
Yeah, I think that's the one. Yes, Giant X will have an easier time with the bot lane inhibitor down to play for Dragon, but the thing is, it's also easier to defend as Carmine Corp because you can hold that bot wave and still threaten on towards the Elder Dragon. And with the mid laner for Jackie's been down for another 20 seconds, Carmine Corp get to push out on the map and make sure that they're actually able to get vision control, which could have been denied if Jackie's was still up and available. So it's given them a slight window and nearly completing a Void Staff for Seiken as well. So again, it kind of comes down to, can Seiken carry these team fights? Because for Upset, it just feels nigh impossible for him to really get access to these fights.
He has gone for the Seeker's Arm Guard. Zhonya's his next item of choice, it seems. Seeker's obviously has that stopwatch component on it now, so he will have that one moment of invulnerability in the next fight.
I think it's also just trying to see if you can get a little bit of poke down, but it's not the best idea when you're going this AP style because Patrick and Ignar have so much heals, so Yeah, it's a bit of a mismatch with the way Karmine Corp are trying to play this. Again, you kind of have to hope that you can get a very quick pick onto... Turn this one back around.
Targamas coming to level 10 on the Rakan. Typical support in this sort of game. Everyone else is 18. Ignar is level 14, a 4-level advantage for the Senna. Has yet to get that third item though, still only sitting on the Rabadons and the Umbral, and it's an Elder fight. Oda looking for the flank. Cabochard and Karmine Corp in the river right now. Targamas has that quickness, has the flash, can look for the engage. Elder down to 12,000. Jackie's and Ignar going round for the flank, but they'll be spotted on that far side alteration ward. Targamas going to try and body block here. The Crescent Guard out from Peach as he flashes forward. Dawning Shadow out as well. Jackie's with a stopwatch. Bo trying to get away. Seiken doing the same. Cabochard dashing back, but Seiken's already down. Bo's going to fall as well. And Upset has not had any impact in this fight at all. His front line has been destroyed, dismantled in front of his very eyes, and Giant X are looking to chase him down for the kill and for the win. Even TP behind him could have looked for the base, but instead they want the ace. Now the TPs rain down as Giant X look to force Karmine Corp to 0-4.
It will be a 0-4 start for the French team. For Giant X, a big win for them and a confident win as they be able to pick up another one in the W column for Giant X.
They took the L out of their name, now they're just Giant W as they take down Karmine Corp.
An incredibly potent combo, this bot lane, with the Senna and the Seraphine being able to heal up everyone, but Giant X, they did exactly what they needed to. Play it slow, don't give any sort of access to Karmine Corp to take over the game, and as long as you can get to a point where you have this Senna Seraphine online, it's going to be so easy with, you know, even the inbuilt sustain you get from the majority of the champions that you're playing with on the squad.
You can vote for a few of the Giant X players in your player of the game votes at LEC on X, Peach, Jackie's, and Ignar. Your options. Patrick also had a good game. I think overall they all had their moments. And I think it just demonstrates how strong this competition is, especially when you're playing up against a team like Karmine Corp, who have shown us their weakness in mid-game team fights. You have to be so coordinated, you have to have consistent damage if you're going to take them out, or you have to have enough flank and burst to immediately kill the Seraphine and the Senna.
Yeah, I think as well when you first pick the buy, it's kind of open season then for this combo because you're like, oh, well, you are playing a composition that is going to go in. Otherwise, you just kind of ruin your composition because you've got this random buy in a quite back composition which doesn't work. So I think it was a good call and a good read from Giant X to say, hey, we will go for this style. It's going to make it very difficult for Karmine Corp to try and operate. And you can even see there was a few hiccups kind of along the way, but it just was never enough to really overturn what was a steamroll coming through from Giant X.
Yeah, big win for Giant X. Takes them to 2. In the end, 3 or 4 tends to be our benchmark for playoffs. 3, we have seen a couple of teams get eliminated. 4 definitely gets you in, at least according to the results that we had last year. Later in this week, Giant X play up against SK and Fnatic. So difficult games, but still, I think if they can continue to show us improvements, perhaps if they continue playing this comp and people aren't able to match them, they can definitely take the win.
Yeah, and I think that's it, is like, if you're Karmine Corp, the fact you're sitting with so many members, our team starting to pick up a couple of those wins, it's kind of heartbreak. Yeah. I mean, you need to start getting some wins on the board.
And you have 5 games left.
Exactly.
And you need to get 4 wins, at least, out of those. So it's a very difficult road now for Karmine Corp to take it. They can still do it, but it's so tricky.
Yeah, you need every band-aid that's in the cupboard to try and fix this one. But I think for Giant X, as you say, another win, putting them up to 2, they're going to be very, very happy to have that. Yeah. And I think you can still see there's moments where they're struggling a little bit in the mid-game, but I think a composition like this, which is so easy to execute, is going to suit them down to the ground as they start to get the roster into shape to play at the mid-game as we move towards playoffs.
Totally agree with you. We're going to send it over to Law, who's standing by with Jackie's. Law, take it away.
Thank you so much, Medic and Jackie's. Thank you so much for joining me after this game. Congrats on taking this one against Karmine. I want to talk about your philosophy as a mid laner and your playstyle, because looking at you, it looks like the only way is forward, being aggressive, not hesitating, making plays. Tell me about this and how is your team handling this playstyle? Because sometimes you just have to refrain your mid laner from being too.
I mean, this game I couldn't really play that much aggressive because we had the Seraphine Senna comp, so if we just go even till 20, we probably just win. So I couldn't really show up this game, but I think in fights I have to play aggressive, but anyways the team I think is adapting well to it, and yeah, we are just doing our best.
I want to talk about these kind of compositions that we started seeing today, the whole Senna, Seraphine, and everything revolving around this kind of bot lane. It looks like it's pretty easy to execute in a way. I think teams are going to abuse this in the weeks to come. Do you think they can come up with answers to this kind of bot lane? You having a mid lane view on this.
I don't think a support item on mid is good, but yeah, it's for sure easy to execute, and it looks completely broken. You just go double support item, and you just go 2k up for fun. So I think people will for sure abuse it, or will maybe see some different strategies on bot lane as well, but we'll see.
We'll see about this, but let's focus a bit about you, because it was your 4th game in the LEC. We had an interview last week, but it was before a game. Tell me about your journey so far in the LEC, the teams you've played, how much you're enjoying the league, this beautiful stage as well. Are you happy to be here, Jackies?
I mean, of course, I'm happy to be here, right? But yeah, the stage is beautiful. I think I'm still adapting to the teams that I play, because I'm kind of still used to playing in the Czech League, where I can do stupid stuff and it works. But here, if I do a stupid thing or something, it doesn't work. So yeah, I have to still kind of figure it out, but I think I'm adapting well and fast.
I mean, you're adapting really fast, actually. What is the first thing you've learned and corrected with your approach as a mid laner? Because as you said, it is not like playing in a regional league. Of course, the LEC is way more punitive. Tell me about your first learnings into the league as a mid laner and what you've been focusing on so far with the coaching staff.
Probably the laning phase, because I mean, we can see it's not my strongest point. But yeah, the laning phase is not like how I know it. Usually I know it's just kill into kill or something. Here it's just push into push.
Yeah.
So it's just basically like around CS. And I usually play for the kill, but people here are kind of good. So it's, yeah, I just have to learn a bit to play about CS.
You got the Kia Player of the Game here today, 2nd time in 2 weeks as a rookie. Anything to say about this?
I mean, I'm extremely grateful, right, for everyone who voted for me, but I think it's kind of like we have Senna Seraphine in the team, and I'm the guy that takes the kills, so it kind of looks like I'm carrying, but to be fair, the real carry this game was the Seraphine or Patrick, so yeah, but I'm still grateful, right? I mean, I don't mind.
Something that I often ask players who've been playing in the league is, what do you think of the overall level in the LEC so far? But you've watched the LEC from an outside point of view so far, and you just joined the league recently. What's your take on the level in the LEC and how you think it's going to shape up European League this year?
I'm not sure about the level, but from what I've been watching before, and now I see that the LEC is a bit more even. I feel like anyone can take a game from anyone. So I think for that it's really good. And for the level of skill, I can't really decide yet. I'm not sure.
We'll see in the coming weeks. I think we have Odo and Hidon in PGL. Anything you want to tell them about today in general, or you choose? The floor is yours.
Yeah, good luck, boys. I don't know what to say.
You don't know? All right. Well, let's toss to Shox for PGL in the fan area. So please join if you're in the studio. Take it away, Shox.
Oh, we're not.
Baited.
Baited. Nah, it's okay. It's not your fault. They gave you wrong info. Usually, when we say something wrong, it's not us. It's actually we got wrong info. It's you. It's usually you. Yeah. Particularly you. I'm here with Odo and Coach Hidon for Giant Axis victory over KC, or you go to 2-2. You were massive doomer last week. Do you remember your tweet? Yes, because it was like, oh, we won the first game and then it was fine, but then we lost the other two and now it's like Omega doomed. And I was like,
no,
bro.
I was like, I said that it's time to sweat because it's sweating time. Because after last year, it's kind of hard to not be a doomer, you know, because hopes were high. I mean, hopes were high last week as well for us, and then last year happened where we went 10th twice, but yeah, I mean, it was mostly a meme, you know, because I don't know. I mean, with 9 games, there's a lot of stuff that can happen, but I mean, we had a lot more positives in week 1 compared to last year, because last year when we started in winter, oh boy, that was fun.
I was going to say, at least it's a better winter this time around as well.
Yeah.
At least you're not 0-4.
Were we?
No, at least you're now not 0-4.
Oh,
because KC is, of course, unfortunately.
That sucks.
Yeah, that's a hard one. Hidon, how happy are you with the week so far? And do you see that what you have given us feedback is fixed on the Rift this week?
Yeah, I mean, what happened today, I mean, the week is still long, right? But what happened today is we found a strat that we like, and we took the win, and it was just handed to us by the draft. So I'm happy with how the scrim went, or how the scrim days have went in terms of improvement. But you know, it's only just this one day.
I like it. You're just saying, well, this is just a bit broken.
Yeah, for sure. Right now it is, though. It does look like it. How has it been for you to finally have a team from the get-go that you maybe got to have some influence over? Because you got pushed in last year after winter, I believe so, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So how has it been this time around when you could start the year finally with this team? You incorporated new pieces into an already existing team with some of the same pieces.
Yeah.
How are you seeing this different than last year was, for example?
I think obviously coming into a team that goes 10th, you don't know really what to expect. But
you can't do worse.
You can't do worse, right? And
we literally did. We literally went 10th again.
No, one extra win.
That's literally worse.
You had one extra win apparently.
Yeah, so
but no one remembers that, or no one cares about that.
Yeah, it was just you know. Yeah. Anyways, starting with this team, it's been really great because we had more time to build the infrastructure and to build our approach to the game.
Yeah.
And in summer split, it was still like our asses were on fire from the start of the split, so it was very, very taxing, and you just had to survive in the chaos. But this time around, we built something sustainable where people don't burn out and they basically can't breathe. And I think that's the main thing for us this year. And we just keep building, and then hopefully by the end of the year, we have something really special that can hopefully carry us further than, you know, just the finals.
Than 10th.
Just
also.
the finals.
Yeah. Can you elaborate, both of you, maybe a little bit about how you're, because we hear this a lot from teams, right? They're like, well, we don't want to burn out, but also we actually need to do so much to get better. Plus, there's content for teams, there's PTL, there's all kinds of things. So, like, can you give me some examples of what you're trying to improve?
You want to go or me?
Yeah, no, I can go. I mean, yeah, especially now. Well, I noticed this week, especially because with the new season stuff, new season changes, I feel like games are going longer. So actually, our scrim days are going a bit longer than usual because I felt like before we used to finish a lot earlier. But now, at least, there's a lot less randomness happening. It feels like, you know, from the moment we get to the office, the day is sort of planned out, and there's a lot of stuff to do. It feels like every second of your time is kind of managed, so it's kind of annoying at some point, you know. But just the fact that you don't have this element of chaos or randomness happening kind of keeps you going, you know. Sure, if you're gonna have a horrible scrim week, the burnout is gonna be there no matter what processes Hedon here is trying to implement, you know. But yeah, I know ever since him and Cass came in, there's just been a lot more structure. I think last year, before they came in, if I would ask the question, hey, why did we win this game? Or after like a scrim game, why did we win this game? Everyone would be like, well, we clicked better, you know? And I'll be like, well, can we do this on stage? And then everyone would be like, well, probably not, you know? So now, at least, I feel like when we ask the question, why did we win? It's a clear answer. There's not really, you know, someone saying we clicked better, where you can say, oh, it's because we played macro like this, or we drafted like this, or we have these set plays, or stuff like this, you know. So all of these elements kind of bring some sort of stability in the chaos, because especially with the way regular season looks as a team that went 10th twice, you're kind of looking for breaths of air, and having this sort of structure on a day-to-day basis provides you that.
Yeah, I can see that. Shout out to Alex, of course, as well, probably helping, and all the management team behind the scenes as well. You say you want to be able to ask like why you won. You were very honest. You said, well, Seraphine Senna, it's kind of broken. So let me ask this. If you don't get it, how would you like to win? What is your ideal setup with Giant Dax?
So the funny thing is that this patch that we're playing on right now is the last 5 games, which means what you saw now is just one thing.
The tip of the iceberg.
It's the tip of the iceberg,
yeah.
And it's the most typical one. But I mean, we have so much time to figure out what else we got, and this week we found something else that we can hopefully bring out also tomorrow.
Okay.
But let's see what happens.
Praying Senna Seraphine is not available, so we see something new.
I mean, yeah, it's also support item related rather as well. So I can imagine, even though this is the strongest iteration, there's much more. I don't know if I'm excited or not about it, because it's like, I mean, you gotta use the tools at your disposal, but
boring.
sometimes watching is also
I hate it.
frustrating.
Listen, I think it's funny right now. I know this is controversial. I think it's funny right now. It's day one we started seeing
I mean,
it.
you know how it was.
In 2 weeks, I'm gonna hate it. But just let me enjoy it for now.
I hated it now, even though I won. You know, I was sitting in game and I'm like,
you're a top laner.
I'm like, hey guys, I'm strong. I really want to fight this. And everyone was like, well, I think we want to scale a little bit more. We have Senna Seraphine. The game skills were gonna be strong and everything. And I'm like, guys, I really want to fight. I'm so strong. And everyone was like, nah, I think we're chilling. And I was like,
Was that why you were late to the second Drake?
Was I? I mean, the minions were right there, you know. I had to get
right.
I mean, you guys love your stats, you know. You always have these fancy graphics and everything. So, you know, you lose a Drake, but stats go up. So, you know, stats go brr. So it's great.
You want to flame
The
Goldberg
stocks goes
also?
up. It's
a
better
theme
today
today.
if you want to.
I don't know if you saw,
Yeah.
we had a pause and Wonder, Yankas, and Perks were accidentally on the desk for something else, but they were there filling, and Wonder was just perma-flaming Goldberg.
So basically, Wunder said he was the new me, so he's coming for my job. And we've already seen you on the analyst desk as well. So
Oh, I mean, I mean, you know, it's in the bag already, so it's fine.
Yeah, it's 2 times 10. We're like, yes, Odo on the desk. Let's go.
I am praying for Odo to win now. If you go 10th again, I'm losing my job.
I mean, it's up to Hidon, you know, whatever he cooks and lets me play. If I get 10th 3 times this year, then GB, you're out of a job, I think.
You're just going to have to scale
It's just been the worst day
for
ever
another
today.
5 games.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's take a look at the standing.
Good segue.
When in doubt, sing. Yeah, there we go then. 2-2, I think that's good. And
That's
at the
great.
bottom, that's great actually. Vitality finally won though. And KC did not win yet. And SK lost as well. I don't know, there's a lot going on here. What do you guys...
There absolutely is. I think
It was a bit surprising, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm surprised G2 won with the funny, you know, with the funny champions.
Yeah.
It felt like the typical G2 game where they're just too good, so they're like, okay, let's meme around a bit and see what happens. But it didn't happen, you know. I mean, it happened until it didn't happen, so
Yeah.
they got their win. SK dropping the ball today, I felt like was a bit weird because I felt like they would have been pretty good the week before, but I think it was the mega draft. If you know, it was a team heretic. So
it was like Gragas coming through in 5, not really couldn't do anything. It was
Oh
against
yeah,
Seraphine.
that one was crazy.
No
Yeah.
synergy in the
Yeah,
draft.
exactly. So that was just a tough one.
Yeah, I mean for week 1, just to touch on it, you know, we went 1-2, but I think anyone can beat anyone because, you know, it's a new setting, you're sitting in a new place, and we don't know what to expect because our scrims were going really well, I would say, and we were learning a lot and we were improving, but obviously as a new team, I would say we are a new team. You still have to figure out everything, and then once you're on stage, comps are different, how we play is different, and then you have to find solutions and adapt to that. So I think we did well, but still with this win, you know, you can't really tell.
No. I think you're definitely a new team. I mean, what was it? ADC and top that stayed, they don't do anything. It's basically, it's all about the jungle support mid.
But he
That's
wasn't there
what's
from the
important.
get-go.
That's what's
That's
important.
true. He had only one
That's
split to
true.
work with,
Yeah.
so
I just wanted to make a joke, but
it wasn't funny.
I know. You always call me out, don't you? Let's take a look at the schedule. What do we have tomorrow? We also have our
That's a classic. What's the next asset?
I'm not going to keep doing this. We do have our match of the week. It's Team Heretics versus G2 because they're all G2 players. Woo!
And they're both,
that's
they're
a
both
banger.
3-1 actually.
Oh, that's a banger.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Heretics surprising with 3-1, you know, because I mean, it was funny because after they lost to, who did they lose to? Mad Lions, I think, on
Yeah,
Thursday.
got
Everyone was
stomped.
like, my kings are washed, and everyone was like crying, you know, social media was in an uproar, blah blah blah. But now they're back, baby.
Okay, rehearsal for my job. Who wins? I can explain why. Team of XG2.
I mean, the thing is, the Senna Seraphine, or like the Seraphine thing is running wild, you know, and Flacket is a Seraphine god, or like, he used to play Seraphine even before Seraphine used to be a thing, what was it, like 2 years ago, I think?
G2 with
And now,
Tagamus.
I look at their meta read, and then I look at G2, and then I see Zyra bot, and I'm like, it's hard to be a G2 favorite, you know? But it's G2. So you kind of
It's
have
hard. Like, people always flame us when we're like, oh, it's G2, and I agree. But we've actually,
Yeah,
they've
already
just been
G2
flaming them
bias,
nonstop.
man. That's crazy.
No, they've been really like, but they also say themselves, well, we're working on our mid game, so now our early game isn't good. So you know.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
G2 versus
you're winning, I guess.
G1.5 or whatever it is
Yeah.
going on there. So it's G wins, yeah.
Yeah, you are playing SK. Hidon, what do you think?
I think we will
Are we?
win, obviously.
Yes, of course.
Nice confidence, Sidon.
Yeah, I think we will win. You know, I think they will ban Seraphine, or they will think we can beat it.
Oh.
I hope they will ban it because then we get to show something new.
Wait, it's like reverse. Now they're like,
it's
yeah, we'll leave it open. No.
You know, when Hidon says all this draft mumbo jumbo, you know, it literally reminds me of Tabe in what was it, season?
The one where
he just casually goes and just talks and leaks everything, and now
this wasn't. I don't think this was hard to predict that they might.
Yeah, but it's going in that direction, you know. Just give him like 5 more minutes, and he's gonna cook something.
Do you always cut him off? Also,
let's cut it here. Let's cut it here.
He deserves it.
No. He gets told to shut it, and then we move on.
That's the coaching.
I like it when it happens.
You like?
Yeah.
It's an authoritative figure.
All right. Cool. I think we're going to sign off. Because we have 2 more days of games, of course. But the LCS is on, and I heard a Riven got picked. I think it's top.
Viper?
Yeah.
Is he still playing?
Yeah.
Or is it's also his little brother now, no? He's also a Riven guy.
You know what people should do? Should watch the LCS
to figure
right
out.
now. To figure
out if it's him or his brother.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool.
I don't know. Anyway, you can go watch. Also, the LEC rebroadcast will begin following the LCS. So after all of that, we will be back at 5 p.m. CET tomorrow. But as we said, we are going to kick it over to the LCS at, I think right now, almost. I was told...
Raz?
I was told
Hey, where are you going? Where are you going? We ain't done yet.
Wow.
The LCS is back, baby. We're back on the weekends. So you don't have to skip school, work, or time with family. We kick that bum Mark to the curb. Mark, get the hell out of here. We don't need to see your face anymore. Damn. And we're always on live patch, and the games start faster, so when you say casters start the game, they better start that damn game. And you ain't gonna miss much. First week, NRG versus C9. The super team, and the team that's the LCS champion, and the team that kicked G2's teeth in. Let's go! Let's go! There we go. We now.
Follow-ups again. It should just be dead. Kill donated to the Akali. Vitality already looking a lot cleaner here in League 2.
Kill anyone, kill anyone, kill anyone. Okay.
I think it's still fine.
Play with Akali, play with Akali. You guys.
I'm blocking.
They have no flashes, they have no flashes.
They everything.
Why no?
Just chill.
Yeah,
we kill it.
Nice.
For the most
part. Goes down. Wonder gonna sidestep. Now here comes the Nocturne, and this time Udyr is out of health. Continuing to free fire, Jankos leaping in, should just try to take down the Zen. So many blinking health bars on the side of SK. Kaiser stepping in, finding the kill on the Zen, and now Jankos looking to follow up. Finally, the equalizer goes down, but there's no follow-up, there's no room to respond. Team Heretics slaughtering them. The abilities
Young still trading in, Frescawi moving from the mid lane, and Yoyo will fall, but the Bears out will bring him back, and now MDK can start to open up. Hansama caught out once again as he will go out, and now Mickey trying to escape.
Kill Nico, okay? Kill Nico.
Being over the wall.
I can keep going. Look bigger. Big shot on.
Play with us here. He's dead.
We win this.
That's a bit.
Nice, boys.
G2 ace MDK around the Baron. Nuke flashing away in the mid lane. LeBron still looking for this hook.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
That looked like a hit. This is all in here happening.
Ragnar coming out. Oscar Minion doesn't really have anywhere to go. Does still have the Ghost, but Jackie's with a stopwatch. Bo trying to get away. Seiken doing the same. Kabashar dashing back, but Seiken's already down. Bo's going to fall as well. And Upset has not had any impact in this fight at all as Giantex look to force Carmine Core to 0-4.
It will be a 0-4 start for the French team.